Hello, everybody. Good to see you. How is everybody doing tonight? Hi, sweetie pie. And hello, dolphins. Good to see you, sweetheart. I'm happy you made it. I have a very terrible confession to make. So the reason why the clip ended yesterday is because it didn't record that. So I don't have the judge's sentencing, but I'm going to see if I can find it like on a news stream or something like that. I'm going to see if I can make it up. But what I do have is today was the return of the Kloostermans. If y'all are not familiar, the very first big trial that I did, I had been downloading it for 2 days. I had been watching it constantly for 2 days. And then suddenly I was watching Law Talk with Mike and he ran like one of the best clips out of it. And I'm like, dang it, he stole my clip. But he only ran 2 really small portions of it. Oh my goodness. I got to talk to you. So when he ran the 2 small portions of it, I ran the whole trial and it took 5 days of like 2-hour hearings each. It was crazy long. So anyways, today was their big day coming back to court. And Mike streamed it this morning. But you know what? I don't care. It's my baby. I started with that trial. I'm doing it. I'm finishing it. It's going right into the playlist and getting tucked away there forever. Y'all, I got a present in the mail today. And then I got an email that said, don't open that yet. So I am waiting patiently. So I'm not opening it yet. Thank you very much, Palmyra Productions. It really does mean the world to me. It does. Like, you are so great. Yeah, I ran the whole thing, start to finish, and it was long, and it was in like 8 or 9 segments. And when I did that was before I had the software abilities that I have now. So when I first ran that trial was during a time where in order for me to stream something, I literally had to watch it 3 times. Once when I downloaded it, I could only download in real time. Then once when I edited it and cut out all the little, spaces and breaks and stuff. And then again when I streamed it. So I got very familiar with the Kloostermans. Oh, you are such a love. That means a lot to me. It really does. That is so cool. I know. And, when I first saw he was running it, I was like, okay, do I even bother? Because almost everybody that's on my stream is also on his. And I'm like, no, you know what? I am going to bother. That's my baby, So, yep, I saw the email. I did. I saw the email. And Adriana is such a sweetheart. She really is. But she said it was my choice, and my choice is to wait. But yeah, so oh my. I am not familiar with Rosalind Carter, but I understand, I'm always going to be here. So either switch back and forth or just watch me later. It's okay. I'm going to be here and I love you. So this is a long one, guys. And I'll be honest, I doubt many of you are going to stick with me through the whole thing today. I'm on early because this is like 5.5 hours of video. And then there's me talking. So add a little on for that. Just a little. Oh my. My goodness. Wow. Well, I'm very sorry for her passing, and my heart goes out to her family. All right, guys, I've got 5.5 hours with you. So I'm going to get it started. I'm going to get it rolling. And I'm not sitting in this chair that whole time. I'm going to have to potty at some point. So fair warning, I will be getting up, putting my little icon on the screen for a minute here and there, because that's a long time to sit. But I am here I didn't watch the whole thing. I was in on mics for just a little bit. So I did not watch the whole thing. And then when I edited it, I just clipped out the air gaps and stitched them all together. And so a lot of this is a first for me. So we get to enjoy this together. And for the record, yes, during trial 1, I 100% team Jen. If you're not familiar with it, there were some videos of the fathers screaming at the children, and I was not okay with that, not even a little bit. Some of the things that he said were very inappropriate, and not okay to say to a kid. If you're trying to build a child's morale, everything that he did was beating them down verbally and mentally and emotionally, and it's not okay to do that. So I'm full team mom. And from the little bit that I did see on Mike's today, his testimony does seem credible, and he makes her seem crazy. He makes her seem like she's a gold digger, and but it's funny how that happens, that you can watch, one side and have such a strong opinion and think all of the details. And then you watch the other side and the same thing happens. You're like, oh, well, now the mom just looks bad too, The reality of it is the truth lies somewhere in the middle. The dad's probably not as bad as the videos made him out to be. And the mom probably isn't as bad as the testimony makes her out to be. So they're probably both pretty decent people in real life. And we're just seeing a snippet of their lives kind of at the worst part of it. So we've got to give them that. But anyways, yes, I know I did it just for you too. I just saw your other comment. Oh, he likes competing with me. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea why. I don't know what he found. No, I much prefer my flushable one. Thanks though. Hi, Laura. Thanks for making it, sweetie pie. Alrighty, let me get this going. And I have so much good stuff beyond this, but this takes priority.
Okay, this is case number 23174223DM, Kloosterman versus Kloosterman. Today's date is November 28th, 2023. This is a date and time set for our continued hearing on all child-related issues. Ms. Schmeltzer, you and your client are top left to me. If you just state your names for the record, please.
Lori Schmelter on behalf of the defendant, counter plaintiff Kevin Kloosterman, who is also appearing via Zoom and present in my office today.
Kevin Kloosterman.
Thank you. Ms. Lentz, same with your client, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Elena Lentz on the behalf of the plaintiff, Jen Kloosterman, who is appearing next to me via Zoom today as well. Jen, do you want to go ahead and state your name?
Yeah, Jennifer Kloosterman.
Thank you. And we just had a brief discussion off the record. We were scheduled to continue with Mr. Kloosterman, but we have a different witness. We're going to start with that person. I believe that there's no objection. Is that correct, Ms. Lentz?
Correct, Your Honor.
We're just taking this person out of order so that we can let her go back to whatever she's going to do today. So your next witness, please, Ms. Schmeltzer.
I would like to call Mindy Hill.
Thank you.
His phone is underneath your chair. You might be looking for that.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
good morning. You've been called as a witness in this matter by Ms. Schmeltzer and her client. She's going to have some questions for you. And then if she chooses to, Ms. Lentz may have some questions for you, okay?
That is a really weird thought to have at 7 o'clock my time, considering I normally don't start until 11. Are you like ESPN or something? Sorry, I love saying that. Yes, I know it's ESP, but that's always one of my favorite jokes.
Okay.
All right. I'd ask you to raise your right hand, please.
Mhm.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Schmeltzer.
Thank you. Ms. Hill, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yep, it's Mindy Hill, MindyHill.
Numbers don't
And where are
lie.
you presently employed?
I'm employed with DHHS. I'm a CPS investigator.
Would that be the Department of Health and Human Services of Michigan, Child Protective Services? Is that what those abbreviations stand for?
Yes.
And what's your job title there?
I am a CPS investigator.
How long have you been employed with DHHS?
Since 2019.
Have you been a CPS investigator that entire time, or have you changed positions?
I was a foster care specialist for part of that.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I forgot. Iris Latihana is actually hosting that tonight. She asked me if she could host it because that was the only night Brian had off work. So I am really sorry if I'm stepping on Princess Bride toes, but if y'all want to go watch the movie, I completely understand. That is my bad. Let's see what happens when I'm the one that's just like, I let everybody else do stuff and I completely forget. That's my bad. I'm so sorry, Iris. I'm sorry, Brian. I'm sorry, Holly. I'm sorry, everybody who had planned on movie night. You're still welcome to go to movie night. Come back and see this later.
That time.
When did you become a CPS investigator?
In February of 2022.
And prior to your employment in 2019, have you been employed in a similar capacity elsewhere?
Not doing this type of work, no.
And so what education, degrees, certificates, or training do you have that qualifies you for the position you hold with the Department of Health and Human Services and Child Protective Services as an investigator?
My background degree is in criminal justice. I have a bachelor's in criminal justice. And then through my employment, we do various trainings to become a state worker. You go through a 9-week training right off the get-go as far as training of how to do investigations, how to interview, kind of the whole process. And then year to year, you have to do so many hours of continued education as well.
What are your general job requirements?
As a CPS investigator, just in general, like what we do, or I guess, can you be more specific? That's like really broad, I guess, as far as like an investigation, like what we're supposed to be doing, or
Well, I'm asking what your job requirements are as an investigator from a general perspective. We're just trying to get some understanding um, in that general sense.
okay. Well, I can kind of explain, I guess, when I get an investigation and what I'm supposed to be doing with that. So when we get an investigation, I mean, we have allegations before us, and part of it is what we have to do is we have to go see the victim children who are involved. Everybody in an investigation has to be interviewed, including the children, parents, any adults involved in that. I mean, the overall sense is we're here to make sure children are safe and okay. We're here to provide services to families if they're not. I guess I don't know exactly where you want me to go with everything.
Sure. So, would it be fair to say that as part of your job duties, you investigate through various means and tools that you have available to you allegations of child abuse and neglect?
Yes.
And you said the word victim. Did you mean alleged victim? Since at the point of the initiation of an investigation, you don't know if somebody actually is a victim.
Correct. Whoever's listed as a victim on our complaint.
And do you know either or both Miss Jennifer Kloosterman and Mr. Kevin Kloosterman?
Yes,
And did you come to know them in the capacity of your employment?
I did.
Did you also come to know the minor children, Kelvin, Kelsey, and Callie Kloosterman?
Yes,
And again, was that through the capacity of your employment?
it was.
You don't have any other knowledge or interactions with this family outside of your professional relationship, correct?
Correct.
If you recall, when did you first come into contact with any member of this family?
The investigation came in over the summer. It was around the end of July.
Sweetie, I think you just used one of your cards up. You didn't read your autocorrect again. No, just picking on you. Why are you going to scold me? You can't. You can't scold me. I'm unscoldable.
And who was the first person in the family that you made contact with?
It was Jennifer, was my first contact with the family.
And why did you choose to contact Miss Kloosterman first?
I mean, every investigation's a little bit different. Typically, though, we would not contact the parent that's listed as the perpetrator first in our investigation. Jennifer was listed as the non-offending parent at alleged, and that's kind of where we would start our investigation with.
And so you said the end of July. would it have been you received a complaint with allegations around July 27th of 2023? Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that was the intake date.
Do you know how the allegations came into CPS to investigate?
Are you asking like who the reporting person was, or?
Well, there's various methods that CPS receives allegations, right? There's central intake, there's forms that people fill out. Do you know how these allegations came to be on your desk to investigate?
Yep. So whether there's forms or calls or whatever, it all goes to centralized intake, and then they make a decision there if it's being assigned or not. And then from centralized intake, it then gets assigned to the local county.
And then it gets assigned to you or someone in your position, correct?
Yes.
So when you first see an allegation come across your desk and you're assigned to investigate it, what do you do?
We pick up the phone, we start making calls, we go out in the field, we make contact with individuals, we start the process of the investigation.
And did you follow that standard procedure in this matter?
Yes, I did.
These allegations came to CPS through a Dana McCarthy at Traverse City Women's Resource Center. Is that correct?
I'm going to object because the identity of the CPS reporter is protected by statute unless this court orders her to answer. But I think that the purpose of that statute overrides the answer.
That's okay, Becky D, sweetie. I very carefully have to touch the pause button, because very often if I hit the pause button, and it only happens when I'm near the end of the stream, it'll jump it all the way back. But I have to be 2/3 to 3/4 through the stream for that mess up to happen. It never happens in the beginning. But you're all good, love.
Well, if that was the case, Your Honor, then I don't know why it specifically says that in one of the very first statements in the report that was produced by CPS to me without redaction. I'm looking at page 3, which I believe this report was also shared with Ms. Lentz, and it says this case was commenced with Dana McCarthy at Traverse City, at Traverse WRC, and I'm simply asking Ms. Hill about the report she authored.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary for us to know who submitted it. I mean, let's get to why we have this witness on this case.
Your Honor, if I may place on the record, the reason is that these allegations ultimately, our position is they stemmed from Ms. Kloosterman. And in fact, Ms. Kloosterman is the only person that has made any of these allegations. I think that's important, or I'm going to argue that that's important for this court to take into consideration.
Sure. I think you can ask this witness about what Ms. Kloosterman has said and everything like that and get that evidence on the record. I don't think it's necessary for us to identify someone who I do believe is protected by the statute from identifying.
But that's a contradictory ruling. If you're saying that the CPS worker can identify the person who's made these claims, and the lawyer is saying the only person who could have made these claims is Ms. Kloosterman, so he just said she doesn't have to identify the person making the claims, but she can state what Ms. Kloosterman said. But if Ms. Kloosterman is the one making the claims, then that ruling oh boy, this will be fun.
Ms. Hill, in your investigation, did you find that the person who reported these allegations had any firsthand observations of Ms. Kloosterman or these 3 children with respect to the allegations?
I guess that's kind of in talking with the reporting source again. I don't want to, I guess, say something that would necessarily give the reporting source away unless I'm ordered to testify as to who the reporting source is.
That's not what you're being asked. You're just being asked if You're being asked if you know whether the person has firsthand knowledge, and I think it's an appropriate question. I don't believe I
Okay.
have to order you to do anything other than answer a
Okay.
question that you've been asked, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
No, to my knowledge, they don't have direct contact with the kids and the parents.
So is it fair to say, through your investigation, that the reporting source was reporting to you, to CPS, what Ms. Kloosterman told them?
You're scary.
That would be an accurate statement.
So going back here, July 27th, 2023, you received the allegations. That was a Thursday, correct?
I do not have a calendar in front of me, but I do believe it was July 27th is when the intake came in.
So if a calendar reflects that July 27th is a Thursday, you have no reason to disagree with that?
No.
When you received these allegations, did you come to know or learn that Mr. and Mrs. Kloosterman were going through a divorce?
I know you're
Yes,
right,
I did.
honey.
And they were also going through a contested custody, for lack of a better word, battle at that time.
Yes, it appeared to be so.
And were you also made aware that there was a temporary order issued by this court for joint physical and legal custody between the parents?
Yes.
And that was something you knew as of Friday, July 28th, correct?
Yes. Yep.
That's when you spoke to Ms. Kloosterman. Is that July 28th, Friday?
Yes.
And did Ms. Kloosterman share with you that Mr. Kloosterman was due to receive parenting time, and there was a parenting time exchange pursuant to this court's order, scheduled for Sunday, July 30th?
Yes.
So that was known as of Friday, July 28th, correct?
Correct.
What were the allegations that you were charged with investigating in this matter?
Do you want me to read the allegations specifically or?
Or from your memory?
Okay. The concerns came in regards to improper supervision and sexual abuse allegations with his oldest daughter. There was concerns that Kevin was displaying grooming behaviors, paying the children to do various things, including paying them to take their swim tops off, to swim topless around their boat. And there was also concerns regarding previous domestic violence in the home as well, stating that the children have witnessed those interactions between their mom and dad.
Those are some hefty allegations. Wow.
And did you determine at any point in the investigation to make it a joint investigation with law enforcement?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
It's CPS policy. If anytime there's a physical injury case or a sexual abuse allegations being made, that we would send, it's called a law enforcement notification over. At that point in time, they would make a decision whether or not they're going to do a joint investigation with us, which in this case they did.
So not all CPS investigations of alleged abuse or neglect are joint investigations with law enforcement, just certain types. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
Yes.
And procedurally speaking, even if CPS and law enforcement are jointly investigating, you each could come to a different conclusion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that simply the difference between the nature and capacity of each branch of the government you're working with, law enforcement versus CPS?
Correct. There's different statutes, I guess you could say, criminal versus CPS.
And so sometimes you guys come to the same conclusion, sometimes different. Is that fair?
Yes.
So what's the point of the joint investigation then, if you're ultimately making your own independent conclusion?
Because CPS doesn't have the power to arrest someone. And if someone is grooming a child and having them take their swim top off and swim around a boat, they need to be arrested. Hence the need for law enforcement. I know she has to ask the stupid questions to put them on the record.
If any complaint comes in, could have could be criminal in nature. So typically something that's physical abuse, or sexual abuse can be also criminal in nature, where a parent could be charged, if the allegations are found to be true.
So I guess to question differently, why jointly investigate instead of independently each investigate?
The purpose of the joint investigations, for one, is to not be interviewing people multiple times, especially when it comes to children. In this specific case, the children were interviewed at the Children's Advocacy Center, but really it's just so that there's not multiple people getting multiple different interviews in that sense.
And at that point, also, would it be fair to say that if there's a joint investigation, CPS and law enforcement are sharing information and receiving the same information in their investigations?
Yes, typically that's how it would work.
Kind of turning back to Friday, July 28th, you spoke with and interviewed Ms. Kloosterman upon opening the investigation, correct?
I had like my initial contact, I guess you could say, with her.
And with speaking with Ms. Kloosterman at that, I guess that initial contact is what I'm talking about. Did she relay facts that she believed supported the allegations you were investigating?
Yes, we talked about the allegations, and basically that in her eyes, those things were truthful.
Brian, I am going to say I'm so sorry. I know Iris asked me for permission to host the Princess Bride stream, and I told her she could go right ahead. And then my silly self forgot, and I wanted to do this because I didn't want to be up till 7 a.m. streaming this. So I just went with it because Princess Bride was being done by someone else, and I didn't even think about it because it wasn't on my plate. I'm so sorry. I don't know if y'all are still doing it or if it's getting rescheduled. I'm not sure, but again, I love you and I'm sorry.
And you came to learn that the source of those allegations was Ms. Kloosterman, whether she made the report or not.
Correct.
Throughout your entire investigation, did anyone that you contact or interview other than Ms. Kloosterman or someone that was repeating what Ms. Kloosterman told them relay any facts of firsthand observations they made independently to support these allegations?
No, it was not found in this investigation that those were supported, I guess, or found to be truthful.
So the sole source of the allegations was Ms. Kloosterman, or somebody she told something to that had no other independent knowledge, right?
Correct.
Okay. At the conclusion of meeting with Ms. Kloosterman, did you determine that you needed to interview the children or that they needed to be interviewed in general?
After my first contact with Ms. Kloosterman?
Correct.
Yes. And again, in any investigation, we can't just stop after one contact is made. We have to follow through and make sure everybody is contacted and interviewed.
Did you interview the children that day?
Not on Friday, no.
Why not?
So whenever there's, again, allegations of sexual abuse or something in that nature, typically what we would like to do is have a children interviewed at the Children Advocacy Center. That's the, I guess, plan A in most cases. That's the best outcome to do it there. It was also a joint investigation, so we cannot move forward with interviewing a child without law enforcement's lead as well.
In every incident of you investigating allegations of abuse or neglect, do you always schedule appointments for children to be interviewed at the Children's Advocacy Center, or is that just sometimes?
That is sometimes, but typically in a manner of this, we would do that almost every time. Yes.
So specifically, why in this particular case did you choose that option of interviews at the CAC, the Children's Advocacy Center?
Party of one.
Due to the concerns of the sexual abuse allegations and because it was a joint investigation with law enforcement and we were taking their lead as to what they wanted to do.
What's the difference between you interviewing right then and there at the home, the children, versus doing it at the Children's Advocacy Center?
CPS has no way to record a conversation. So if we don't have law enforcement with us, it's not recorded at the CAC, it is recorded.
And so it was important for you to determine that this interview needed to be recorded with these children in this case.
Again, it's because it's a joint investigation with law enforcement. We don't have that option to move forward without the lead of law enforcement, and that was the decision made for this case.
At the time that you were talking to Ms. Kloosterman on Friday the 28th, knowing that the children were due to be exchanged with Mr. Kloosterman on Sunday, what was discussed regarding that?
There was a safety plan put in place that until the children could be interviewed, they would stay with their mother.
When you did that safety plan, who made that determination? Who was the one who had the idea to put that on that piece of paper?
Myself and talking with my supervisor.
Okay. And did you inform Ms. Kloosterman that CPS did not have the legal authority to advise her or tell her in any way that she could violate a court order?
I don't remember, I guess, our specific conversation. I do believe that has came up in conversation with her. I know I too reached out to friend of the court in regards to the safety plan to let them know that we were involved and that we did put that in place. And I believe I sent friend of the court a copy of that safety plan as well.
Well, I guess, do you believe you have the authority to tell parents to violate court orders?
We don't necessarily have the authority, but in cases like this, we do create safety plans, and sometimes a parent will file for a parenting time violation. Most of the cases, I would say they don't. They try to work it out later after the investigation's over.
I know you've been waiting for
do
this.
in many cases.
You spoke to me on Friday, July 28th, didn't you?
I believe so.
And your supervisor spoke to me as well, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And there was discussion about the fact that CPS did not have legal authority to tell Ms. Kloosterman to violate a court order, correct?
Yes.
Did you relay that to Ms. Kloosterman at that time?
Honestly, I don't recall the specifics in the conversations. I know me and Miss Kloosterman did have several text communication conversations on the phone. I don't know exactly on that day if we talked about it the day after.
If your report says CPS Hill let Jennifer know that CPS could not trump a FOC court order, but that she may still safety plan with her that she will keep the children until interviews were completed, does that jog your memory as to what happened or what conversation was had with Ms. Kloosterman?
Yes.
Okay, so is it your recollection that you did in fact tell Miss Kloosterman that you had no authority to tell her to violate this court's order?
Yes.
Okay. Nonetheless, part of the safety plan was that she would violate the court's order by keeping the children from the exchange on Sunday that was court ordered, correct?
Yes, that would be violating the court order.
And I was asking more that was part of the safety plan, right? And did you tell Ms. Kloosterman that she needed to talk to her lawyer about that before she did it?
I may have said that you can talk with your lawyer. Again, CPS safety plans are voluntary. We write them down. We hope parents follow them. That's, I guess, as far as a safety plan, I can just say that they're voluntary with parents.
Did you tell Ms. Kloosterman that the safety plan was voluntary?
I don't know specifically what I said as to that. So I can't, I guess I don't recall specifically what I said about that.
So if you told me when we talked on Friday, July 28th, that the safety plan was directed by Ms. Kloosterman, you communicated to her that she needed to talk to her lawyer and that it was voluntary, was your communication to me correct or incorrect on July 28th with respect to what you told Ms. Kloosterman?
As far as, what do you mean?
You told me all those things, that you relayed to Ms. Kloosterman she needed to talk to her lawyer, that you didn't have the authority to tell her to violate a court order, that that the safety plan was voluntary and that the safety plan was directed by Ms. Kloosterman. That's all the things that you told me. So when you told me those things on Friday, July 28th, was that a true statement of what you told Ms. Kloosterman that day?
Yes, I believe so. And the conversations that we had, yes.
When was the interview with the children scheduled to occur at the Children's Advocacy Center, the CAC?
It was scheduled the following week. I believe it was Tuesday of the following week.
Would that have been August 1st of 2023?
Correct.
And when these interviews were conducted, were they joint or separate? Meaning, were all the children together or separated?
They're all separated individually.
Was either parent in any of the interviews, or was it just the children by themselves?
Only the children with the interviewer in the room.
Okay. Who conducted the interviews? Do you know?
It was a staff member at the Children's Advocacy Center. I don't recall her name off the top of my head. There's a couple different ones.
Were you present to observe these interviews firsthand?
Yes.
And how did
we're I guess not present as far as from the child's perspective. It's behind a video screen. We're in a separate room.
Okay. But you were watching these interviews live, is that correct?
Correct.
But as far as the children knew, it was just them and the person, the interviewer that we don't know the name of.
Yes.
Are you trained in something called forensic interviewing of children?
Yes, I am.
Can you explain to the court what forensic interviewing means?
Forensic interview is basically a protocol that's followed. You would start out with, typically, if you're following the protocol exactly step by step, you would start out with introductions. You would talk about a neutral topic to build a rapport with a child. You would do kind of a practice interview essentially with them, for them to kind of speak regarding details. You would go over the forensic interview rules to make sure that they have an understanding. Those rules are to always tell the truth. You go over the difference between a truth and a lie. You go over to correct the person speaking if they're wrong. to never guess an answer and to ask if they don't understand something, and just making sure that they understand each of those by giving examples if needed. Then forensic interview it's child-led, so we're not asking leading questions, we're asking open-ended questions, clarifying questions. And that's kind of the process.
And is it fair to say then that the point of going through this process with children is to determine if a child's statements are a truth or a lie?
Yes.
What training have you had on how to conduct forensic interviews with children?
We have that initially in our 9-week training. Over the course of 3 days, we go through it. Then various times, year after year, we have different one-day trainings, just various things that come up that we can do a refresher.
And what training, if you know, was the person who conducted the interviews? What training did they have on how to conduct forensic interviews with children?
They would have the same training. So anyone, whether it's law enforcement, CPS, you have to go through a 3-day forensic interview training for initial, I guess, certification.
And since you're trained and certified in forensic interviewing of children, if you're observing somebody else forensically interviewing a child, is it fair to say you'd be able to detect whether they're doing it right or wrong?
Yes.
In your observations of the interviews with these children in this matter, were the proper forensic interview protocols followed?
Yes.
And were you and the interviewer and law enforcement, were you able to determine or make a judgment that these children were understanding the difference between telling a truth and a lie?
Yes, they all were.
And were the children in this matter, were they cooperative and open in the interviews and answering questions and providing information?
Yes.
Do you know the ages of these children?
I'm probably not going to get them right. I believe 15, 13, and 9, maybe.
If Kelsey was 10 at the
Oh,
time of
okay.
the investigation, does that sound right?
Yes.
10, 13, 15. Do ages matter when you're trying to determine if a child is telling a truth or a lie, or their statements are reliable?
Yes, I mean, they have to be able to answer, I guess, the forensic interview rules correctly. We usually give examples, and if they get them wrong and don't understand the rules, then it's not really I guess you can say, forensic interview.
So, for example, if you were interviewing a 2-year-old child, that would be different than interviewing a 10-year-old child, just simply where they are developmentally. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
With a 10, 13, 15-year-old, in general, would you expect that child to be more developmentally advanced to be able to disclose and share information truthfully?
Yes.
And in this particular case, were you aware of any sort of learning or cognitive impairments that any of these children have that may have affected any of their statements in these interviews?
No, they all seemed like very bright children.
With respect to Callie, when she was interviewed, did she corroborate any of the allegations, deny them, not say anything? What happened there?
So we don't like necessarily read the allegations to the child. It's more open-ended questions, getting information out of them. And through the disclosures, there was nothing, I guess, brought up in regards to the allegations, no matter what the interviewer tried to, I guess, press a little bit. Like I said, we're not directly asking the allegations to the child because it has to be open-ended. We can't ask leading questions. but there was never any disclosures of any concerns.
You know, kind of like lawyers aren't supposed to ask leading questions, but as you'll see throughout this hearing, she does.
I mean, do you talk about, body safety or generalize what the topic is of the allegations?
Correct. Yes.
And do you ask about safety concerns?
Yes. Yep. And there, through any of the interviews, there was no disclosures of any concerns or feeling uncomfortable with dad or around dad or going over to his house. There
And
wasn't
we'll get to that in a moment. I want to talk about Callie right now.
Okay.
So she made no concerns about safety in either parent's home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did she talk at all about the allegation or make any statements regarding the allegation that Miss Kloosterman made that Mr. Kloosterman was kissing her anywhere other than the forehead, such as I think one of the allegations was up and down the leg? Did she say anything?
She's got notifications
I'm gonna
on.
object. I believe the witness testified that there was no concerns disclosed by the child. I think we're trying to circumvent hearsay here and get into exactly what the child said. I think the testimony that there was no disclosure is sufficient.
Well, for purposes of this hearing, I agree, but I mean, she can say whether or not, she said that she didn't go over the exact allegations with the child, so we already know that the child didn't relay any information. Are you just trying to follow up on more specific allegations, Ms. Schmelzer, that there's no evidence, there's no testimony on?
Well, yes, and I would argue also this is an exception to the hearsay rule because it is the investigation of an allegation of abuse or neglect and the children's statements in response to that. Here's where we're going though, is Miss Kloosterman made a lot of very specific allegations, and we're looking into an investigation about them because Miss Kloosterman also brought those up when we were here a month ago.
And I think we're all aware they were unsubstantiated. And there was no disclosure.
She testified to them in her direct testimony, and I'm presenting contrary evidence. That's isn't that what court is?
It is, but I guess the issue is, that the children didn't say anything related to the allegations. So what more? Isn't that the answer you want anyway? How much more do you want than that?
As much as I think that what I know is not what the court knows. I mean, that's what this exercise is informing the court of all the information necessary to make a decision. So I know a lot of stuff. I'm sure Ms. Lentz knows a lot of stuff, but we're here trying to bring witnesses to inform the court of the stuff we know that's relevant to these proceedings.
Right, but by that own admission, that this witness isn't going to disclose anything like that because she's already testified she doesn't. So you're asking questions that you already know the answer to, which is there's nothing there. Why would you ask that question?
Trial practice 101 is never ask a witness a question you don't know the answer to, but I don't know what you know, Your Honor. That's the issue, is I'm trying to inform the court. That's the exercise of the judicial process.
I don't believe that we're going to be able to get into the children's statement in this. I don't think that your question in and of itself, look, I'll be honest, I don't think that the question to which there's an objection pending right now was inappropriate, but I think that it's just superfluous. I think you're just asking basically the same question over and over again in a different way. That this wasn't substantiated. This witness already testified. So I know, if you keep saying it that way, the court does know that there wasn't anything said during this interview. And now you're just asking the same question in a different way. Did they say this? Did they say this? And you already know, and I already know they didn't. So
if it helps, we can stipulate that the investigation was unsubstantiated and the children didn't disclose anything. There.
And I don't want to. I think that it's okay if you're asking questions about whether you believe Ms. Kloosterman was telling the truth or whatever. I think that those are appropriate, and I've already allowed those. I don't believe that's what you're doing right now. You are asking about what the children said.
I I'm asking about, I didn't ask the specific statements of the children. I understand that that was the objection, but I'm asking about the specific allegations Ms. Kloosterman made and the investigation. And I mean,
and I'm trying to cover my butt right now because I know I'm wrong and I don't like being called out on it.
this all goes to impeachment issues of Ms. Kloosterman. I mean, Ms. Kloosterman opened the door. She did. She testified that she believed these things were occurring in October when we were here, fully knowing this investigation had been concluded and she had been informed of the outcome of it. I wouldn't have this witness here had Ms. Kloosterman not opened that door. And I would like to make the record to fully explore those issues, because it not only goes to impeachment issues, it also goes to the issue of the weight that this court may or may not put on Ms. Kloosterman being the only one making allegations, which parent.
But here's the problem. You can't definitively tie Ms. Kloosterman into being the one that made the CPS allegations without having the CPS worker violate a very protected statute or having Ms. Kloosterman admit that she's the one that made the allegations. Just because she said on record that she believes X, Y, and Z is happening, and someone made a CPS claim, that doesn't necessarily tie them together. You're missing a very important element that you're trying to get, and you're trying to do it in a way that is not proper to the court decorum. Ooh, maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I see it.
Is willing to facilitate a close and continuing relationship with the children. And, you know, my job is to present all of the information, because I don't know what the court knows or doesn't know. I don't know what the court, furthermore, I'm making a record for my client of all of the information that is available to this court. That's all I'm doing, is asking those questions so that the court has all of the information. I don't fully understand I guess what I'm hearing is the court saying, I have enough information, stop giving me more. And I believe it's my duty as a lawyer to present all of the information. Whether the court weighs it or considers it is what happens after all of the information is presented.
That's not what I said at all. That's a total mischaracterization. The issue is you can ask, the way you framed the question, you asked what the child said. So you aren't asking about Ms. Kloosterman. So my point is, here's the issue. You're now getting into, I believe you're saying there's a specific allegation of kissing in an inappropriate way. I'll summarize it that way. This witness already testified that the children didn't substantiate any of the allegations. So if you're saying that's an allegation, you're just rephrasing that question. That's all I'm saying. I'm not preventing you from asking the same question a different way. It's just, you have to determine whether it's necessary to go through all these things when you know that the court does know, for a fact, the court knows that none of these allegations were substantiated. Whether you state them specifically or broadly, you are aware of that based on the testimony that was presented not 2 minutes ago. So that's up to you. But I'm not really going to get into whether the children are specifically saying this or that based on the allegations. Because I don't know if the children know. We can ask if Ms. Hill, do the children know what the exact allegations are?
No.
From your knowledge?
No.
Okay. And do you know whether you've informed Ms. Schmelzer of that? Do you know whether she knows whether or not you read the allegations to the children?
I mean, we haven't had that. I don't think we've had that conversation, but we wouldn't.
You may not have had that specific conversation with her before today, but didn't you testify to that today?
Yes.
Was Ms. Schmelzer on the Zoom box when you said that?
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, this is not about what I know or don't know. I mean,
Let's
my
move
job
on.
is to present
Next
information
question.
to the court.
Next
Thank
question.
you. Ms. Hill, one of the allegations specifically that Ms. Kloosterman made was with respect to Callie, that Mr. Kloosterman would kiss her from hip and down her leg. Was that the allegation that you were investigating?
That was part of it, yeah.
And in Callie's interview, was there any questioning or discussion about the appropriateness of Mr. Kloosterman kissing his daughter?
I guess in a roundabout way that was tried to be brought up as far as like bedtime routine or different things or boundaries and that stuff. And that was never disclosed specifically from the child.
There was nothing to indicate that any kissing would be outside of the normal parent-child appropriate relationship.
Yes.
Did you feel that in the interview, Callie was invited, if something like that was occurring, she was invited and had the open opportunity to discuss it?
Yes.
And again, she did not.
No.
Did Callie appear to be truthful in your observations in her interviewing?
Yes.
And do you have any reason to believe in your training and judgment that she was not telling the truth or was coached or afraid to tell the truth?
No.
Then now I'm turning to the interview with Kelsey. Did she make any disclosures?
No, she did not.
Again, did you invite her not you, I'm sorry, the interview, in your observations, the interviewer, did the interviewer invite her to have an open space to talk about anything related to those allegations? I know you didn't ask specific questions, but were those topics sort of initiated?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did Kelsey make any disclosures or statements that made you believe that these allegations had any merit?
No, there was no concerns noted.
Okay. And did Kelsey appear truthful in her interview?
Yes.
Did you have any reason to believe that she, Kelsey, again, was not telling the truth, was coached or afraid to tell the truth?
No.
And did Kelsey confirm that she felt safe with both parents?
Yes.
Not just safe, but that she had a relationship with both parents?
Yes.
And you also interviewed Kelvin, which is the 15-year-old son. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did he make any statements or disclosures about safety concerns in either parent's household?
No, he did not.
You know, Linda, I'm no longer 100% certain. I think the dad wants 50-50, but I believe the mom wants primary physical placement with father having like every other weekend or something like that. But the way that this has been going, like I should have probably rewatched episodes 1 through 5 from the first trial, but that would have been like 10 hours of recap. But I 100% cannot definitively tell you what they're exactly shooting for, but I know they're investing a lot of the court's time for whatever that is.
Did he appear truthful in his interview in your observations and training?
Yes.
Any reason to believe that Kelvin was not telling the truth, was coached, or afraid of either parent?
No.
Any disclosures about physical abuse or violence between the parents in front of the children by any of the children?
Without, I guess, rereading the interviews, I do recall there being something brought up, and I'm not sure by which child, but regarding like parents arguing, like, or fighting, that kind of stuff. But
Thank you,
nothing
Dolphins.
that would necessarily make us substantiate, I guess, for improper supervision based on our policy definition.
And fair to say, adult parents sometimes argue, right? That's not uncommon.
Yes.
But my specific question was as to physical, getting physical during these arguments. None of the children disclosed that, did they?
In regards to their parents, or like to them, or to them, to the children, or to the parents to each other? I guess what
I don't think it
physical.
matters. I read your report.
Okay.
I mean, do you need a minute to refresh your recollection on your report?
I was just making sure I understood your question
There's
correctly.
there was no discussion of any of the children of physical violence in the home.
No.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Immediately following the interviews with the children, did you speak with Ms. Kloosterman while she was there at the Children's Advocacy Center?
Yes.
What did you share with Ms. Kloosterman?
We had discussed that none of the children had made any disclosures at this time that were of concern, and we had discussed that there was not a need to extend the safety plan any further. And then I had called, I believe, Kevin after that and discussed that the parenting time could resume.
Who else did you interview or meet with during the course of your investigation?
I met with Kevin's mom, Kevin, when we met at your office. Trying to recall who else I talked with. I can't recall off the top of my head who else I talked with.
So Ms. Kloosterman, Mr. Kloosterman, the 3 children, and Mr. Kloosterman's mother. You can't recall talking to anyone else.
Law enforcement. I know I talked with the Women's Resource Center at one point, in case conferences with like my supervisor.
And throughout the course of the investigation, the allegations made, and your interviews, if something had come up that you felt you needed to talk to someone else, a teacher, a therapist, a doctor, would you have done that?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, part of the investigation, you're following a trail. Is that fair to say? You're gathering information and then determining if you need to gather more information, right?
Correct.
And in this particular case, you didn't feel that there was a need to speak with anyone else, that nothing came up that said, oh, you need to talk to the doctor or you need to talk to a teacher, right?
Correct.
And throughout the course of your investigation, again, the only person, the sole person that had believed she had firsthand knowledge of anything, including interviewing with the children, was all Miss Kloosterman, right?
Correct.
Not a single other person that you worked with in the course of this investigation made any allegations or brought forth any facts that they saw themselves personally.
Just plain devil's advocate, but she is the wife / mom, and she was around them more than anybody else. It's possible that she saw behaviors no one else had the opportunity to see. Just possible. Not saying definitively that that's what happened, but it is a possibility.
That caused you concern for these children.
Correct.
Did you ultimately close the investigation?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall when you did that, when you closed the investigation?
It would have been right around the end of August, I believe.
And what was your ultimate conclusion when you closed the investigation?
That it was unsubstantiated.
And what does unsubstantiated mean?
Like no preponderance being found for what the allegations were, which was improper supervision and sexual abuse.
And what does preponderance mean?
It means you should get a dang dictionary. She's using very common words. What the hell? Why make her define words that are words, for crying in the mud?
So to substantiate an investigation, you have to find I guess, preponderance. And what I believe for a criminal matter, it'd be like at least beyond a reasonable doubt. For a CPS matter, there has to be a preponderance, is what they call it. Just that there's evidence, some type of evidence that this is truthful.
So would it be fair to characterize it as you would have to find something that indicates more likely than not versus the criminal?
I'm sorry, I bumped the wrong button. Sorry. I was just trying to tell y'all I love you.
Standard of beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
So you would agree there's kind of like a lesser standard for CPS before they make a finding versus law enforcement. Is that kind of why you guys do joint investigations, but you can come to separate conclusions?
Correct.
And so in this particular case, you found that there was no indication of any evidence of any of the allegations.
Correct.
And if you dated, I apologize, if you dated your report September 6th of 2023 as to when you concluded your investigation officially, does that sound correct?
Yes.
So do you feel like you fully investigated this in over a month's time, almost 6 weeks?
Yes.
Do you feel confident in your conclusion?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did law enforcement also close the investigation with no charges or further action taken?
Yes, they did.
I guess let me strike that. Did you inform Ms. Kloosterman of the outcome of your investigation?
I did.
Do you recall about when you did so?
Typically right around when I submit my report, I will follow up with parents and let them know that I'm closing it out.
You're so right.
And did you share with Ms. Kloosterman you found no indication that any of the allegations were true or believable, or there was just simply nothing? Did you inform her of that?
I don't believe I used those exact words, but yes, that we were closing out the investigation.
In the first series of the trial, there was a lot of tension between the judge and that lawyer as well. Because she pulled the same kind of stuff. And he smacked her down pretty hard a couple of times. So, yeah. If y'all want a really long but very entertaining refresher, I've got a playlist for this.
What words did you use?
Just that there was not like enough evidence, and at this time we're closing out the investigation.
Enough evidence versus no evidence.
Honestly, I don't know the specific words I used in my conversation with her.
Did you make it clear to her that it was CPS's position that this probably wasn't happening?
I mean, I don't recall our conversation being super long, more just a touch base that, hey, like we're closing out this report. At this time, we don't have enough to do anything with it.
And so there were no further safety plans or services offered to the family as a result of these allegations.
No.
And you believe that conversation was had with Ms. Kloosterman sometime around the beginning of September, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Lentz, do you have any questions for this witness?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Hi, Ms. Hill. When this report initially came in, was there a reference to text messages?
You mean from like parents, like just texters? Yes, there was some reference to that.
So in a reference to text messages, do you know, was the reference in regard to conversations between Mr. and Mrs. Kloosterman?
Yes.
So in this whole, Ms. Kloosterman's the only one that's made these allegations and their verbal allegations. There was actually documents in the form of text messages to support her claims, correct?
I believe there was like a screenshot she had shared. Yes.
And did Ms. Kloosterman actually text you a picture of that screenshot text message that was referenced by the initial reporter?
Yes, she did.
Okay, so be fair to say Ms. Kloosterman isn't just pulling this out of thin air. She had some form of documents to support her claims.
Yes.
And Ms. Hill, when you do an initial report or follow up on a call, do you research if there's been any previous CPS involvement with that specific family?
Yes, we do.
And was there previous CPS involvement with the Kloosterman family?
There was, and I'm trying to recall off the top of my head. I believe it was a couple years ago. But there was.
And to your knowledge, were those previous involvements or previous involvement substantiated or in terms of CPS lingo?
Would I have time to pull it up real quick to refresh my memory, or?
No, if you can't remember, that's all right.
Okay.
Ms. L, is it common for CPS workers to...
You see how much nicer this one is? This lawyer? Oh, if you can't remember, it's okay. We can move on. Seriously, could you imagine the other one?
develop a safety plan?
Yes, it is.
And you testified that this particular safety plan, it was created by you and your supervisor, is that correct?
Yes.
So to be clear, it was not Ms. Kloosterman who put that language in the safety plan.
Correct.
Ms. Hill, do you think it puts parents, for lack of a better phrase, between a rock and a hard place when they have a safety plan and a parenting time order in place to decide what one to follow?
Yes.
And you testified earlier that it's CPS hope that they follow the safety plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Hill, is it possible for someone to have a belief even though CPS says otherwise?
Objection, speculation. How would she know what somebody, specifically Ms. Kloosterman, believes?
I didn't specify Ms. Kloosterman, Your Honor. I'm asking
anyone. And it's even more speculation.
I think you can follow up with some foundation questions. I don't know how speculative
Sure.
it is, but you could follow up and then easily fill that in.
Ms. Hill, in general, do you ever have parents that
Tammy.
continue to believe abuse, neglect, whatever is happening, even though CPS has unsubstantiated their claims?
Tammy, I am so blessed. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to have all of you. That's how I'm doing. And I'm also sitting in a very smelly room because Ava has dog butt. I said it. She does. Thank you so much for caring. I love you.
Yes.
And Ms. Hill, I'm sure you do great work, so don't take this personally. Is it possible for CPS ever to be incorrect with their conclusion?
Yes, I would say it's a possibility.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Ms. Schmelzer?
Thank you. Ms. Hill, there was a question about a text message, one single text message between Mr. and Mrs. Kloosterfrick, correct?
Yes.
And that was over 5 years old at the point that you were investigating. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I believe it was from 2018.
And that was solely provided and generated by Miss Kloosterman, no one else, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Kloosterman was asked about that text message, wasn't he?
Yes.
That text message was not documentation supporting Miss Kloosterman's claims, was it?
There was something in the text message related to the swimming. I can't remember specifically what it said. It was, I guess, strange the way it was worded in there. I can't specifically say. They're just, because it was from 5 years ago and that was all we had, there wasn't enough. I discussed with law enforcement. I'm not saying that it was nothing.
Mr. Kloosterman didn't recall sending that text and or informed you that it was taken out of context. Isn't that correct when you investigated it?
Yeah, the concern was brought up regarding maybe there was like a typo or that it just, I don't know. There was a lot of different things, I guess, that we kind of talked about regarding that text message.
On its face, that text message in and of itself did not show that there was abuse happening, did it? If you just read it totally in isolation.
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. And have you ever seen people, even in your own life, in your investigations, they make typos in texts, right?
Yes.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it can happen, sure.
And you mentioned that that text message was from 5 years ago. Did that influence whether you believed that that single solitary one and only thing was enough to do anything with this matter?
No.
Do you take concern with a parent who brings about something that occurred 5 years ago, 5 years after the fact? Is that way into your investigation at all?
Concern with the parent as in regards to, what do you mean?
Well, let me state this differently. If a parent's truly concerned about abuse or neglect occurring, do you consider the fact that they waited 5 years to tell somebody, waited until a divorce is pending, waited until a custody battle is ongoing before they brought it up? Is that something you take into context?
I mean, I don't know exactly how to answer that. Again, I mean, we just talked about the text message not being anything in and of itself. So I don't know that at that time, maybe that parent even could recall that being something. So I guess I don't know how to exactly answer that.
Let me ask this. Did the fact that the text message was 5 years old have any influence on how much weight or consideration you gave it in your investigation?
Yes.
And what weight or consideration did you give it, considering it was 5 years old?
Just that it just wasn't recent in time in regards to the allegations. And that was just like a one small piece that we had of it.
And she provided nothing else in between 2018 and present.
Not that I like, if you mean a documentation, something like that, or
Correct.
not that I recall.
And your testimony was that this text message was provided to you as a screenshot from Miss Kloosterman to you, right?
Yes.
And you have no indication whether it could have or was altered in any way or not.
I wouldn't have a way of knowing that, I guess.
With respect to the safety plan, how do you explain that you told me on Friday, July 28th, that the safety plan was directed by the parent, and your testimony today was that it was directed by you and your supervisor?
I guess I don't recall you saying it was directed by or I guess I don't recall that. The conversation that me and you had?
You recall that there were a lot of phone calls between you, me, and your supervisor on Friday, July 28th, discussing the fact that CPS doesn't have the authority to tell a parent to deny parenting time ordered under a court order, correct?
Yes, that is correct. We did a voluntary safety plan with the parent.
And you told me on July 28th that safety plan was directed by the parent, not you and your supervisor. Is that correct?
Yes. I don't recall saying that specifically to you. I don't know in what investigation I've ever had a safety plan being directed by a parent. That's always coming from us working with a parent.
Okay, so was that something you were just saying to me because I was pointing out that CPS didn't have the authority to do that? And so you said that to me?
Again, I don't recall saying those words to you. I guess I'm sorry if it was misconstrued, but in any investigation I've ever done, we work with parents, we do safety plans, but I've never had a parent direct a safety plan.
Is it your position today that CPS has the authority to tell a parent to violate a court order by retaining children?
I mean, I think it's made clear that CPS doesn't have the authority. I mean, what I can say again is we safety plan, we hope parents work with us. The safety plans are voluntary. Lots of times I'll follow up with friend of the court to let them know. I don't know what else I can say, I guess, in regards to that.
Do you believe that in this instance, you were clear with Ms. Kloosterman that the safety plan was voluntary and that you did not have the authority to tell her to violate this court's order?
Yes, we had that conversation.
I have no further questions.
Any final questions, Ms. Lentz?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Hill, do you have any knowledge as to if Ms. Kloosterman returned the children immediately following the interview on Tuesday?
Yes, I believe they went right to Kevin's that day.
1 second, Your Honor. Thank you. And Ms. Hill, the text message that was referenced, it was kind of teed up to be a typo. When you interpreted that text message, did you think it was a typo?
I think we talked about a lot of different possibilities. I know we had this conversation with law enforcement too. Did I think that was strange in a text? Yes, but we also had, again, kind of all these other things that it could have been. And one of them that was shared was like, is it a possibility that this was a typo?
And Ms. Hill, to be clear, it was phrased that like Ms. Kloosterman is the one bringing up these allegations. She was not the reporter of this investigation.
Objection, this goes beyond the scope. I mean, she could have asked it in her original cross. This is recross. I didn't bring up any of this in redirect.
Well, to be fair, I believe that Ms. Lentz, you objected to this exact issue as to who identified, and so I'm gonna continue my ruling.
Okay. And in my question, I'm not asking for the identity to be disclosed. I'm just asking if it's Miss Kloosterman.
I'll allow that.
Okay.
My
And-
objection again is it goes beyond the scope.
I understand. Overruled.
I think, okay. Was Miss Kloosterman the initial reporter?
No, she was not.
So this testimony about Miss Kloosterman brought this up 5 years later and Miss Kloosterman, all that, that's not accurate because Miss Kloosterman was not the reporter, correct?
She was not the reporter. Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're
Your
all
Honor,
set.
do I get redirect since this was my
You got-
witness?
Yep, you got redirect. These are the final questions.
Well, she got to cross
All right,
last.
next witness.
And I called the witness. And,
Your next
and
witness.
Oh my gosh. I was watching that on my phone while I was taking the dog out. That's exactly what I mean about how the judge smacks her down. Holy cows. See? Miss Kloosterman's lawyer knows how to do it.
Please.
Your Honor, for the record, I would like to do another redirect and ask because Ms. Lentz went beyond the scope of her original cross and the original redirect. And I have a follow-up question based on what she just said. And this was my witness originally.
I know I disagreed with whether or not you had that opportunity. You did. Next witness. please.
Your Honor, I argue that I did not.
You've
because
made
she
your
again went
record. You're welcome to file that in an objection following this hearing. Your next witness, please.
For the record, I would like to call Miss Mindy Hill and ask a follow-up question. Your Honor, I'm asking to call Miss Mindy Hill. I have not released her.
I
as a
understand
witness.
that. Next witness.
Miss Mindy Hill.
If you have no further witnesses, then I guess we're all
Oh,
set.
I have further witnesses, but I'm recalling Miss Mindy Hill, and I did not release her as a witness. She's under subpoena, and I'm
The
calling
court
Miss Mindy Hill.
released her.
Your Honor, I didn't release her from subpoena, so I'm recalling Miss Mindy Hill.
The court released that witness. I followed the
Oh.
same exact format with every single witness, and you know that.
Your Honor,
get
I don't
direct,
believe so.
you get
I
direct,
believe
you
Miss
get
Lentz
cross,
was always given the
You get
opportunity
redirect.
to ask.
She has final questions with the other attorney, and we're all set. I don't believe that she went beyond the scope. You're saying that. We just disagree. That's okay. I disagree with whether or not you had an opportunity to fully examine that witness. We're all
Your
set.
Honor,
I released the
during the
witness.
course
I'm not
of-
going to argue with you anymore. We're either going to go on to the next witness or I'll end this hearing right now.
I'll call Kevin Kloosterman, but for the record, I would
Your
still like to call
objection
Miss
is
Mindy
noted.
Hill.
That's perfectly fine. Everything is fine. You can file an objection to that. That's the way it works.
Your Honor, I disagree. I have clear notes that indicates that when
All
plaintiff
right, Mr.
presented her-
Kloosterman, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Wow. That was so incredibly unprofessional. To sit there and argue with the judge like that. There is a time and a place and a procedure for all of that. And the one thing that you don't do is sit there and argue with the judge. That is like career suicide. Wow. No, I disagree. I don't think that he violated the lawyer's rights. He allowed cross and redirect, and I mean they went back and forth, and then it was done. She had her opportunity and she squandered it. She doesn't get, she doesn't get another try at it just because she wants it. And the judge's order is final say. If she disagrees with it, she can file a motion for that but not sit and argue with the judge. Wow. And maybe I'm wrong on that. But that's as far as I see it. Oh, wow. Well, if that's the case, then she can bring that up on appeal if she doesn't like the final orders. But I think the judge is going to be fair in his final orders. But we'll see.
Sir, do you recall that we were here on October 17th and October 18th, and you testified on that date on October 18th?
Yes,
And you were already sworn in under oath at that time.
correct.
And due to time constraints, we were unable to continue your redirect on that date.
Correct.
And that's why we're here today. Is that
That is correct.
okay?
Yes.
So we're picking up sort of where we left off. And incorporating your prior testimony. And I believe the best interest factor that we were on was D, the length of time the child has lived in a stable, satisfactory environment and the desirability of maintaining continuity. So just kind of laying the groundwork for where we are, okay?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Do you provide the children with a stable home environment?
Yes, absolutely.
And how do you do that?
I take care of them. I give them the things that they need. I parent them. I give them the meals they need. I help them and advise them to do their homework. Give them a place to sleep and shower. Give them all the food, the things that they need. We try to live by a routine. Support them in any way that I can.
And there was some change in housing during the course of this divorce temporarily. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so where were you living temporarily during this divorce proceeding?
I've been living with my parents.
Is their home suitable and appropriate for the children?
Yes, absolutely.
Plenty of space, bedrooms, things like that?
Yes, they all have their own space.
And you and Ms. Kloosterman reached a property settlement agreement that you will be retaining and moving back into the marital home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's the home the children have been living in for how many years?
We've been there for 3 years.
Okay. And that's where the children were on the weeks that Ms. Kloosterman had parenting time with them during the course of this.
That is correct, yes.
And that home has always been suitable and satisfactory.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
Plenty of bedrooms for the kids in that home.
Yep, each kids have their own bedroom.
And when do you expect to be moving back into that home? Do you know?
Hopefully soon. It's been quite a process to get my some mortgage, doing it all on my own. Should have that wrapped up this week so I can get Jen her check, and then we'll go from there.
And what was the property agreement, if you recall, as to the timing of those things?
I believe I have to have her money to her by December 19th, and then she has 30 days to leave the home.
And your plan is to move back into that home, and
It is as soon as Jen moves out and allows me in.
okay. And the kids will have the same bedrooms they've always had and things like that in that home.
Yep. We talked about how we will make it our home.
I mean, this best interest factor talks about stability, but would it be fair to say when you go from one home to two homes, there is a little bit of instability? How have the kids been adjusting as this process has moved from, having their parents in one home versus two homes?
It's definitely been an adjustment. The youngest struggled at time early on. I don't think it was as big of a deal as what Jen has made it to be. But of course, there's going to be an adjustment. Of course, they're comfortable being at my parents, their grandparents, but leaving their home or their bedroom, that's definitely an adjustment. But they've handled it well. there are times they show up and they're like, I just want to be in one place. I want to be in my bedroom. And it's not that they're saying they don't want to be with me or they don't want to be with Jen, or they want to be in that space. But usually, I mean, Sunday they come to me tired. They go home to Jen probably tired, so she probably deals with the same sort of thing. It's an adjustment. It takes them probably a day to adjust back into the swing of things of where they are, but they've been fantastic. They've adjusted well. They are anxious to get back into the home. They're
It's possible.
hoping it's before Christmas. But
Is it fair to say that since Miss Kloosterman's going to be moving out of the marital home, the kids are going to have to go through an adjustment of the new space that she's going to be in too?
Yeah, it'll be an adjustment for them again, and I hope to help them with that and encourage them with that. I want that to be their home as well.
I posted
I want
it.
them comfortable there, and I know
You
Jen
did.
wants the same. Yeah, but it'll be an adjustment. It'll be an adjustment for them to go to that. I'm sure they're nervous, they're excited, they've said things, but yeah, it'll be an adjustment. I hope it goes smoothly. Hopefully Jen can be in there before Christmas. That's what she wants, to create those memories with the kids and start that transition with them.
And you kind of mentioned that the children, have expressed like, oh, I feel comfortable in this space I've always been in, or their own bedrooms. That's the home that you're going to be retaining.
That's the home that I will be retaining.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned, there's a little bit of an adjustment going between the two homes, and you do exchanges on Sundays. Do you have any opinions on whether exchanges could be done on a different day to help the adjustment, or is Sunday still your proposal as the best option for the kids?
I do think Sunday is best. It gives us, I think there are pluses and minuses and whatnot to change the day, but Sunday to Sunday would be my choice.
Is that what the kids have been used to?
That's what they're used to.
At this point.
Yes. Yes.
As much as you can get used to an adjustment.
Yeah, it's an adjustment, but I think they've handled it about as well, about as the best that they can. I've been impressed with how they've handled it. They have their moments. They're tired. You can always tell when they've had a good long weekend with them doing their activities. Sometimes they come Sunday night and they're extremely tired, but Monday morning they wake up and it's fantastic.
I'm going to turn my attention to the best interest factor, the permanence as a family unit of the existing or proposed custodial home or homes. As we go through these proceedings, is it your proposal that the joint physical custody week on, week off, as set forth in the temporary order, that continue as the final?
Yes, absolutely.
So fair enough, the proposed custodial homes would be your home and Miss Kloosterman's home.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about the family unit in each of those homes. What is the family unit that will be in your home?
It'll be me and the 3 kids.
Are you in any romantic relationships or have any other third party or person coming into the home and the children's lives on a regular basis at this time?
No, not at this time. My focus is on the kids.
And to your knowledge, neither is Miss Kloosterman. As much as you can.
As much as I know, yes.
So the proposed custodial homes, based on your proposal, would be, you and the kids, Miss Kloosterman and the kids.
Yes.
Do you think that that's, a permanent situation, or at least a stable situation at this point?
Yes, I do.
We're not discounting that parents have the right to move forward, but
right,
as we are right now.
Right. My focus is on the kids.
Ms. Kloosterman discussed in her testimony some dogs and a cat that she felt served as factual basis for a permanent, stable family unit for the children as favoring her home. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
So tell me about these family pets when you and Ms. Kloosterman shared a home together as a family unit with your 3 children.
We had Copper the cat. We've had him for a number of years, and that was the only pet we had. At one time, we had a dog for a short time years ago, but our lifestyle, it's a lot. It's like having another child, and at the time it didn't work.
So the cat, that was it was you, Miss Kloosterman, 3 children and a cat, when you were married.
Yes.
And have you agreed that Miss Kloosterman can keep the cat, the pet?
I was told by her and the kids that they were keeping the cat, which is fine.
So you weren't really asked your opinion on that?
No, I was not.
Would you be willing to give the cat a home in the marital home when you return if that were offered to you?
If that were offered to me, I would absolutely keep Copper.
And now these dogs, she mentioned she has 2 dogs, as forming the family unit, and favoring her home as a proposed custodial home. Do you know anything about these dogs?
The kids say very little. I was served my PPO on July 2nd. That's a Sunday. The very next Friday is when they got the dogs.
There's 2 dogs.
Yes.
So these were brought into the home after you moved out.
Correct.
These dogs were not part of the family unit.
No.
What are your concerns about these dogs?
I mean, I think it's a lot to take care of 3 kids, 2 dogs. I'm sure it's a lot. I don't think it fits our lifestyle. I don't know. I mean, I think it's fine. The kids say very little about the dogs. I think it could be good for them. My concern is since mediation, when it was decided I would buy the home.
And I am not a lawyer, so I don't know the law. I only know what I've seen in past hearings. So I very well may have the procedure wrong. If you're certain of it, I did post how you can pull up his stream. And for now, the video is still up, so you can grab it. Otherwise, I do have a copy of it too if you need. But yeah, anything I can do to help you. If you need it, let me know.
Has not mowed the lawn or done anything, and I don't know if that's out of anger or what. But they're also, so I've kind of started to mow the lawn, and there is dog poop.
He did
everywhere, and I've heard the kids arguing about who's supposed to clean it up, whatnot. That's irrelevant. But part of why I was against having dogs over the years was because of that. My lawn, I'm a lawn guy. It's what I do. I love a perfect lawn. So that it was a concern. Our lifestyle, how busy we are, it's a lot for Jen. It would have been a lot for Jen. It would have been a lot for me. We like to go away. We travel for the sports. There was a week in early October that it was my parenting week, and it was a Thursday. And I picked Callie up from school. She had to stop by Jen's house to try on some clothes. They had to take a picture and approve it with their choir teacher. So she did that. I sat there as she did all that. She let the dog out for a little while. But that day, I'm under the assumption that Jen leaves for work at 7:15 in the morning. So Callie let the dog out at like 3. The dog's out at 3. Jen came home for a short time, and then she went to Bay City for Kelvin's football game. I know what time she got back because I was at the high school waiting for the bus return to pick up Kelvin. It was about midnight, maybe a little after. So those dogs were in their crate from 7:15 all the way till midnight, and maybe we're out half hour at most. That's abuse. In my world, that's abuse.
Well, with respect to the children and the family unit, and Ms. Klisterman's proposal that the family pets that she acquired after separation create the family unit, is it fair to say that per your observations of that example, the kids aren't even in the home with the dog? Or dogs,
Yeah,
I should say.
yeah.
They're busy doing their sports.
They're
in
busy.
school.
They're busy doing their own thing. Yes.
And would you agree then, based on that timeline, that the presence of the two dogs were a change or an inconsistency as it related to the family unit as it existed during the marriage?
Correct.
Do you think, in your opinion, the presence of two dogs that were recently acquired should weigh in Miss Kloosterman's favor as being a better home for your children primarily versus being with their dad?
No, that doesn't play a role at all.
Certainly when the children first got two little puppies, they were excited, right?
Actually, they never said anything to me about it.
Really? How did you learn about these dogs?
The kids were posting stuff on Snapchat or whatever they use, but they never said anything to me.
Right. So these dogs showed up around June, July.
July, yeah.
Okay. And as far as you guys have been following the week on, week off ever since then, no problems with the kids adjusting to your home without the pets?
No, they honestly never say anything about them. It's kind of strange, actually.
So I want to turn to the next best interest factor, the moral fitness of the parties involved. Are there any concerns about, in your opinion, about your moral fitness with respect to your ability to provide a home and custody for your children?
No, none at all.
Do you have any concerns or observations about Miss Kloosterman's moral fitness to provide appropriate care and custody for your children?
I mean, I have a little concern, but I hope in the end, I hope it all will be fine. I think it'll be fine.
What kind of concern do you have?
Jen just has a different style of parenting. I feel like sometimes she tries to be their friend more than their parent. Jen is awful with money, awful. And I do have concern that she can take care of herself, handle things, and provide for the kids. But
I am talking about moral fitness, so morality,
yeah,
and I know that's a very generalized term and very subjective to people. But do you have any concerns at all about her interactions with the children under that sort of umbrella?
I think Jen has some issues with lying, manufacturing things. I think that's always been a little bit of a concern. I hope when this is all over with that stops. I think there's times that the kids are being included in adult things that they shouldn't be included in. I hope that doesn't continue at the transition.
During the course of this divorce matter, has Miss Kloosterman made accusations against you that you felt were untrue?
Yes, absolutely.
She filed a PPO against you.
Yes.
By agreement, she ended up withdrawing it.
Correct.
We heard from the CPS investigator the allegations that were made. Did you also come to learn that she made a report to the police about you?
Yeah, I became aware of that the day I was in your office with you and talking to the state police and CPS. And
those allegations went nowhere.
Correct.
Do you have any concerns that we get here for this hearing today and there's allegations of abuse that were never brought up prior in this case? When she asked for exclusive use of the home, she didn't get that. Then the PPO came up. Her trial brief didn't talk about the abuse she alleged in her testimony. Where does that fit in with your concerns about her morality and the influence on the children?
I think Jen is willing to do whatever it takes to get her way. I mean, it just continues from one thing to the next. When she doesn't get her way, it just seems like she comes up with something else. I think she is out to ruin me in any way, in every way. I think Jen struggles with the idea of not having the kids 100% of the time. I think Jen is for Jen.
Can I just say, can we stop trying to destroy the people that we made the children with and do what's best for the children's sake? Can that be a thing? Can we bring that back? Did that ever exist? I mean, when my ex-husband and I split, the main focus was our child and how we protected her. Like, we didn't tear each other down because we made the choice to bring her into this world. And at one point, there had to at least have been enough love to have done that. So if we then turn around and just start bashing each other about what a horrible person the other one is, then we just look stupid. Like, seriously. Yeah, you don't have to. I understand that, relationships, some people grow together and some people grow apart. And that's just the way life is. And if you grow apart and you can't make it work, then be adults, and you don't have to love each other, but you can be amicable and you can treat each other with respect, and you cannot use your children as pawns to hurt the other, because how is that fair? Seriously, this just makes me upset. Oh. That's the judge. It's not a lawyer. And his hair isn't long enough to put behind his ears. He's got it cut right at the top of his ears. And then he's kind of got, I don't know, like, he's trying to grow a beard. Maybe he saw my last stream where everybody called him Prince Charming from Shrek. Well, I called him that. He looks like a cross between John Goodman and Prince Charming from Shrek. And I actually posted a side-by-side of him and Shrek and Prince Charming from Shrek and John Goodman. And it's like spitting image. He really does. Yeah, if you check out what the Kloosterfrick, I think it's the first one. I did that because that struck me. And I think he's trying to get away from the Prince Charming look. He got ribbed real hard for that one. But anyways, I just had to throw that in there. People, if you're getting divorced, just get divorced. Don't try to destroy the person that you built a life with, because you spent years building that life with them. So grow up and don't put your children in a position where they will be irreparably damaged because of your choices and your actions.
And Jen wants the kids because it would be better for her, not the kids.
I mean, fair enough. Do you struggle with not seeing your kids every day?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And
This isn't ideal. Of course I'd want to see him every day, and I understand why Jen thinks that, but
but as we sit here today, what's your opinion on what you're asking for as far as the kids seeing each parent? I mean, this is the reality as you're separating, right?
right, we're separating, and Jen deserves a relationship with them. I deserve a relationship with them. The kids deserve that.
Um,
And we have to make the best of this situation.
And when you talked about that, you believe that Miss Kloosterman would do anything to get what she wants, which is the kids every day. You gave some examples. Is there a specific example of a time that you were in the home for a couple weeks in June, regarding the recordings that Miss Kloosterman was making?
Yeah, I remember a time I happened to be watching TV in Jen and I's bedroom, and I forget why I was leaving the room, and I was walking down the hallway, and I start hearing Jen talking, and she was in the kitchen, and she said, "Kevin, stop. Kevin, don't touch me." It's something to those words, and I wasn't even near her, and Kelvin was in the room. He heard it. He said, "Mom, Dad's
You
not
can't say what.
Sorry.
You can't say what Calvin said.
I was not near Jen, and she was recording a video. Anytime I was in the home, she was recording.
But on that particular occasion,
she made that up. I was not even near her. Nowhere near her.
did Miss Kloosterman make statements to you in April and May as you were beginning to navigate the idea of separation that she still loved you, the children loved you, that you should be with the children, that they wanted to be with you?
Yes, she did.
Okay, those were her statements in April and May.
Correct.
And was that different than her testimony on October 17th?
Yes, it was.
How so?
Her story completely changed, that she feels the kids should be with her. She wants the kids 26 days out of a month, and that's the only person that's good for is Jen.
So she changed her tune as we went through this process.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you, to your knowledge, prior to this divorce, that she thought you were abusing your children?
No, never.
And in fact, in April, May, she was saying, you love your children. She knows you love your children. They love you.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And as this proceeded, different things were coming to light.
Yes. Again, she's going to do what she feels she needs to do to get her way.
Has that been a theme in your marriage?
Yes.
How so? Just in general, or a couple quick examples?
I mean, like, we could talk about spring break. If I say no, we can't afford it this year, she kind of just keeps at it till I give in. And not that I'm the final say, but we always made decisions together. But if I didn't feel like we could afford it financially, I mean, I said that. There would be times where Jen wanted something. I mean, would want something that I didn't agree with. She would try to get her way, even if it was sexual or whatever, which was all just in play with us. But she was going to do whatever she could to get her way.
Was there, they may be jumping ahead, but was there an incident last Christmas that occurred that you felt was her getting her way or doing something to get her way?
Yes, Christmas Eve morning, I had been out buying salt, if I remember right. I plow, and there was a storm coming, and it snowed on Christmas, and I was doing the things to get prepared for that. Last year was financially a lot for us. But the sports and all that. Jen's a gift giver. She would agree with that, and that's fantastic. But when you don't have the money, you just can't do it. And we were spending so much money on sports, and she didn't feel like we had enough gifts for her for the kids for Christmas, and she wanted more money. And I said, we just can't do it. And she got mad, and we were in the kitchen, and she actually punched me. And right afterwards, she was like, I was just trying to knock your hat off your head. But she flat out punched me out of anger because I was saying no to giving her more money. So when I said no to her, I don't know how she did it. It was Venmo, but she got, whether it was $300 or $400, she got it from her parents. So not only did I get punched, she got what she wanted, and then we had to pay her parents back that money. And she felt we needed more gifts for the kids. That's her love language. That's always been her thing. Whether you have the money or not, she was going to find a way to make it happen.
So it was your opinion that you guys really couldn't afford the addition. It wasn't the issue of no gifts. It was just more.
Yeah, it's about the numbers. She loves tons of gifts. She loves Christmas. The kids love Christmas, but yes, Jen wanted more gifts for the kids.
And you ultimately, despite it not being your opinion that you could afford it, you ultimately had to pay because you had to pay for parents back. Is that what I heard in your testimony?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while, but and a lot has happened, so it's hard to remember that stuff. But yes, as far as I know, I remember Jen telling me that she needed to pay her parents back that money, and we
did. Turning to the mental and physical health of all parties involved, do you have any mental or physical health concerns that would prevent you from the ability to properly provide care for your children?
No, absolutely not.
And do you know if Miss Kloosterman has any mental or physical health concerns that prevent her from properly providing care for the children?
No.
Nobody has any diagnosis from any doctors or mental health professionals of any kind?
No, nothing.
And the children don't have any mental or physical health concerns either?
No, nothing.
The homeschool and community record of the children, do any of your children have any community record issues like juvenile delinquency, anything like that?
No.
What about their school records? How are they?
Kids do great in school. They're very driven in the classroom. They do miss some for sports, but they always are eager to get caught up on that. But school is a focus. If they don't have A's, it bothers them. One of Callie right now has A's, and I think the last I saw it was a B. And as soon as that email comes from the school, I always say great job and whatnot, and her response is always something about the B. She's concerned about that B, not the A. She's not excited about the A. She's concerned about the B. And Kelvin's the same way. And Kelsey has come so far and doing well, but school's a focus, and I pushed for them to do that, to do well.
No major disciplinary issues like being expelled or anything like that?
No.
And we already talked quite a bit about school. Your younger daughter needed some extra help, but yes. she's doing well now.
Yeah.
And all your children are good students and behave properly in school.
Okay. Yeah.
Ms. Kloosterman had discussed that your son was disciplined in school for I guess swinging his lanyard and hitting a female student on the bottom. Do you recall her testimony about that?
I do.
She testified that you wanted nothing to do with meeting with the principal. Do you recall her testifying to that?
Yes, I do.
Was your son expelled or given detention or any kind of punishment for that incident?
He was suspended for one day.
Okay. And did you not want to participate in that meeting? Was her testimony correct?
It was not, the school did not want to meet with us. Jen reached out to them. I didn't necessarily think it was necessary to see. All she wanted to do was see the video. wasn't that I didn't want to see it. If she wanted to see it, great. I took their word for it. I know Kelvin was bothered by it. I think it was justified for him to be suspended. He needs to be careful about it. I mean, he said it was an accident, which I believe. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but he needed to be more careful in that world and not make sure he's not doing things like that. So I thought it was justified. But if Jen wanted to see the video, I didn't think. I mean, Jen and I were always like, we team up on everything. She went and saw it, and of course, I'm in communication with what she saw and how. But did I feel like I needed to be there with her to see it? No.
Did you?
But that didn't mean I care any less than Jen does.
So a lot of his testimony and a lot of hers, I can see the parties acting like that. There were a lot of things that she had said of things that he did that I was like, oh yeah, you can see that. You know, I could imagine him doing that. I can see the credibility in both parties' statements. I can also see how those actions could either be misconstrued or characterized in a different light. For instance, as he mentioned, him not going to the principals, you know, to deal with the situation at school. In his mind, it was, well, my kid's getting suspended for a day. He deserves it. There's nothing else to talk about. But that can also be seen as very dismissive. Like, the mama bear wants to fight and, you know, she wants to see the proof and, you know, did my son do this? Does he really deserve that suspension? And she wants her husband to be a part of that discussion. And he's, in her mind, kind of blowing her off about it. So in her testimony, it characterized it as, well, he didn't want to meet with the principal. He really didn't care about the situation. And I was taking it seriously. And I was going to the school. I was meeting with the principal. I was watching the video. He's basically agreeing with her and saying, well, yeah, but it was for a different reason. The reason marriages break down is a lack of communication and an inability to learn to communicate with your partner in a way that they understand in a reciprocated manner. You know, that's why marriages fail. It's always communication. Well, not okay. Like, probably I would say a good 95 or more % of the time. It's always got to do with communication. And so they told the exact same story, but they each had a different perspective and a different spin on why it was the way it was. So yeah, I can see, like I said, I see both of them, the stuff that they said about each other, it fits. And he's agreeing to it now. It fits. But it was for a different reason than what she thought it was, or than what she said it was. And the same thing with him on stuff with her. It's for a different reason than what he thought it was or said it was, you know. But we'll see all of that in cross.
Did you deny a request by the school to meet with parents?
No.
So are you saying that this meeting wasn't really
Jen
even
requested?
To your knowledge, was it communicated to you that this was a meeting for the school and the parents, or you talked about seeing a video?
Jen just wanted to meet with them so she could see that. They said they had a video. It showed Kelvin did it. She wanted to see it. I believed them. I thought it was justified to have him suspended. He needs to be punished if he does something wrong. He learned his lesson.
Was that an isolated
It was
incident?
very isolated. But again, it's not like I didn't want it. I mean, I felt like Jen could see it and communicate with me. Jen's the teacher. This is her world. I'm going to follow her. And
Were you trying to convey that you were uninvolved or didn't care about your
Gilderoy Lockhart, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart.
children?
no, I'm very involved.
Anytime that a parent or a principal or somebody from the school like specifically reached out and said, "Hey, I want to talk to parents about something going on with the kids," have you been there?
Yeah, or with Jen and getting the information from Jen. It's not like I don't know what's going on, like Jen wants to see it, because she knows that's not true.
And we've already talked quite a bit about how managing 3 kids can be complicated, right?
Yeah, it's a lot.
So sometimes you guys had to divide and conquer.
Absolutely. That's how we did most nights.
In that circumstance with Kelvin, did you talk to him about his behavior?
Of course.
So just summary, there's really nothing as far as homeschool community record that's of note specifically for the children.
No.
You don't believe so?
Yeah.
Turning to the reasonable preference of the child, if the court considers the child to be of sufficient age to express a preference, this is always difficult for parents of children that are children your age, 10, 13, 15, they talk to you about stuff. We can't talk about what the kids have told you.
Right.
But I do want to know, what your opinion is to the court. If your children, in your opinion, are old enough and mature enough to state a reasonable preference as to their custodial arrangements if they were asked?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that they would state such or express such a preference truthfully and openly during an in-camera interview?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you have any concerns at all that Miss Kloosterman or a member of her family or her father had been attempting to influence the children's preference during the course of this case?
Yeah, I think they have.
Was there an issue with a boat that was talked about?
Yeah, a couple different boats, a fishing boat. Whether the boat was bought or he had it, it showed up, and I felt like they were trying to influence what the kids wanted.
And the dogs.
And dogs. There was talk of a ski boat. There was talk of snowmobiles. It's one thing to support the kids. I felt like this went beyond that to buy the kids.
So snowmobiling, boating, that's kind of always been something you have done with the kids.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Jen has 2, but Jen's parents had a pontoon boat. That's great for them. And then all of a sudden, the talk became of, let's get a ski boat, and the ski boat is what my parents have, or my cousin and his wife have. So it's kind of like our side has had the ski boat. And then all of a sudden there was talk of that family getting one and trying to motivate. It's appeared that they were trying to motivate the kids to want to be somewhere other than with me.
I want to turn to the next best interest factor, the willingness and ability of each of the parents to facilitate and encourage a close and continuing parent-child relationship between the child and the other parent. Do you believe you are willing and able to facilitate and encourage a close and continuing relationship with the children and Miss Kloosterman?
Absolutely.
How do you feel that you do this?
I say things to the kids to promote that and say that it's important to have a relationship with their mother or with me. I hope Jen, I know Jen thinks that. She's not saying that now because she's trying to get something else, but I absolutely want them to have a relationship with Jen, a great relationship with Jen. Jen deserves that. The kids deserve that. I promote that with the kids.
Your kids are preteen, teenage years, right?
Yes.
Do they sometimes come to you with relationship issues, whether it's their friends, their parents, their grandparents, their classmates?
Yes.
Have they ever come to you generally about, their relationship issues with their mom?
Yes.
And how do you encourage and support and facilitate that relationship if they're expressing a concern?
I tell them to communicate well with her, to listen to her. Calvin is one that he gets angry. I know those two can butt heads at times. I tell him to remain calm. Mom wants what's best for him. I want him to have the best relationship in the world with her. But
so even if they butt heads, do you take the opportunity to be like, "Oh, mom's terrible," or
no,
do you suggest that he needs to listen to his mom when he's with her, and you support her parenting decisions?
I support her parenting decisions, and yes, I have listened to those conversations. I had those conversations with him, and I tell him he needs to do what she says, that she wants what's best for him. I never say bad things about her. If things are said that I didn't say, I stop that and make sure we're talking positive and things like that.
Do you have a lot of communication or a little communication with Miss Kloosterman about the kids, as far as, they need these things, or this issue is going on with one of the kids?
Yeah, I feel like we communicate a lot.
How often do you communicate with Miss Kloosterman, just on average?
I mean, it's most days.
Most days.
And there's times where it's more. There's times where it's not as much.
I mean, and do you discuss not just topics of, okay, the logistics, we got to get this kid here, there, but do you discuss other parenting things, like our son is making this decision and this is what I'm telling him to do, and
Yes.
How does that go?
Most of the time, well. There are other times that it hasn't gone well. Our youngest, for example, has a phone. I feel like she's young for the phone. Too young for a phone. I think it's unnecessary. Jen did that anyway. Went and did it anyway. It's worked out okay. My concern with the phone, with all three kids, is they are becoming addicted to these things, and it's created fights, unnecessary fights, or arguments, not fighting, but arguing. Because I mean, every kid is doing it, and it's an issue. So Jen and I communicate about that. But I didn't have a say in that one. Otherwise, I would have said, I did say no. But that's been an issue. Callie's great with her phone. You tell her to put it away, she does. Sometimes she doesn't even know where it is. She's not obsessed with it. Calvin and Kelsey, it's definitely an issue. Jen has even stated that with Kelvin's phone, I don't want any restrictions, and that's just flat out false. I want more restrictions. Where Jen has talked about me not wanting restrictions is a certain time frame. I feel there's a video game that he and his friends play, and he communicates through his phone, talking to them as they play this game online. And I'm fine with the talking, but I want the social media stuff locked down. I don't want that going on at all hours of the day. It's gotten to the point where I actually take their phones at night. In Kelsey's phone, she's on Snapchat. I think there's TikTok. that phone vibrates at all hours of the night, and Jen is in control of these lockdowns with this phone, these phones. I brought that to her attention. She agreed that something needed to be done. Kelsey, you can look at the phone. There was one time I looked at the phone, and she was on that thing about 4 hours a day. And I've taken the phones at night to make sure that they aren't on them at night. But it's an issue. But that's one thing that we communicate a lot about, or maybe argue about. But for the most part, we communicate well about the kids. But it's
and kind of focusing on this, encouraging and facilitating the relationship. We're talking about you supporting that relationship that the kids have with Miss Kloosterman right now. We'll switch gears in a second. Has Miss Kloosterman come to you and said, hey, this and this is going on with our child. This is my take on parenting. Have you supported, if the child have there been any instances where the child's, upset about her decision? How do you handle that?
I always tell them that Jen wants the best for them. She's always going to put them first in her decision making on things that they are doing. I promote that. Again, I want her to have an amazing relationship with them, as I think she deep down wants that with me.
Do you feel that Miss Kloosterman has exhibited a willingness and an ability to facilitate and encourage a close and continuing relationship with you and the children throughout these proceedings?
I think what Jen has wanted has changed. Early on, like you said, she said the kids needed to be in my life. Now she wants me to have them 4 days a month.
Was there an incident where you were in attendance at a game for one of your children in the last couple months with your mother? That something occurred between Jen and your mother?
Yeah, my mom was sitting by somebody that Jen is not a fan of, and I happened to be leaning on the fence, just watching the game. And Jen coached the team. And she approached me because she saw my mom sitting by that person, and she said, you and your mom can go F yourselves. She didn't say F, she said the actual word. And there were kids around. There were people that heard. Completely unnecessary, inappropriate. I went and made my mom aware of that, and my mom actually left. And went home. She was so upset.
When this occurred, were any of your children present at that event?
Yeah, Callie. It was Callie's softball team and her teammates. And
were her teammates within earshot, or her within earshot of Miss Kloosterman making this statement to you?
Absolutely. I don't know if they did hear. That no one reacted. I didn't look around to see if anybody reacted, but yeah, they were definitely close enough to hear.
Any other incidents like that have occurred recently?
Spring break a couple of years ago, we were in Florida with my cousin, his wife, and their 2 kids. We had rented a house with them. The house had a pool table. It was a huge place for all of us. And it was just a place that we hung out for the whole week. Kids could swim and do whatever they wanted. We were on a canal fishing. And at one point, one of the evenings, and we were hanging out. The kids were playing pool, and I was playing pool with my cousin's wife. And Jen had been after me the whole week. My cousin even stated that when he testified, that she made it uncomfortable. Well, we were playing pool, and Jen was upset that I was playing pool with her, and she came in, and all 5 kids from the age of maybe 6, 7 to Kelvin was probably 13, 14 at the time. And in front of all 5 kids, she comes in and she says, why don't you two just go F? She said, again, she didn't use F, she used the real word.
I should leave
We
that
all
alone.
know that you want to. And the kids were all in that room. They all heard it. It created an issue. I was made aware that that family will never go on vacation with us, being Jen and I, again, because of that. Jen lost her cool, got angry, said something that she shouldn't have, but she did.
I try not to eat when I stream, but this is a long one. And I literally have had nothing but toast today. So I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to eat some raspberries and strawberries.
Are those 2 incidents that you testified to, or is that the only time that she's said anything disparaging about you in front of the kids?
I mean, nothing stands out.
Has it happened before at other occasions?
Yeah.
And why does that give you concern of her? If she's doing that to your face, do you have any concerns about her willingness and ability to facilitate that close and continuing relationship with your children and you now that you're separated?
Yeah, but some people are really bothered by when people eat on stream. And I'm sure I'm going to get comments about it, but whatever. I'm starving.
I think right now it's very much an issue. My hope is that as this situation comes to conclusion, as we both can move on with our lives, that stuff can stop. That stuff will stop. That we can get in a routine. I think Jen is a very angry human being right now. My hope is that stuff stops. I mean, it's a huge transition for all 5 of us. And as we move away from this and move on, I hope that stuff stops.
When it comes to you and Ms. Kloosterman discussing parenting decisions for your children, if you express, that there was a disciplinary issue or that your child came to you about something or that you want something to occur with respect to parenting, how does she respond to you?
I feel like she listens for the most part. I mean, the phones have been an issue. I've asked for those to be locked down, especially more on Kelvin and Kelsey.
Sign me up.
I feel like for the most part, right now, I feel like there's a lot of games being played to try to make me look bad. My goal is that crap stops after this is over with, and that we can actually work together. There are times that in the last couple months that I feel like, well, things are going great. We are working together, and then something happens, and then something stupid happens, and then all of a sudden I feel like we're fighting again and can't get along. But when I think it comes down to the kids, I do feel like for the most part we agree on what needs to be done. But I'm tired of the games. I'm ready for the games to be over with. I'm tired of it. I'm ready for all of this to be done and move on so that Jen and the kids can live their life and the kids and I can live our life. I want the best for the kids. The focus is on the kids.
I ran out of
turning
bananas.
to domestic violence and whether or not there was violence directed at a child or witnessed by a child or not directed or witnessed by a child, but just in the home between you and Miss Kloosterman. All of that. Has there been domestic violence between you and Miss Kloosterman?
Well, she punched me on Christmas Eve. And then in 2019, we had an argument where we were hand fighting. She was on the couch. I was kneeling next to the couch, and we were kind of hand fighting, and I shoved her hands away from mine, and I don't know if it was her hand or my hand got her in the nose. She had a nose ring that made her nose bleed, and she called the police on me.
Um, when we went to look for the criminal record, it didn't exist. Is that correct?
Right.
Why is that?
Because I was told if I just went through the classes and everything that I needed to do, it would go away.
So you don't actually have a criminal record?
No.
So he did deferred prosecution, but here's the thing. If that story is true in the way that he told it, then their marriage had long been over and she had already been planning her out at that point. Because you don't call the cops on your partner for an innocent, accidental smack like that. And if you do, it's because you're trying to create a record. So I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But if his version is true, it had long been over by that point.
She's alleged in these proceedings that you do.
Right.
Is that true?
But it's true that she says that.
Well, is it true that
Yeah,
you have
no,
a
it's
criminal
not. It's
record?
not true.
And you talked about the Christmas Eve incident where she punched you. Was that 2022?
Yes.
Were the children in the home when that happened?
Yes.
Were the children in the room?
No.
Okay. Did you call the police when that happened?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I knew what I had gone through in 2019, what the kids went through, but as far as that, even Jen, and there was no way I was going to have the kid's mother arrested on Christmas Eve. I didn't want Jen to go through that. I don't want the kids to go through that. I mean, Jen has showed anger towards me. I didn't think she lost her cool. I don't think she intended to hit me. And I didn't want her to go through what I went through. I didn't want her family to go through that.
Was that the only time she ever did that?
No.
Were there other times?
I mean, there's times she tried to hit me, corner me, bite me.
Have you ever seen her behave like that towards the children?
No, I mean, she'll get angry, but she would never touch her children.
What about the cornering you, attempting to bite you, things like that? Did that happen in front of the children or with the children in the home?
The children that are in the home, I don't believe that they ever saw. Most of the time when Jen would corner me, we'd have a disagreement, argument. I would walk away to try to cool the situation. That situation, we were in our old home. We had a walk-in closet. I would happen to be in the closet. Jen came in and cornered me, and when I tried to get by her, that she tried to bite me, grab me, punch me, and I grabbed her hand to stop her from doing those things and keep her at a distance.
I would like to direct your attention to the previously admitted exhibit, plaintiff's exhibit 49. And do we need to share screen or do we all have that?
I have it, thank you.
Your Honor?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. I am going to pull it up for my client, however, so one moment. Sir, do you remember that Ms. Kloosterman testified to, and this exhibit 49 was admitted as a picture of her arm with a bruise?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall an incident in 2018? Believe she testified October 2018, where she had a bruise on her arm that you remember?
I mean, I recall this. I didn't see the picture at the time. I don't remember the bruise, but I know the only time I've grabbed her was when she was trying to bite me or hit me.
In October of 2018, when she testified, she had this bruise. What was going on between you and her?
Hi, baby.
Uh,
You want to come in too, Earl?
I mean, obviously a disagreement. I don't recall the exact. I mean, that's a long time ago.
Was that the incident where she was trying to bite you?
Yes. I was trying to keep her hand away from me.
Did you intend to hurt her?
No.
Were you acting, so to speak, in self-defense, in your opinion?
Absolutely.
Where was she trying to bite you?
In my hand, or anywhere she could get me. I just was trying to keep her hand away from me, pinch me, grab me, hit me.
Was she doing this aggressively, not a playful tickling, pinching?
No, it was not playful.
Okay. Were you were disagreeing about something?
Yeah.
Was she coming at you aggressively?
Yes.
Were you approaching her aggressively?
No.
Let's move on to Exhibit 46. Pull that up for you. Previously admitted Plaintiff's Exhibit 46. Ms. Kloosterman testified that this is her back with scratches that she received by your hands in February of 2019. Do you recall that testimony in this exhibit?
Yes.
What was going on in February of 2019 between you and Ms. Kloosterman?
Argument, disagreement. I can be in an argument and walk away and just let the situation calm itself. Jen does not like to do it that way. She likes to resolve it right away. That's just her style. If I'm walking away from her, she's trying to corner me. That mark on her back came from a light switch that was in one of our hallways. I just needed some time to cool the situation. She was trying to corner me. I tried to get around her, like, even a hallway's not very wide. I tried to move her to the right. She tripped, hit her back on a light switch. We had been doing some painting, if I remember right, so there's no light switch cover. I think it was, so it made it a little larger. She nailed her back on that. It was not that I shoved her or anything. I tried to get by her, to get my space, calm the situation, get away, to let things cool before we continued. And Jen's not one to she likes to resolve things right away. And
As far as physically, was she approaching you aggressively or getting in your way from leaving?
yes.
How, kind of explain what all happened?
She likes to try to corner me into a bedroom or into a room, into a space to resolve the situation. And sometimes I just need a few minutes to calm. And when I tried to get by her, that's what happened. I just need my space for a few minutes, just to collect my thoughts and let her calm down.
Did you aggressively push her into the wall?
No.
Even trying to get by her, like elbow or anything like that? What happened that she got this scratch on her back?
I mean, I moved her aside, and obviously she's pushing back and whatnot. But
what do you mean moved her aside? Did you?
Well, with my arm moved. Did I push her, shove her? No, I just tried to squeeze. I mean, we're in a hallway. I tried to squeeze by. At no point did I shove her or anything like that. I mean,
had she been not trying to corner you, would any of this happen?
no, it wouldn't have happened.
I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 47. It's a picture that Ms. Kloosterman testified is of your son Calvin's arm, per her testimony, with fingerprints in either 2018 or 19. Do you recall seeing that exhibit?
I recall seeing the exhibit, yes.
Have you ever seen this picture of your son Calvin before?
No.
In 2018, 19, that was 4 or 5 years ago. 6 years ago, maybe.
Right.
She never showed you this picture before?
No, I don't recall ever seeing that picture.
You ever see Calvin in 2018 or 19 with 3 lines on his arm?
No.
Did you ever grab your son Calvin's arm and leave fingerprints on it?
No.
Even looking at this picture, do those appear to be fingerprint marks in your opinion? I mean, given the size of your hand and your son's size.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. It doesn't appear like it, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't abuse my kids or touch my kids in that way.
How old was Calvin in 2018 or 19?
12, 13, or no, 9, 10, somewhere in there.
So he would have physically been smaller than he is today, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And again, Miss Kloosterman never in 5 or 6 years said, hey, I think I have a concern with your discipline of our son.
No, not physically, no.
Have you ever aggressively physically laid hands on any of your children?
No. My kids are my world. I don't want to hurt them.
Do you have any concern that Miss Kloosterman is taking pictures like this and 5 or 6 years later is when she says she's got a concern, not when it happened?
It's very odd. It's very odd.
Does your son Calvin now, or even when he was 9, 10 years old, or any other time, did he ever get bruises or marks on him just from being a kid and playing?
Of course.
How often?
Quite often. He's a very physical, active, athletic young man.
So
it would happen quite often.
So was it unusual that he would have marks on him from playing with other kids or playing sports?
No, not at all. I would not physically hurt my children.
At 9 or 10 years old, was he already in contact sports with other children?
Yes.
You have any reason to believe that this injury was sustained in a different way than you, such as sports with kids or gym or school?
Absolutely.
And Ms. Kloosterman never brought this to your attention in 2018 or 19?
No.
Not a single time?
Not a single time.
Let's turn your attention to Exhibit 54 that was previously admitted here. Ms. Kloosterman presented this exhibit from 2015. How many years ago was 2015?
8 years.
8 years ago. 8 years ago. She claimed that she sent you a text that your son Calvin had a fever. How old was Calvin in 2015?
7, 8 years
He's
old.
15 now.
Correct.
Okay. So tell me about this text message exchange, because her testimony was that this is relevant to your current parenting of your children now in 2023. What was the context of this discussion where she stated, Calvin is burning up, I should sleep with him tonight? And your response, I can do whatever you want after you deep throat me.
I mean, it's a stupid text. It's goofing off. It's
Sounds like a fair proposition to me.
sense of humor. That's like the type of relationship Jen and I had. We'd laugh about that stuff. I'd make light of the situation. I felt like sometimes Jen would overreact with what she needs to do with a kid or a situation. Like the kids get sick. But I didn't. I mean, it was a joke. I was making light of the situation.
As part of your marital relationship, did you joke about things like that? I mean, you're adults in a relationship, right?
Yeah, it happened often. It was all It was play. It was fun. It was
In the
goofing around. I mean, maybe it's it's weird. It's maybe a strange sense of humor, but it was funny. It was always funny and with Jen until it wasn't. Until she decided that was something she could try to use against me.
in 2015, was this the type of banter that you and her had?
Absolutely.
In the incidents where your son was sick, were you both in the home while this text message exchange was occurring?
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of my sense of humor too. If I had a partner, I would be sending jokes just like that back and forth. So I can understand that could be just a joke. I can also understand how, from the other side, if they were already in a strained position, how that could be not wanted at that time. But if that's something you've been doing throughout your entire relationship, back and forth, and your partner is trying to repair things, why would they change who they are or how they are just because the relationship is strained? Maybe they're just trying to pretend like everything's the way it's always been.
Were you also talking outside of text messaging about your son's care?
Yeah.
Did you do anything to prevent her from providing proper care for your child while he was ill?
No, not at all.
Were you participating in the care for your child while he was ill?
Yeah, I do what is needed.
And these text messages, were they at that time in 2015, were they private between, excuse me, a husband and a wife?
Yes.
Okay.
At least we have each other.
Did
Yeah,
you?
I would never. Jen or I would never talk like that in front of each other. It was all just text messages play.
And at the time of your son being ill on this occasion, was he provided proper care and attention?
Absolutely. Kids come first in everything Jen does and everything I do.
The text messages kind of go on into the next couple days, and she presented this entire exchange. What else are you seeing going on in the day after this and the following day as it relates to parenting?
I mean, everything that needs to be done as far as a parent for their child goes on. We carry on multiple conversations in the same, I guess they call it text thread or whatever.
Yeah. Can you get milk from the store? Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
I'll be home when I'll be home.
Yeah.
But is the balance of this an accurate representation of the type of relationship that you had in maintaining a household and caring for kids?
Yeah.
So that one comment up there, insensitive maybe, but
yeah, I mean,
taken out of context.
It's not the proudest moment, but yes, it's taken out of context. It was all in fun, and Jen knows that.
How did she respond to you in person when you said that?
She would laugh, or I mean, she'd give me a weird look or whatever, a goofy look, or laugh it off. I mean, she knew not to take me too serious.
Did you actually intend to convey to her on this occasion or any other occasion that you were not going to parent your children or take care of the responsibilities of the household until there was some sexual favor provided?
No. Kids always came first.
How do you explain that her testimony now is that was ongoing fear in her mind that if she didn't perform sexually for you, you wouldn't take care of the kids or the household or your obligations as a parent and husband?
I think Jen has known for a long time that our marriage has struggled. We've had a lot of ups and downs. I think she is doing whatever she can to get her way. She was not in danger. She never felt in danger. I think she kept some of this stuff in case she ever felt like she needed to use it against me
Why would she need to use it against you?
to get her way. It's a game.
Throughout your marriage, did Miss Kloosterman ever once tell you, I don't consent to this sex talk or texting?
No, I mean she made offers to me. It was just as much her offering me in a game as it was to her. I don't keep my text messages. If I had all my text messages from the last 10 years, I'm sure there's stuff that she said to me.
During your marriage, did she ever tell you, I don't want to do something sexually, I don't consent to this, and then you forced her to do it?
No, never.
During your marriage, did she ever tell you after the fact that she did something sexually with you and that she really didn't want to, but she did it because she was threatened or intimidated by you?
No.
Did she tell you to stop those text messages?
No, she knew it was all in fun and play.
And were those text messages was that all day, every day that you were saying stuff like that? Or
no?
Isn't this a child custody hearing? Are we a little off track on that? I mean, I think we've stepped a bit outside the bounds of child custody hearing.
Okay. Any other indication to you, by even if it was not verbal but physical or some other cues, that your relationship, your marital relationship with Miss Kloosterman was no longer wanted? Anything like that going on in the years?
We had our ups and downs, but I think we both always wanted to make it work.
Even kind of as you were navigating the separation process last February, March, April, May, June, as we were kind of in and out of the home and this divorce proceeding was starting, was Miss Kloosterman still on occasion giving you what you believed were cues or advances sexually that she was flirting with you?
Absolutely.
And then she would flip a switch and go the other way?
Yeah, I mean, even during that time, I was in the home. Jen, I knew she always had her phone on her.
Sorry, that's my watch. I will take the watch off.
I remember one instance where I came home from working. She actually patted me down to make sure I didn't have my phone on me, and then she talked to me, sexually, sexually and things, made offers, and I think she knew I would follow up on that and kind of push that, and she did. She used it against me. We've seen some of that in this, but yeah, she made sure that I wasn't recording her before she did it. But no, it was back and forth.
Is there other examples? She didn't present them, but are there other times where, in person and text, that she flirted with you or made sexual advances on you?
Absolutely. It was.
Did you feel that was just part of?
That was part of
the fact that you're in a romantic marital relationship?
Yeah, absolutely.
You guys are people and a couple outside of having kids, right?
Right.
Was any of that exposed to the children ever?
No. We did not do stuff in front of the children. And we didn't talk like that in front of the children.
Another example here, Exhibit 56. I'll pull that up for you to review that. Exhibit 56, Ms. Kloosterman testified, is another example of you responding to her with wanting sexual contact when she's talking about the children. Do you recall kind of that testimony where she expressed that.
Yeah.
And so looking at
remembering
Exhibit
all these
56,
things,
yeah. Looking at Exhibit 56, 2018, so five-ish
Yeah.
years ago, almost 6 now. She testified that she was wanting to watch her sister's kids, and you didn't want that to happen.
Right.
And what was going on there?
I mean, it's different than what Jen says. If I remember right, Jen always didn't know. I mean, there's an age gap in Jen and her sister. They didn't always see eye to eye. I mean, they're siblings. They're close. But I remember Jen being frustrated with her sister, feeling like she was being taken advantage of. Her sister wanted her to take care of her kids, and I didn't think she necessarily needed to go out of her way to help her sister out when her sister doesn't necessarily return the favor, or I guess if we're always doing stuff for them and they don't do stuff for us, then why continue that? And I remember Jen being frustrated with her. But other than that, no, I would never tell her not to help her sister. It was strictly a disagreement between them. And, if you feel like you're taken advantage of or upset with her, then why go out of your way to help them? But I would never tell her not to take care of her kids just for the sake of telling her not to take care of her kids.
And when we kind of look down the page in the text string, all of a sudden there's a comment there from you to her about sexual activity.
Yep.
Tell me about why you decided to say that at that point in time.
Make light of a situation, make a joke, relax the situation, laugh with Jen. I always, over the years, would try to get Jen to just relax and go with the flow, and don't let things bother you so much. And if that was my sense of humor.
And again, was that private? That wasn't a sense of humor that you shared with
No,
each other?
that's why. Yeah, it's why it's a text. It was between Jen and I. But
at the time, did it appear that she took that as a threat, or, I mean, did she give you that impression that she was threatened by that comment or intimidated by that comment?
No, never.
I mean, her response was, no, LOL. What does LOL mean to you when she said that?
Laugh out loud.
Right. And then within seconds, I'm going to sleep downstairs with Calvin. I told him I would. Did you believe she was taking that as a joke? She didn't take it seriously.
No, she absolutely took it as a joke.
Okay. She didn't respond to that.
No, okay. She knew it was just a joke.
And then going further, you made a statement, come in here, I have an offer for you. How did she respond to that?
I mean, that certain one, I don't recall, but I mean, laughing it off.
She said, I'm on my way within 2 minutes.
Yeah. It was fun. It was us goofing around together. Again, it was fun at the time, and it was fun for her. It's what we joked about. We had a very physical relationship.
And at the time, did she say to you, either in person or in text, hey, don't say something like that, I feel scared, intimidated, go
never.
away?
I mean, she might think I was weird sense of humor, but she never told me not to do it, or not that she felt threatened or anything like that. It was never anything like that.
And she laughed.
Absolutely. I mean, maybe she thought I was stupid or an idiot, but yeah, she laughed.
So never gave you any indication, like, don't say something like that to me, that's rude, disrespectful.
No,
nothing.
Never.
She played with you on that, bantered back and forth.
Absolutely.
Okay. We only have one page of this text message string. There's probably more, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you guys text a lot.
we have them doing a lot. Yeah.
Let's look at Exhibit 55. Pull that up here. In Exhibit 55, she testified that she thought your responses to her were an example of inappropriate parenting because of the use of language. Do you recall her testimony regarding that?
Yes.
What was going on in 2020, so almost 4 years ago now, in this text exchange?
If I remember right, it was a conversation that involved Kelvin at hockey and things he was hearing at hockey. That was that.
She's saying here, I think her example was that her statement was still not worth calling him an ass.
Oh, right, right.
What was going on there that, did you call your son an ass?
It's possible I told him he was acting like an ass.
Yeah. He was misbehaving on that occasion.
Yeah.
Okay. She took issue with the use of that language in front of the child, swear words, curse words.
Right.
Was her testimony. And her testimony was that she felt that you didn't take that seriously. Why did you respond this way? You said don't ever go around the hockey team. What was going on here?
He was hearing things. I mean, hearing that language. So I knew he heard words like that. That doesn't justify it, but
have you ever heard another parent swear or use a curse word in front of their child?
Yeah, a whole lot.
And in hockey locker rooms, do the kids also use that kind of language? I mean, right, wrong, or indifferent, it happens.
Yeah, it happens,
Okay.
and we've had that conversation with him that we try to not have those things happen. But yeah, I mean, Jen uses that language, and not that we both try not to. Sometimes it just comes out.
I mean, you previously testified to her using the F word, the F-U-C-K word.
Yeah, and I'm sure she regrets that, but it's still
Has happened.
It has happened.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you take parenting seriously?
very seriously.
Do you also acknowledge that you can't protect your children from every influence and exposure to everything ever, anywhere as they get older and get more social and involved with other kids and other people?
Yes, it can be a little overwhelming to try to protect them and teach them right from wrong and the language that they use. Yeah, I have that conversation. The girls, not so much Calvin. I mean, he's a 15-year-old boy. He's using language that I don't approve of, and I tell him that. I'm sure Jen tells him the same thing.
But were you, dismissive of Ms. Klosterman's concerns here, or why were you talking to her in this way when she brought this to your attention?
To try to make light of the communication, I guess, to calm the situation, to know that he does hear stuff like that.
Is that a recognition of the realities of the world?
Yes.
Okay. But that's not, were you communicating to her, I don't take this seriously, I'm being a parent, and
No, I take parenting very seriously. I want my.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, her testimony was that you blew her off and didn't take this seriously, and why you were responding the way you were responding here.
Yeah, no, I take it very seriously, and as a parent, I don't want to use that language. I don't want Jen using that language. I don't want my kids using that language. we try to even be in front of people that aren't going to use that language, but it happens.
Was this a private text exchange between you and Miss Kloosterman as well?
Yes.
So your comments to Miss Kloosterman were not overheard, seen to your knowledge, I mean, at least from your perspective, by any of the kids.
Right. I mean, we do our very best at not talking like that in front of kids or having them use that language or people that they're in front of using that language.
I want to turn your attention to, let's see which exhibit we're on now. Exhibit
Honor,
29.
I don't mean to interrupt council's flow, but we've been going for about 3 hours. Is it possible we could take a restroom break?
Well, we're only going till noon, so.
We're only going till noon today?
Well,
Yeah,
until we
I
break
thought this
for
was
lunch.
scheduled all day.
Until we break for lunch, everyone. Sorry. That's when we break. Yeah, we can take a break. I don't know. All right, I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. We're back on the record on case number 2317423 DM Mishmelzer.
Thank you. Mr. Kloosterman, just as a reminder, even though we took a break, you're still under oath. I think where we left off was I was directing your attention to the previously admitted exhibit number 29, plaintiff's 29, as a text message string that occurred between you and Ms. Kloosterman in April of 2023. In that exhibit, Ms. Kloosterman testified to your text message admitting, so to speak, to addictions. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Can you please explain the context of the conversation that occurred with you and Ms. Kloosterman and why you were making these statements?
I mean, I always try to diffuse the situation, but I don't really understand I would like to see you get some counseling for your addictions. I mean, maybe she's assuming I'm addicted to pornography or something like that.
Well, in the text message string, overall, were you even discussing the children in general in anything here in this?
No.
Okay. So would you say that this conversation was about your marriage, which in April of 2023 was rapidly deteriorating, so to speak?
Yes. Yeah, it was about our relationship and marriage.
Okay. We start with, I will always love you. Are you going to divorce me? You're an incredible wife. This is my fault. I know that. What's going on here? In April of 2023, was there an accusation that you were having an extramarital affair?
She told me, she accused me of having an emotional affair.
Did you admit to that affair?
Yeah, I text with people.
Were you having an extramarital affair in your opinion?
No, it was texting and communication and friends. I have females that are friends.
So is that the context of why this conversation was happening?
Yes.
Between you and Ms. Kloosterman?
Yes.
And again, this was not something, at least from your perspective, you ever showed to the children or that the children were involved in this conversation.
No, kids were not involved, never read this. We never talked like this in front of kids.
So in this, you're talking about your phone. Your phone is a problem. You're saying, I'll give up my phone. Mm-hmm. Why are you offering that?
To try to make our relationship and marriage work.
And why is the phone the thing that you believed at that time would make your relationship work?
Because Jen wanted access to all of my communication with anyone and everyone, and I said I would give up my phone and just do without if that would help us make things work.
And we already went through some testimony with her where she was texting you in April and May of 2023, demanding to see the Verizon account login and your text messages.
Mm-hmm.
And she made multiple demands in that time frame.
Yeah.
Okay. about 40 in the context of about a month.
That sounds pretty reasonable.
Okay. So that's what was going on in this time frame of April 2023, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you're, I want to get down to like your statement. The phone has caused so many addiction issues, and her response, I would like to see you get some counseling for your addictions. Do you have an addiction?
No, I have friends. I have friends that talk, text a lot. It's with multiple people. That's what it is.
Has anybody in the mental health professional field ever said?
This is the one part of his testimony that I just absolutely don't buy. Not even a little bit. He's trying to play it off like the addiction he was talking about was related to his phone. No, it was because you can access porn on your phone. That's what the problem was. And you were being accused that your addiction was to pornography, we'll put it that way, for, when YouTube audits my channel again. But yeah, I believe 100% that he may have been watching that stuff on his phone, engaging with that kind of realm, but I'm not judging him for it. But why pretend? I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. Saying, well, I was addicted to my phone. You were the one complaining that you didn't want your kids having phones because you were afraid they'd be addicted to it. So don't sit there and try to claim now that your addiction is because you spend too much time on your phone. Spend too much time on your phone on the naughty sites with the rest of us. But that's besides the point.
Diagnosed you with or even suggested that you have an addiction of any kind?
No.
In the context of this message, what specific addiction was being alluded to or addressed or discussed?
Jen just thought I was overly secretive with my phone. And
did she accuse you of being addicted to your phone?
yeah, she has. Yeah.
Did she, and you mentioned addicted to pornography?
Yeah, not, but she has told me I was. Because
So when you said this phone has caused so many addiction issues, why were you saying that to Ms. Kloosterman if you're now saying you don't have any addiction issues?
To diffuse the situation, because for a long time in this, I wanted to try to make our marriage work. I didn't want the kids to be in a broken home.
And to the extent that she's accused you of being addicted to your phone or pornography, has she ever said that that affected your ability to parent your children?
No.
Um,
my kids come first in everything I do, and Jen knows that.
In April of 2023, were you trying to save your marriage?
Absolutely.
Were you willing to, at least at that time, go along with what Ms. Kloosterman wanted?
To a certain extent.
To the extent that she said, you have an addiction, you were willing to say, okay, fine, I do. Let's move on with that.
Yeah.
Even though you didn't really believe you had an addiction.
No, I didn't have an addiction. I wanted to do what it took to try to get along and make things work. For the longest time, I thought it was best to try to make it work for the kids. And I'm sure Jen thought the same thing.
With respect to your phone usage or even pornography of any kind, have you ever not been present for your children or able to meet their day-to-day needs?
No, no. My kids are my world. I put them first in everything I do.
Um,
They are everything to me.
I'd like to direct your attention to plaintiff's previously admitted Exhibit 34 here. Pull that up. Ms. Klusterman presented this text message exchange from April of 2023 regarding discussing leaving your daughter's game early. Do you recall that testimony in that text message?
Yes, I do.
Did you leave that game early?
Yes, I
Again, I'm
did.
sorry.
It was a softball game. It's always a doubleheader. I showed up towards the beginning of the first one and watched all of that, and then noticed Callie giving Jen some attitude, maybe taking exception to some coaching. I may have said some things directed at coaching too, or things that she could do better. For whatever reason, Callie was in a bad mood that day. Kind of gave Jen some attitude that I didn't agree with, gave me attitude, and she didn't seem to even want to be there. And I said I was kind of, if you don't want to be here, then why should I be here? But I watched some, but I left, and I'm not gonna. Jen's given her time to coaching her, and if she's gonna have an attitude and not give her best effort or take to Jen's coaching or my coaching if I'm the coach at that time, or trying to help her, then I'm gonna maybe go get dinner started or go back to work or help another child but I mean,
Oh no, I
I think
love it.
that's quite overblown.
Do
We
you
all
typically leave games early for your children?
No, no, that may honestly be the only time I ever have. There's nothing I'd rather do than watch my kids' sports. Obviously, I mean, Jen and I have always worked as hard as we can to give our kids every opportunity to do the things that they love, and I know Jen feels the same way, and we love watching our kids play the thing and do the things that they love.
And she testified that she felt like you were leaving set a poor example of support for your child. Do you agree that that's what happened that day?
No, I disagree with that.
Did you talk to your daughter about her performance that day? And you said her attitude.
Yeah, I definitely did, and I'm not going to support. I mean, in that situation, Callie, for one, needs to act like Jen's the coach and forget the fact that she's her mom and show the respect. We're only there to try to help her and support her and help her become the softball player, volleyball player, whatever sport it is. We're there to support her. But that day was kind of rare Callie. And I decided that I wasn't going to stick around for that type of behavior.
But also in that text string, you left to go get dinner started. You stated, right? Was that dinner for the whole family?
Yes, absolutely.
So you didn't like leave to go to the casino or go drink at a bar or something like that?
No, it was to prepare dinner for when Jen and the girls came home and go on with our evening.
Did you feel like preparing dinner for the family was supporting your children's needs and interests as well?
Yes, absolutely.
And like you testified that was an isolated incident, that April game, right?
Yes.
Since then, have you attended games and sporting events for your children?
As many as possible. I mean, the PPO played a role in that. Some away games are too far for me to attend or can't afford to go or whatever, but we make everything that we can try to.
Put this away for now here. Ms. Klusterman alleged that you tell sexual or inappropriate jokes to the children. In her testimony, she used an example of a joke about a potato and IHOP. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Did you tell the children these jokes?
I did not, actually. We were out on Lake Leon. I was out on Lake Leon with the kids on Memorial Day with my cousin and his wife and some other families. And we were all hanging out, and it was actually one of the other families' 10-year-olds that told the kids those jokes.
Can you control every influence or everything that is said to or around your children as they're getting older and involved in social activities, have friends on sports teams in school?
No, I can't control everything.
So sometimes your kids might hear inappropriate jokes from other parents or
Right.
other kids or
Right.
other places.
Right.
And the two specific examples she gave, it's your testimony that you didn't tell the kids those
I
jokes.
did not tell the kids those jokes. It was actually my cousin's 10-year-old daughter that told those jokes.
Or love, same
Ms.
thing.
Klusterman alleged that your son Calvin likes to work with you in landscaping in the summer months and wants to earn money. But her testimony was that you did not always pay him. Is that true?
I mean, maybe when he was younger, I didn't pay him, but we also pay a lot of money into his activities. But this summer, I actually did pay him, gave him some of the money he earned. The rest of it is under control of my mother right now. The kids have bank accounts with the kid.
Wow, I'm sorry, but that statement was so telling. Under control with my mother right now. Not opened up a bank account for him, not it's in a safe place, not a shoebox under the bed. No. The money is under the control of my mother now. I'm sorry, that statement alone, like, I couldn't do it. He's not my type. We'll just say it that way. He's not my type.
And Jen's name on them because I'm working on getting my mortgage. My mortgage guy told me do not open any bank accounts, buy anything. So I cannot open a bank account with my name and Kelvin's name on it. So my mom is currently under control of that money.
I mean, it's being held for Calvin.
Yeah, as soon as I can open that savings account for him, that's where it's going. Kelvin knows that. He's been made aware of that. I still give Kelvin some spending money. I still advise Kelvin that we shouldn't just spend all of it. We should try to save it, trying to create good spending habits and all that. But no, Kelvin is being rewarded for the work that he is doing.
During the summer, this last summer, 2023, did Ms. Klusterman allow Calvin to go work with you on the weeks she had the children?
No, she did not.
Even though her testimony was that Calvin likes to work with you to earn money.
Yes, he very much does, and that was a tough situation because then Calvin was not happy about that situation, and I mean, and that was Jen's decision, and he needs to go by what she says.
During her testimony, Ms. Klusterman discussed that gifts are her love language, which is fine. I think you said that in your testimony too.
Absolutely.
Do you recall that she testified about a Lululemon bag that the children gave her, and she was really excited about that because gifts are her love language?
Yes.
Do you know anything about that Lululemon bag?
I do. I bought that bag. I took the girls to the Lululemon store and picked that out and paid for that, and they were very excited about that. And
And it seems Miss Kloosterman was also excited to receive that
Yeah, absolutely.
as well, since
Yeah.
she brought it to the attention of the court to testify when
Right.
she received that.
Right.
Okay. Going in the kind of vein of gifts are her love language, was there a private and personal marital sort of banter between you and her about gifts and money in
Yeah.
your
Yes.
private marital relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Was that between the two of you?
Yeah.
Okay, Miss
Yeah. I mean, the kids.
Miss Kloosterman alleged sort of that you would demand sexual favors in exchange for gifts, things, money. Is that true?
I mean, I offered. I wouldn't demand it. I never demanded anything, and Jen made just as many of those offers to me as I did to her.
Did she solicit by asking for things and offering to do sexual favors?
Absolutely. That was a playful thing between Jen and I.
Okay. And did you feel that that was responding to her gifts are my love language issue in a way? Like
Yeah,
she was asking for, okay. I want to be really clear. At any time, did Miss Kloosterman not have access to the money and the finances of the marriage?
Jen always had access to all of our money, bank accounts, anything.
So if there was ever buy me this thing, she could have gone and bought it for herself, right?
Yeah. I mean, we would have discussions about not spending money, but no, she always had the opportunity to buy it. I didn't control that.
Was there even an issue during the marriage that Miss Kloosterman would take money from the business bank account of Kloosterman Landscaping Business without telling you?
Yeah, it happened.
So she had access even to your business bank account.
Yes.
And she's not part of the business.
Well, not anymore.
I mean, that was your employment, so to speak, during the marriage. She was employed elsewhere.
Was since we've separated.
Right, but during the marriage, she wasn't operating the business in the sense of managing it, working it. She had her own.
Yeah, she helped when she was available.
But she had her own job.
Yeah, she had her own job.
Okay, and that was how you earned money for your family, right?
Correct.
And she had access to even that account.
Correct.
So to the extent that it was, I'll buy you this or give you this amount of money, she could have taken it.
Absolutely. I never restricted her.
And did she actually take money out of bank accounts when she wanted it?
Yeah.
Okay. She never lacked access to any of the marital funds.
No, she had access to everything.
Ms. Kloosterman claimed that you work late in the summer months, often until dark. Is that true?
That's pretty broad statement. The only time if the kids have a sporting event or the kids want to go boating or something like that, I am always done when those things want to be done. The times where I work till dark might be a Thursday night because we're leaving Friday as soon as I'm done to go to Mackinac Island or for a sporting event. But if the kids had anything going as far as sports, I never missed any of those games. I would only work longer hours the night before, the night after, or, when we returned from Mackinac Island or whatever. I always did whatever I had to do to make those trips happen. And sometimes I had to work till dark, but if it was something where the kids and Jen wanted to go boating or do something with friends, I always chose to do those things, and then just maybe the next night had to put in more hours to get my work done. But we played pretty hard as a family, and Jen and I both did everything that we could to make those things happen for the kids.
And this last summer, did you adjust your work schedule based on when you had the kids in your care versus not?
I sure did.
So were you working late nights and into the dark hours of the day when you had your kids in your care this summer?
Never. I would actually, when I get the kids at 6 p.m. on Sunday, knowing that I would work long hours Friday, work all day Saturday.
Love you, Palmyra Productions. Thank you for coming out, and sleep well. Sweet dreams. I better be in them.
Work all day Sunday, and then I would maybe take Monday off, take Tuesday off, but I never worked long hours when I had the kids. It's always when the kids were with Jen, I was working those hours to create time to make time for the kids and do things that they want to do. And we had days during the week where we went boating all day because I was able to work and get those things done on the weekend or whatever, or when they went back to Jen.
In the winter months, does work slow down for you?
Yes, it's very inconsistent. When it snows, I work. When it doesn't, I don't.
What do you do when work slows down in the winter months?
I clean the house, do the laundry, all the things that need to be done around the house, make the dinners. I'm more likely to make dinner that time of year than in the summertime. More time to help take the kids to their appointments, things like that, whatever needs to be done. But yeah, I always made sure the house was clean when they were coming home, and spent my day doing those things.
And in the winter, Miss Kloosterman was still working.
Right. Yep.
So you were at home kind of doing those things for the family and the kids.
Right.
Okay.
And when the kids were not in school, I mean, it was the same way. I was home cleaning the house, taking care of the kids, all of that stuff while she was working.
Do you miss sporting events for your children so that you can be at work?
No, I don't. I always stop to be at those events. Even this fall, Calvin played in a hockey game, and I remember right, the PPO was still on at that point, and I didn't feel comfortable being in an ice rink with Jen. And Calvin said, "Hey, we play games that FaceTime," and I took the kids boating in between. I'm sorry. Yeah, I took the kids boating in between. I stopped work to take the kids wakeboarding, some of his teammates and him, and then went back to work. But I only missed the games when the PPO and I didn't feel comfortable being around Jen.
Do you coach for your children?
Yeah, I do.
What teams do you coach?
At one point or another, I've coached all of them in baseball, softball. I've done football, we've done volleyball and basketball and everything. Yeah, this summer I coached the youngest, Kelsey's softball team.
Miss Kloosterman claimed in her testimony that you're too hard on the children with respect to sports, that you disparage and belittle them. Do you feel that you do that?
I don't belittle them. No, with the girls, it's positive all around. I mean, they like to be pushed, but it's never negative or what you did wrong. It's great job. Calvin, on the other hand, he is very driven. He wants to know what he does wrong, so he can be better. I mean, he wants to be the best, and so we push him. Jen does the exact same thing that I do. He likes to know what he does wrong. He likes to be pushed. He absolutely wants to be the best, and he would tell you that he wants us pushing him.
And is that why you've maybe had tougher conversations with Calvin about sports?
Absolutely. He wants to know what he didn't do right. He wants to be pushed.
And you've observed Miss Kloosterman doing that as well?
Yeah. I mean, she knows that he wants to be pushed, and she pushes him, and but I've never pushed the girls like that because I know that they don't want that. It's just different with them. I can read them. There's actually times that with Callie playing hockey, I've asked Jen to cool it because she will push a little harder than what I think Callie wants. Yeah, I mean, Jen knows that the kids want to be pushed and want to be, the best that they can be. But I mean, I know she thinks that I push him a little hard, but I think he would tell you that that's what he wants. I only want the best for him. It's not like I'm mad. I'm not mad at him. I'm helping him and trying to help him be the best that he can be, because that's what he wants. His ultimate goal is to play college football or college hockey. He wants to be the best on the team, whatever team that is. And I feel like I help him do that. And Jen does too. She wants him to be the best and wants his goals to come to fruition.
So I want to talk about Exhibit 19, which was a video and audio recording between you and Miss Kloosterman, where you were in the bedroom. Do you recall that video?
I do.
Okay, that was the one that we had to go off the record to view. One moment, please. Come on. Come see my girl. Charlie wants to be part of that conversation. There we go. Apologize. So Exhibit 19. I want to ask you about that. You recall that video? That was the one we had to go off the record to talk about and view. Okay, that was you and Miss Kloosterman in the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Biscuits.
In Miss Kloosterman's testimony, she claimed children were in the room during that discourse between you and her. Do you recall her testifying to that?
I do.
Was that true?
There was no children in the room.
And based on the video we saw, we didn't see any children in the video, did we?
No.
We didn't hear any other voices than yours and Miss Kloosterman's.
Correct.
Did you feel that that was a private conversation between you and your wife at that time?
Absolutely.
Um,
I try very hard to not have arguments, any adult conversations in front of the children.
Would you have said the things that you say in private to your wife as adults? Would you say those things in front of your children?
No, absolutely not.
Her testimony that one of your daughters was coming in and out of the room or was in the room. Not true?
Not true. Not true.
Did you believe your children were even in earshot while that conversation was happening?
No, because if we're having a conversation like that, the door's closed.
Miss Kloosterman appeared unclothed in that video. Is it common for her to walk around without clothes on in front of all of the children?
I mean, it's been a common occurrence with Calvin getting a little older. It's kind of stopped in front of him, or she at least makes sure she's faced the other direction, which I still don't love, but she's, I understand her mindset, but I don't always agree with what she says, why she does that. But.
We already talked.
So what's the reason? You said you don't agree with her mindset, but you understand the reason. So what's the reason? I genuinely want to know. I'm dying to know.
About the parental restrictions on the phone. So I'd like to turn your attention to defendant's proposed Exhibit A. Do we need to screen share that, or I know it's been a while, but I previously shared that with the court and opposing counsel.
I'll let you handle it. If there are issues, you can handle it however you'd like.
Well, I'm just pulling this up for my client, so one moment here. So I need to go through some. Defendant's Exhibit A is a series of pictures and images. To lay a foundation, I need to go through those with my client. I have it up on my screen. Again, I don't know if the court would prefer to share a screen or if we're all just independently viewing it.
Your Honor, and I will stipulate that these are pictures of the defendant and the children so that we can kind of fast forward the foundation part of it. I don't have any issues with them coming in or any foundation issues.
Well, then I'd move to admit Exhibit A.
That's fine.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you.
We can go through them, but we've got 2 minutes, so we're breaking for lunch. So
Okay, would we like to break now and then I can ask questions about these pictures? Or would we like me to go through the pictures and then break?
I'm okay with whatever.
Okay, because I think I might need more than 2 minutes, but I
Oh,
shouldn't.
no, I wasn't suggesting that you had a 2-minute time frame. It was whether you wanted to use these 2 minutes to ask and then we come back. We can just,
Okay.
I wasn't going to put a 2-minute time frame on your presentation. All right, so I will. All right, we're back on the record on case number 2317423DM. Ms. Schmelzer.
Thank you.
I love you guys so, so much that I took out all of the breaks and I stitched them all together for you.
I believe we left off with that defendant's exhibit A had been admitted, and I have some questions for my client regarding the admitted exhibit. Does everyone have that before them?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Kloosterman, we took a short break for lunch. I just want to remind you, you are obviously still under oath. Where we left off was exhibit A. And so I'm just going to ask you some questions about those images that are seen there. Can you kind of describe what images are seen on this first page?
I mean, that's me. Obviously, taking a picture, holding each. The bottom one is Kelsey. Callie's on the top. That's.
How old were they in these pictures? About?
I mean, it looks like Callie might be 10, maybe 9, somewhere in there. Kelsey's probably 5, 6, something like that.
And what kind of things were you guys doing? Activities or whatnot when these pictures were taken?
Well, that's the big pony on the top up at Mackinac Island. I'm guessing maybe around a fire or something with Kelsey. Or 4th of July, maybe doing with the light stuff, but that's pretty standard stuff of me loving on the girls like that.
Okay. Page 2, another group of pictures. What's going on, here? What are these pictures?
The top 2 are 4th of July Cherry Festival stuff. The bottom one is at Barton's. Kids like to ride their bikes from the house to Barton's. That's one of the favorite things about where we live, our area where we live, and obviously, what kid doesn't love ice cream? So we do that quite often.
And how old in the top 2 pictures, Cherry Fest, 4th of July? About how old were the kids there?
I mean, Calvin looks maybe 8 or 9, 10, somewhere in there. Kelsey's, 4 or 5, somewhere in there.
The lower picture,
the lower picture's probably 2 years old. Maybe, yeah, 2 years, couple of years old, few years old.
Okay. And moving on to the third page now, can you share what those pictures are of?
The top one was from this summer, taking the kids flying in my dad's airplane.
This last summer?
Yeah.
And the bottom picture?
The bottom one's obviously when the kids are real little, just mowing the yard. They obviously wanted to help me out and be with me and help me in any way they could.
And is that
Did I bump it again? I'm so
in
sorry.
that bottom picture, is that Kelvin?
Yeah, that's Calvin and Callie.
And how old about were they at that age?
Calvin had to have been 4 or 5.
I was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for him to start talking again, and I'm like, golly, why is he not saying anything? And then I realized that, yeah, my fat fingers, I hit the button. I'm so sorry.
Would be my guess.
Moving on to the 4th page here, these pictures. you kind of describe what, how old the kids are, what's going on?
Just doing the things they love, being a part of their life. The top one's Pirates Cove. Calvin always loved to do the go-karts. The bottom ones, fishing, sledding at my parents' house. Obviously, these pictures are when the kids are pretty young. Just love doing the things that they love to do.
Okay. About how old would Calvin be in that top picture of the go-kart?
Maybe 5.
And the sledding picture in the middle?
Maybe similar, maybe a little younger.
Is that Calvin
Yeah,
there?
that's Calvin there.
And fishing?
Yeah, Calvin and my sister's son probably. They had to have been 10 or so, maybe even a little younger.
Let's see. We're on to page 5. What are we seeing here?
That's the top 2 pictures of Callie and I in Florida 2 years ago. I've taken the opportunity to take the older 2 each at a separate time to Florida when my parents are down there to spend time with them, have some one-on-one time with the kids, just to focus on them and enjoy some time with my parents, enjoy some time with each one of the kids. The bottom one is out on the boat with Kelsey, letting her drive. I'm not sure what that bottom picture is with Calvin. It looks like it actually could be at Jen's parents.
I guess he needs some time in his chambers with Miss Kloosterman.
Just loving on them.
And
The focus of my life. I mean, it's the kids.
about how old was your daughter in that top picture in Florida?
She had to have been 11, 12 maybe. Yeah.
And then the other top picture on the
That was the
right
same
side.
trip.
The same trip.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the boat picture.
Yeah, Kelsey looks 3 or 4.
And the bottom
He's been going for 4 hours now.
picture with Calvin.
He looks pretty young, probably 10.
And moving on to page 6 here, what are these images?
Either Cherry Festival. Yeah, it looks like Cherry Festival, 4th of July stuff. He looks, 10 years old or so. Even a little younger in the next picture. That's at the Grand Hotel pool. Kids just love to swim there, and of course love island time.
And moving on to page 7, there's another group of pictures. What are we looking at here?
Getting the Christmas tree. That looks like that could be 4 or 5 years ago with Kelsey, the youngest, maybe a little bit longer. Yeah, 4 or 5 years old. Taking the kids to Michigan games, something they love to do. That's Callie, so that's probably 6 years ago, maybe. That was the day that we went to a football game during the day and a Michigan hockey game at night. And then mowing, the kids love to ride on the mower, help me when they can, just be part of what I'm doing. That's Callie and I 2 years ago coaching her softball team.
Were you were a coach in that picture? You were.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Unless, it was either the year I coached her team or the year before where I coached Calvin's team, but it looks like that's the year that I coached her team.
Okay. And page 8, we've got a couple more pictures here. Can you share what those are?
That top picture is actually in our front yard, our current house, but it was when my grandparents lived there on my grandpa's tractor. Calvin loved that thing. Always wanted to be helping me or riding on the tractor. Bottom picture is Kelsey and I at Pirates Cove.
About how old was Calvin in that picture, that top picture?
He had to have been maybe 2. I bet that was 2010. That was the year my grandpa passed away. So had to have been around that time.
And the bottom picture?
That looks like it's 3 or 4 years ago with Kelsey.
And moving on to page 9, another group of pictures here.
That's Kelsey birthday party from this past June. That the top right is the kids and I. We went on a bike ride on the Boardman Lake Trail. That was maybe August, September of this year. And then Kelsey and I went water skiing this past summer. It probably was August.
Are these pictures, obviously not every time you've ever been with your kids, or are they just examples of some of the stuff that you do with your kids and being around and activities over the years?
Right.
I think the theme of this lawyer is overkill. Like, seriously, she could have wrapped this up so much so long ago. Oh my gosh. Like, I'm so tired of listening to her talk. I really am. Oh, thank you, RC 1986. I really appreciate that. I came on early tonight because I knew this was going to be a long one. It's 5.5 hours stitched together. We're like a little over halfway through. Yeah.
Are you asking the court to award joint physical and legal custody by maintaining the parenting time schedule as set forth in the temporary order today?
Yes, I am.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Lentz, do you have any questions for this witness?
I do. Thank you, Your Honor.
Of course I did.
May I proceed? All right, Mr. Kloosterman, back in October, you testified that one time you attended a Zoom conference for your children. Is that correct?
Yes.
Again?
So it's correct that you've never attended an in-person conference for any of your 3 children?
That could be true.
Did you know that earlier this month on November 2nd, your daughter Kelsey had conferences?
Yeah, I'm very well aware of that.
And you didn't attend that, did you?
Jen did.
And Mr. Kloosterman, on November 16th, 2023, your son had conferences, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And you didn't attend that, did you?
No, but I also feel like if
Oh, it's okay. It was just a yes or no answer.
I'm sorry, but when the judge blew up at her, that was absolutely my favorite part. My favorite part. I loved it. I loved that moment.
And are you aware that Ms. Kloosterman attended both conferences?
Yes. We
On October 18th, your attorney asked you if you had the capacity and disposition to give the children love, affection, and guidance, and you answered in the affirmative. Is that correct?
By the
absolutely.
10 minutes.
And on that note, isn't it true that you recently told your 15-year-old son, Calvin, that his girlfriend's parents think he is, quote, a douchebag?
No, that is false. That is a lie.
And Mr.
I did
Kloosterman,
not say that.
in October of 2023, you testified that you left your previous employment with UPS. Is that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were actually terminated, fired?
Sure.
Well, it's a yes or no. Were you terminated?
Yes, because I was doing other things, but yes.
And Ms. Kloosterman, part of your job is snow plowing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so like last night, this morning, good example, that would have been a busy night for you, busy morning.
Just like Jen going to work during the day.
Well, that's not my question. My question was,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I went to work.
and if you were living in your own residence, so without your parents, what would your plan be for the children during the night that you go out and plow or the morning? Are you leaving them home alone?
No.
All right, so what's your plan?
I have people that work for me, they can do it. Or I have my parents, or I have other options.
And previously you testified that the only employee in your company was you, and then your son sometimes helps. And now you're saying you have other employees?
Well, I have people that help me out. I mean, my dad will help me. I have cousins that help me, friends that all kinds of people that are willing to help me make everything happen.
In October, when we were here, your attorney asked you if you have the capacity to provide the children with medical care, and you answered in the affirmative. Is that correct?
Yes.
In August of 2023, did Ms. Kloosterman advise you that one of the children had an eye appointment scheduled during your parenting time?
Yes, but she was actually wrong on the time and the date.
It's okay. I just asked you a yes or no question. You don't have to elaborate. Your attorney can follow up with you on cross or redirect, excuse me. Did you advise Ms. Kloosterman that that appointment time did not work for you?
I don't recall. I remember telling her that she was wrong on the time and the date because I called about the appointment.
Did you tell Ms. Kloosterman you were going to reschedule the appointment?
I don't recall. I remember the time being the actual time of the appointment was during Jen's parenting time.
And you never rescheduled the appointment though, did you?
I never canceled or never canceled the appointment either because they told me when that appointment was, and it was during Jen's parenting time.
And earlier today, you testified that during the winter, your work slows down. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you testified that you have more time to take the kids to appointments during the winter. That was your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Yet you've only ever taken the children to one doctor's appointment during the course of your marriage to the plaintiff.
That's not true.
Ms. Kloosterman, in October, you testified that you have the capacity to provide the children with guidance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that in raising two young girls, promoting body positivity is important to that?
Absolutely.
And would you agree that the way a man speaks to his wife in such regard in front of children is instrumental to the children's guidance in that regard?
Absolutely.
And yet in front of your children, you told the plaintiff, put clothes on, no one should have to see that.
I don't recall if the kids were there or not. I don't believe they were, but.
And if they were there, that's probably at odds with promoting body positivity, correct?
No, I'm very good with teaching my kids and about body image and being positive about and believe in themselves. So I don't agree with that comment.
Hey, that's very familiar to the rant that I went on for about 10 minutes, RC 1986. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I went on a nice little rant about that.
And Mr. Kloosterman, there's been a lot of discussion about the various activities your kids are involved with, hockey being one of them.
Mhm.
Since the temporary order has been in place, are you always timely with getting the children to these events?
Yes.
Isn't it true that this summer during your parenting time, Callie was dropped off 45 minutes late to her championship softball game?
I don't believe it was 45 minutes. And I also believe that was
okay.
when
So if I said, are you always timely? And you said yes. And then I asked you about 45 minutes late. You said, well, it wasn't 45 minutes. So on time.
We can play. Then my mom, I guess, delivered her late. I did not.
Why was your mom doing your parenting time exchange? Or why was your mom transporting Callie?
Because my parents are all about helping Jen and I out when it's available.
And on Friday, November 24th, 2023, was Callie brought late to her hockey game in Detroit?
No.
So if Miss Kloosterman received a text from Callie's coach asking where Callie was, that would be
objection, hearsay.
Callie was on time for the game.
I mean, what the person said would be hearsay. I guess there might not be a foundation for whether he would know about the text either. I don't know. I know that's not the objection, but yes, his answer is that she was on time. If you have somebody to suggest that she wasn't,
she was on time for the game.
So
understood, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Kloosterman, you testified earlier about the benefits of having parental controls on phones. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And have you told your son that the plaintiff, Jennifer, should not be allowed to access his phone because you are the one that pays for it?
I've never said that.
And despite
I know he has said that, but I have not said that.
And despite your testimony earlier about the importance of parental controls, as of today's date, have you put any restrictions on Calvin's phone?
Jen is in charge of those restrictions.
So
and we communicate about those restrictions.
But you have not put any on Calvin's phone.
Jen's in charge of that.
Jen's in charge of a lot of things when it comes to your kids. Fair statement?
So am I.
Mr. Kloosterman, would it be fair to say that there is tension between your parents and Miss Kloosterman?
No.
So despite the issue you testified to earlier, you'd say there's no tension between Jen and your parents?
I think it's more awkward than tension. I don't think there's tension.
Okay, so awkward. There's an awkwardness between Jen and your parents?
I think that's pretty common in a divorce.
I didn't ask if it was common, just asking for your specific
They have
situation.
no ill will towards Jen.
And Mr. Kloosterman, the ex parte personal protection order issued by this court, it allowed parenting time exchanges through a neutral third party. From your perspective, what does the word neutral mean?
Could you repeat that?
What does the word neutral mean to you?
I guess maybe like maybe not Jen's parents, not my parents, but a friend of both of us, per se. Maybe that would be a good example.
So when you sent your mom over to the marital residence to pick up the children after the PPO was issued, she's not neutral, right?
What day was this?
The day so Sunday.
Oh, that Sunday. Well, but I didn't know about a neutral party.
But
I didn't even know about a PPO
party
on that day.
Well, you were served with the PPO on that day.
After my mom went to get the kids.
Okay, but you'd agree she's not a neutral party.
But that was
objection. I mean, she's asking him to interpret the court's order. I think it's very commonly known in this court that neutral means not one of the two parties.
Your Honor, I'm asking him to interpret it based on the definition he just gave, which said not our parents.
I believe his initial testimony was parents, family, friend.
No, he said neither one of our parents and mutual friend.
I think he can testify as to whether he thinks his parents are neutral or not. I mean, I'm not sure what bearing it will have on anything, but I think he can answer that question.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I don't know. Did I get what? I'm looking for the moment when the judge and the lawyer get into the little tiff earlier. And so I know it changes because the stream's currently running, but at this moment it's around 2 hours and 40 minutes marker. So well, no, it wouldn't change, would it? So yeah, so at the time that they get in the little argument, it appears to be the 2 hour and 40 minute marker. Oh, sweetie, thank you. Yes, I did. Oh my God, thank you so much. And that reminds me too, just really quickly, and I know I'm terrible at this. It's hard when you don't have like on YouTube with super chats, you can post them right away. I don't look at my phone during the streams other than, like to quick look something up, or like I was trying to find the place for Shane. So I don't I don't have a chance to individually thank everyone who has sent me super chats. Well, or what would be, the version of super chats that I'm able to get. But there have been a lot of you who have been so gracious, and I can't even tell you what it means to me. There were times when I was down bad, and I mean down bad, and I didn't know how we were gonna make it because Kendra needed stuff for school or for show choir, or I needed to get cat food, or just a number of things. And and I told Kendra, she'd be like, "Can you pick this up and this up and this up?" No, not right now. But then I would come on and I would stream and I would get, 2 or 3 super chats, and it helped me out so much. Like, I was able to completely get the rest of the items for her uniform that she needed for show choir. I was able to get a big old pack of 32 Friskies cans for the cats. Just, you guys, you've made it so that I could do things that I otherwise couldn't do. And I really appreciate it. Every one of you. Every single one of you. I love you all, and I am so grateful for your love and support. And it blows my mind every day that I have so many friends from all over the world. So many people cheering me on and loving me. And you guys are the best. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, maybe my parents aren't neutral party, but again, I didn't even know about the PPO when my mom and sister went to pick up the kids.
And Mr. Kloosterman, back in October, you testified, and I think you've reinforced it today, that you were too afraid about violating the PPO, so you didn't exercise your parenting time until you could talk to your attorney. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you made the decision to forego your parenting time that weekend, correct?
Which weekend?
After the PPO was served, in between the time you could talk to your attorney.
Yes.
And back on October 18th, 2023, you testified that you didn't know what Our Family Wizard was. Is that correct?
That is correct.
After speaking with your attorney, did you become aware of what Our Family Wizard was?
Yes.
When you downloaded the app, did you see multiple communications from Ms. Kloosterman trying to arrange parenting time with you?
Yes.
So it wouldn't really be fair to hold Ms. Kloosterman accountable for your lack of knowledge about Our Family Wizard, would it?
I believe it is.
And Mr. Kloosterman, on Friday, June 30th, 2023, so the Friday before you were served with this PPO, did your son text you that the police came to the house looking for you?
Objection, hearsay as to, statements of the child.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Mr. Kloosterman, on Friday,
Yeah, otherwise sustained.
Yeah. Mr. Kloosterman, on Friday, June 30th, 2023, did you receive a text indicating the police were
Objection,
looking?
hearsay. She already indicated she knows the text from the son. She's trying to get away from it by restating the question without saying it was Kelvin. It's still hearsay because it wasn't from Miss Kloosterman.
I think he can testify if he received a text about the police looking for him. I'm not saying did you receive a text?
It's still hearsay.
Well,
no, asking, did you receive a text message? That's not hearsay. What the heck, crazy lawyer?
I mean, in this circumstance, we know it was the son because you mentioned that, Ms. Lentz. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who sent it. If he has knowledge of whether the police were looking for him is a different way to ask, but that's not the way the question was phrased, and I agree with Ms. Schmelzer at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will rephrase. Mr. Kloosterman, did you receive notification that the police were looking for you on Friday?
I think that's the same.
Objection.
What I agree. That's not what I said. You can ask him if he had knowledge the police were looking for him. He can say yes or no. I mean, that's all. Otherwise, you are just in this context. We know it was the son. We know you're asking about whether his son texted him about gave
Okay.
him true, what you're trying to present as a true statement. Okay, that's
Okay.
that's what I believe.
I guess what I want to
Not
ask is, were you aware the police were looking for you on Friday?
And I'm going to object again to hearsay because at this point, we now know that she's questioning about a text message that was purportedly sent by the son as the foundation for his knowledge.
The judge just told her to ask it.
I still think he could answer if he knows whether they were. We're not going to get into how.
I don't agree with the word looking. They weren't looking for me.
So, I mean, sometimes the answer clarifies it too, so it's not all objectionable. I mean,
They weren't looking for me. That's not even the first time I had talked to them.
So did you have communication with the police before that?
Yeah, they had stopped by the house just to see how I was doing. That happened a couple of times.
Well, I'm
But
talking
I
about.
don't agree with the comment that I got a text saying they were looking for me. That's not true.
Okay, so you had no knowledge.
The police stopped by your house just to see how you're doing? That's never happened to me. Never. I've had police show up at my door one time. Yep. They weren't wanting to know how I was doing. They weren't here to thank me for the pizza I sent them. No, they wanted to see if I was drunk because somebody called me in for bad driving. True story. I've never had a cop show up just to see how I was doing. And not multiple times, too. He makes it sound like it's a regular occurrence.
The police were trying to communicate with you on that weekend, Friday, June 30th.
If I remember correctly, Calvin said the police stopped by, but they would stop back to talk to me.
So you're aware then that the police are
I
looking.
can strike that state. I mean, if you want, Ms. Schultz, I don't want to get into what the child said. What his answer qualifies under what the previous objection was. Okay, so it's not something that the court. I'm not going to consider this in my decision whether the child told him anything. So whether that was stated or not on the record, it's not going to be part of this court's decision. I don't know how else to clarify it. It's a bench trial, so it's not something I have to advise somebody about. I will just not consider it. That's the way it works.
Sounds good. All right. So you acknowledge, though, something was going on with the police.
No, I don't think I could say that something was going on. They had stopped to talk to me to see if I was okay.
All right. Mr. Kloosterman, on October 18th, 2023, you were asked about your capacity to provide the children with clothing, and you testified that you can do that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you recently purchase a $275 coat for your minor child?
Yes.
Did you ask the plaintiff?
Understanding that it was not $275.
Sorry, I'm talking here. Just yes or no answer.
No.
So you didn't. So are you changing your answer?
Well, you're wrong on the price. I did not buy it. Did not spend that much money.
Oh wait, how much money did you spend?
It was like $220.
All right, so $50 difference. Thank you for making that point.
I mean, we're in the ballpark. We're in the ballpark.
Did you ask the plaintiff if she was agreeable to that price of $220 before you purchased it?
No, but she had said that.
Oh, that's okay. Just a yes or no answer. And so after you purchased the coat, did you ask her to reimburse you for half the cost?
Yes.
And did she reimburse you?
No.
Mr. Kloosterman, because she would not reimburse you for half the cost, on Sunday, November 19th, 2023, did you initially refuse to send the coat with the child to the parenting time exchange? It's a yes or no answer.
Yes.
Okay. And when Ms. Kloosterman asked for the old coat so that the child had some form of winter gear, did you also refuse initially to provide the old coat to her? Again,
No.
it's a yes or no answer.
No.
Mr. Klusman, based on your action and not giving her this coat, would it be fair to say you care more about sticking it to the
Objection. He just said he didn't refuse to provide the old coat. So
the new coat?
if you could restate the question, please.
A little every
So
day,
based-
CE.
Let her
Thank you.
please
Sorry,
ask the
sorry.
question.
So based on your action, you didn't give her the new coat, and it's because she wouldn't split the cost with you. Would it be fair to say you care more about sticking it to Jen than your child having adequate clothing?
That's not why I didn't send the coat.
So did your mom subsequently leave both coats on the plaintiff's front porch late in the evening on Sunday, November 19th?
Yes.
So then why did the old coat not make it back when plaintiff asked for it initially?
Jen had sent me a message saying that she wanted the coat to give to our friend Gracie. She never stated that Kelsey would wear it. It was too small for Kelsey. Kelsey showed me that it wouldn't even zip close. When Jen said, please send the coat and I'll give it to Gracie, I said, I can just give it to Gracie. I can't say what Kelsey told me why she wanted the coat left at our house.
And Ms. Klusman, in October, you testified about a Polar Express field trip that you attended. Do you recall that?
Yes, when the kids were at Sutton Bay.
Isn't it true that that's the only field trip you've ever attended?
I don't believe so, no.
Ms. Kloosterman, you testified a lot about these emails that you received from the school and that you love getting them. They're super great. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that Ms. Kloosterman is the one that signs you up for those emails every year?
No.
Mr. Kloosterman, would it be fair to say that you have a problem controlling your anger?
No.
All right, I'm going to have you watch some exhibits which were previously admitted. The first of it is going to be Exhibit 1.
If they're previously admitted, we don't need.
I would agree with that. I mean, they're admitted, so I mean, you can talk about them, but unless there's something that we're disputing about it at this point, we probably don't need to go over them again. I will review all admitted exhibits if that's helpful.
I don't like his lawyer. I don't mind hers. His lawyer drives me nuts. Can't stand her. But I don't like him either. Mike and I disagreed on that one because he was like, is anybody on her side? And I was like, I'm sorry. I'm still team Jen. I can't stand him. I think he's a terrible person. It's my opinion. Anybody's welcome to disagree with me. But I don't like him personally.
Everyone.
Understood, Your Honor. Mr. Kloosterman, we watched a series of videos in October. A lot of them you were yelling at your children. I believe one of them you said, don't play me, you little shit. Oh, I never get what I want. I'm going to cry. In all of these videos, you're yelling, your voice is elevated. So
Okay.
after being reminded of those videos, would it still be your position that you don't have a problem controlling your anger?
I can control my anger, yes.
Do you think that responding to your children in that manner is you controlling your anger?
Yes.
And was your anger out of control when you punched the plaintiff in the face in 2019?
That never happened.
You were prosecuted initially for it, though?
Not for punching her in the face. No, I don't like your choice of words there, but that's the wrong choice of words.
And Mr. Kloosterman, on October 18th, 2023, you testified a lot about how you were afraid of Ms. Kloosterman videotaping you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would it be...
What do you mean? First, his lawyer questioned him for 4 hours. And now this is her lawyer talking to him. And I saw the comment about needlessly badgering him. I don't see it that way. I see her asking questions in a very pointed manner, and I see him getting enraged about it, but trying to, keep the rage at bay.
Fair to say that after someone gets, we'll say, hit in the face, that videotaping to ensure it doesn't happen again would be a reasonable response?
I think the timing is questionable.
And Mr. Kloosterman, you testified a lot about money being a problem in your marriage. Is that correct?
Yes, very much so.
Possible.
And would it be fair for me to say that during your marriage, you felt that you paid for everything?
No, not 100%. There were things that Jen paid for.
And you're aware that any income earned during a marriage is marital funds, joint income?
Absolutely. Jen and I worked together on those.
So you both paid for things during your marriage?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Mr. Kloosterman, you've testified a lot about your son, Calvin, that he's an amazing person. You're super proud of him. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And over the various videos we can hear you calling Calvin things such as little punk, jerk, and little shit. I think earlier you testified that you called him an ass. That's not really indicative of someone who cares super deeply for their children, is it?
I don't know. I don't agree with that.
And Mr. Kloosterman, during these proceedings, did you tell your son Calvin that he can choose where he wants to spend his time?
Like his time between Jen and I?
Correct.
No, I never told him that.
Mr. Kloosterman, you say things that you don't mean a lot. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Well, for example, earlier today, you were questioned about a text message that you wrote to plaintiff on April 21st, 2023. And the specific text was, phone has caused so many issues. Do you recall that testimony from earlier today?
Yes, I do.
And then your testimony today on that was, I don't really have addiction issues. I have friends, is what you called them. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So then why say it to plaintiff in the first place?
To calm a situation. I was at that point, I was trying to not get divorced.
So you were lying to the plaintiff?
No.
And in October of 2023, when we were here earlier, there was a video in which you said that church was a waste of time. Do you recall that video?
Yes.
When you were questioned about it, you said, I didn't really mean that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So again, here you're saying another thing where saying one thing outside of court, when you get in front of the judge, you're changing your story, correct?
No.
How can we really believe anything you've said when there's a consistent pattern of you saying things you don't mean?
That's not, if there is a pattern, that's not true.
On October 18th or 17th, not sure which day, but we watched a video in which you told your son he was uncoachable and that the hockey coaches wouldn't get talent out of him. And then again, you've testified today about how proud you are of him.
Absolutely.
Which statement is true? The one in the video about him being uncoachable, or the one that you said today in front of referee Hagan?
I think there's times that any kid could be uncoachable, but when he makes changes, then he is coachable and works hard. So I think both of those things could be true.
Mr. Kloosterman, you've testified a lot about with your involvement with the kids. I'm going to have you look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 45, which was previously admitted. Your Honor, counsel, would you like me to screen share, or would you like to look at it in front of you?
I'll leave that to you all. Just as long as he can see it, as it's really Mr. Kloosterman's preference, to be honest.
Sure. All right, Mr. Kloosterman, so you're looking at Exhibit 45. In this text message with the plaintiff, she's providing you some information about volleyball, booster club, and you write back, I don't give a crap about any of it, just do your thing. Would it be safe to say that Ms. Kloosterman's thing during your marriage was arranging all of the logistics for the family as it pertains to the children's activities?
No, a booster meeting has nothing to do with the children.
And what about the volleyball email from above that?
I guess I don't know what that text means or is in relation to. Volleyball email I'm asking about. It looks like I'm asking about a volleyball email.
And Mr. Kloosterman, isn't it true that your involvement with the children as of recently is due to the temporary order and it's not a voluntary choice on your part?
Absolutely not.
And earlier today, your attorney asked you a question about if parents were requested to attend a meeting at school, would you go? And you responded with, yeah, or I'd get the information from Jen. Is that correct?
That is correct, but
So most of the time, is it safe to say that Miss Kloosterman gave you the information and you didn't go?
didn't go. That's one time.
I'm just saying,
One time.
generally, would you attend meetings at school, or would Miss Kloosterman attend and tell you about them?
We can say Jen attended. I never felt the need for both of us to attend. When you have 3 kids, you divide and conquer. I'm not going to leave 2 kids home and both go to a meeting.
Mr. Kloosterman, in regard to the PPO that was in place, you testified that you didn't go to the children's sporting events out of a fear for violating the PPO. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're aware that the PPO had no bearing on your ability to attend a public event?
I didn't know right away, and then I was advised not to.
So you not attending the children's events after the issuance with the PPO, that was your choice, right?
I mean, no, it was not my choice right away, not until I got clarification.
Okay, so after you got clarification and you're like, okay, the PPO doesn't prevent me from being at the public event, you still voluntarily chose not to go.
Correct. For my safety.
In October, you testified that your communication with Ms. Kloosterman has been good as of recently. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's up and down. We struggle at times.
And at the time you made this statement, isn't it true that you were sending Ms. Kloosterman a daily countdown of how many days she had until she needed to get out of the marital house?
I don't recall that, no.
You don't recall texting her every day?
I don't recall it being every day, no.
And earlier today, you testified that you hope to have a check to Ms. Kloosterman sometime next week. Is that correct?
I mean, as soon as I get it, she will get it.
So in October, when you were sending Ms. Kloosterman these countdown messages, you were nowhere close to having her payment to her, were you?
It's been a little more of a struggle than what I was hoping it would be.
And Mr. Kloosterman, did you send Ms. Kloosterman a message saying you'll find out how small your circle really is?
Yep.
Did you call Ms. Kloosterman a pathetic human via OFW?
Yes, I did. Only after she attacks me.
Would it be fair to say that the communication between you and Ms. Kloosterman is not really good?
I would actually say it's fairly good until she just attacks me over something, and then I just get upset because the things that she's going after me about are just her games, just tired of her games. Like, let's get along and do what's best for our children.
And Mr. Kloosterman, the plaintiff recently stayed at your cousin's home in Muskegon, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you call your cousin after this and reprimand him for allowing Ms. Kloosterman to stay there?
I did not.
Mr. Kloosterman, you understand that despite the outcome of this case, you're going to have to co-parent with the plaintiff for years, correct?
Absolutely. I look forward to it.
So it wouldn't be a bad thing for Ms. Kloosterman to have a good relationship with your parents, would it?
No, I hope we get to that point. Again, when the games stop, we will get there.
And Mr. Kloosterman, you testified today that you are not romantically involved with a third party. That was your testimony, correct?
That is correct.
Isn't it true that you send text messages to a woman named Danielle Clayton with the words, "I love you" on a frequent basis?
I send many of my friends that text, but on
I'm
a frequent
asking
basis,
about
no.
this specific person.
On a frequent basis, no.
And Mr. Kloosterman, is Danielle Clayton one of the people, I believe the term you used was friends, that you referenced in terms of your addiction text message?
Yes, Miss Clayton is one of my close friends.
And do you admit today that you're having an emotional affair with Miss Clayton?
Objection relevancy? I mean, the parties have been separated for months, and just with objection relevancy.
Your Honor, I think it goes to, he says he's not romantically involved with someone, and all these actions.
Actually, the question I asked him was romantically involved with someone that he's interfacing with the children, and his answer was no.
I don't think your question had the connotation interfacing with the children attached to it.
It did, but again, the issue is the kids.
Yeah, I mean, I would only allow it to the extent that it's you're building foundation to asking about whether it affects his ability to parent. That's all.
Understood, Your Honor. I'll withdraw it. Mr. Kloosterman, on September 16th, 2023, did you allow Danielle Clayton to take 2 of your children to Grand Rapids for the whole day?
Sure did.
So you involved this person in your parenting time, correct?
The Clayton's 2 daughters are close friends with our 2 daughters.
I'm not asking about their daughters, though. I'm asking about this person.
I'm not going to let them go to Grand Rapids without an adult.
Why didn't you take them to Grand Rapids?
Because they got invited by their friends.
And Mr. Kloosterman, you testified earlier today that one of the only reasons you would miss the children's games was for work. Is that correct?
I don't miss. I said I don't miss games for work.
Okay, so you wouldn't miss the children's games if you were able to go.
I always make sure I can be there when it's feasible.
And yet on July 10th, 2023, you skipped one of your children's games to go to Mackinac Island with Danielle Clayton. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe that to be correct.
You were not on Mackinac Island on July 10th, 2023.
I don't recall.
And Mr. Kloosterman, multiple times today you have referenced that you try not to involve the children in adult conversations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yet you took it upon yourself to tell the children that you and the plaintiff were getting a divorce without Ms. Kloosterman present. Is that correct?
They were witnesses
Yes or
under.
no answer.
I don't recall.
So you're telling me you don't recall taking the children to Culver's and telling them all at a table at Culver's that you and Ms. Kloosterman were getting divorced without her present? That's just not in your memory.
I don't know if I used the word divorce, but yeah, I do recall having a conversation with them.
Okay, so now you remember after I
Well,
brought.
I mean, they saw me visibly upset. Yes.
And you're aware that Ms. Kloosterman asked you to wait so you guys could tell them together?
I don't recall her asking me that now.
Okay. And Mr. Kloosterman, you brought up an incident that occurred in December of 2022 between you and Ms. Kloosterman. Is that correct?
The Christmas Eve incident?
Yep.
Yes.
So your version of that event left out some details. Fair statement?
No.
Isn't it true that you called Ms. Kloosterman an effing C word before the incident?
No.
Isn't it true that you spit in her face before this incident?
Absolutely not. I would never do that.
And Mr. Kloosterman, you testified today that Jen's the teacher, school is her world, and that you follow her direction in this area. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
So it would be appropriate for the children to live primarily with Ms. Kloosterman during the school year, would it not?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Kloosterman, you testified that you believe the plaintiff and her family are trying to bribe the children. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Didn't you recently promise your 15-year-old son a brand new Tacoma for his 16th birthday?
No.
And didn't you recently buy your daughter a $220 coat?
I believe that she deserves to be warm in the winter months.
would it be fair to say that the coat in that regard is kind of like you calling the pot black, hot and kettle situation? You say Jen's family's doing the bribing, you're buying expensive gifts.
It wasn't, I was expecting Jen to pay half, so then it would be the same thing as far as Jen.
But you never asked her to pay half before you purchased it.
She agreed to pay half. She never gave me,
You
she never
testified
gave
you
me,
never asked her.
she never gave me she agreed to pay for half the coat. We never agreed on a price.
Well, do you see how that could be problematic if you went out
No.
and purchased? Okay. Mr.
We-
Klusman, you testified earlier.
we
Oh,
agreed.
you're good.
Hang on. Okay. One
Yes.
question, answer. If he's answering, please don't interrupt him. If she's asking a question, please do not keep
Well,
talking.
he's not answering my questions. He's elaborating, and it's a yes or no answer. So that's why I am interrupting him.
I'm not giving that instruction. Ms. Schmelzer is. I'm not sure why she's giving that instruction.
Because I'm asking my client to please
Nope.
answer the question that's asked.
But if
and
Ms. Lynch
interrupt
wants him
what
to
she's asking.
elaborate, he can. If she doesn't, then you can follow up on redirect. So I disagree with the instruction you gave your client.
It was
Not to interrupt him.
I was asking my client to please stop talking over opposing
Yeah,
counsel. That was a direction to my client.
All right, Mr. Klusterman, you testified earlier today that you never say bad things about the plaintiff in front of the children. That's not true, is it?
I don't know. It is true.
Isn't it true that you called the plaintiff a liar in front of the children?
I don't recall. I mean,
And you asked her to take a psych evaluation in front of the children, didn't you?
no, I don't believe that was not in front of the children. I would not do that.
Did you call her a whack job in front of the children?
No, I would not have that conversation in front of the children.
And Mr. Klusterman, in October, we watched a video, Plaintiff's Exhibit 14. It's already been admitted into evidence, and so I won't play it again now. But during that video, you call the plaintiff crazy and that she sucks, and there's children present in the area. So is it still your testimony that you never talk bad about the plaintiff in front of the kids?
I mean, they could be in the area, but I doubt they heard. They were close enough to hear.
Okay, so you just
Possible.
talk negatively
It's
about the
possible.
plaintiff.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You're fine. Mr. Klusterman, you testified earlier about a softball game that Miss Klusterman said something inappropriate to your mom. Do you recall that?
Absolutely.
And your mom was sitting with someone, is that correct?
Absolutely.
That person was this Danielle Clayton we just talked about, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you testified earlier about some incident in Florida that happened at a pool table where Miss Klusterman said something inappropriate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that statement was made after you kissed another woman on the trip?
That never happened.
And Mr. Klusterman, when you were questioned about Factor K, domestic violence, you said that you try to stay calm and leave the situation. That's your MO, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And again, I'm having issue. We've watched several videos now where you're screaming. So do you only scream at the kids and you stay calm with Miss Klusterman? Is that how it goes?
No, that's not true.
Mr. Klusterman, I want to understand your earlier testimony correctly. You think it's funny to respond to a health concern of one of your minor children conveyed by the plaintiff to you with the message, "as soon as you deep throat me." That was your testimony earlier?
Yes.
Funny. Okay. And you testified earlier that you never condition things for the children on sexual favors. Is that correct?
I never conditioned.
Like for example, and this is a hypothetical, this is not, if the children needed food, you never say, "Oh, Miss Klusterman, you have to give me a sexual favor in order to get that for the kids."
No.
Okay, so what about this Lake Ann situation that we saw in an earlier exhibit where Miss Klusterman is asking you for money to put the kids to Lake Ann camp and you're requesting sexual favors?
Okay.
Are we looking at a specific exhibit?
I'm looking at exhibit 32.
I may have a moment, please. Okay. I'm going to eject that question. There is no sexual favor requested in this exhibit.
That's fine, Your Honor. I'll withdraw my question. Mr. Kloosterman, looking at Exhibit 32, I don't know if you have it in front of you. You text the plaintiff, what do I get if I pay for Lake Ann and buy you sandals? She doesn't respond, so you say, guess nothing. She doesn't respond, so you give a thumbs up, and you text her again. What are you trying to get here? What do I get if I pay for Lake Ann and sandals?
Some attention from Jen, some alone time with Jen.
Okay, so then you follow up with anything on the table? Same answer, alone time, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I love spending time with Jen.
Sorry, guys, but I just have to stop this for just to address this. Becky D, how is it any more humane for me to relocate them outside where they're literally going to freeze to death, or if I just kill them while they're inside? If it was fall or summertime where it was nice and warm out, absolutely I'd relocate them. But it's literally freezing out there. So if I put them outside, they're just going to die. Sorry. I just killed it. I saved it. The slow and painful death of the Wisconsin winters.
All right, so let's keep going. At 2:17, you say nothing, question mark. Again, she's not responding. 2:17 p.m., you say, like, see your boobs or something. All right, so are we saying that you never condition anything for the kids on getting a sexual picture from Miss Kloosterman? Nothing like that.
Yeah, I don't think that involves the kids. I mean, it's mostly play.
I love
I
it.
never.
Lake Ann, though, is for the children, right?
If Jen were to say no, it's not like I would say, okay, he can't go.
Okay,
Never.
but the conversation you're having there is Lake Ann is for the children, and she's trying to get the children enrolled in Lake Ann, is it not?
Yeah, but
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Fine. Mr. Kloosterman, earlier you were asked about hockey and kind of like a bad language, locker room talk situation. Do you recall that testimony?
Yep, I do.
And during that, you admitted to calling Calvin an ass. Is that correct?
I think that actually was to Jen and not to Colin in a text.
Okay, so you're changing your earlier testimony?
Well,
Are we talking about a specific exhibit?
Yes, if you give me one moment to locate it, please.
I thought we were also talking about his testimony from today.
I thought he had testified that he did call the child that, which is what I was referring to, but it appears now we're switching our story a little bit, so.
Well, I mean, I recall that I was questioning him about a specific exhibit. So if we can point to that exhibit, we can talk about it. I was asking for the reference.
Okay, I think it's exhibit 55. I appreciate everyone's patience. Okay, so I'm looking at exhibit 55, Mr. Kloosterman. Again, I'm talking about your testimony from earlier in regard to this. Miss Kloosterman writes to you, we will have a chat tomorrow, still not worth calling him an ass. And you testified earlier that you did call Calvin an ass. Does that refresh your memory?
I'm not seeing where that is.
I'm on page 2 of exhibit 55, February 28th, 2023. Or sorry, page 2.
Oh, okay, I see. I'm not sure if that was Jen. I'm not sure if I called him an ass to him or to Jen. I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. When we asked you about this earlier, or when you were asked.
Sorry.
Okay, so when you were asked about this earlier by your own attorney, you kind of negated responsibility by saying Miss Kloosterman also swears around the kids. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you think there's a difference between using a swear word in the presence of children and calling your child an ass? You think those are two different things?
I think anytime they're used is wrong.
And Mr. Kloosterman, you testified earlier that the plaintiff is very bad with money. Do you recall saying that?
Absolutely.
Yet for years, you let the plaintiff run the books for Kloosterman Outdoor Services, did you not?
I wouldn't call what we did running the books, no.
Okay, so for years, you let Ms. Kloosterman have access to the KOS bank account, correct?
Absolutely.
In fact, until these proceedings started, you didn't even know the login information for that bank account, did you?
I probably not, no.
Okay, so someone that's super bad with money, you're just letting her have unbridled access to this account,
I
correct?
have.
She's my wife. That's our money.
Mr. Kloosterman, throughout this case, you've taken a lot of issue with like the date on some of plaintiff's exhibits. Like there's been questions like, oh, is it strange that she's bringing this up from 2015, 2014, correct? You've recalled that?
Yes.
Yet the exhibit that you just had admitted, Defendant's Exhibit A, contains various pictures dating all the way back to 2009, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so is your position that this court should disregard plaintiff's exhibits that date back years, but consider your exhibits that date back years?
I think pictures of my kids and I are different than texts, but
Okay, so you're making
I
a
understand
distinction
what you're
there.
saying.
And Mr. Kloosterman, isn't it true that plaintiff took 19 of the 25 pictures displayed in your exhibit?
I don't know. I can't take them myself.
So in all those 19 incidences, the plaintiff was also present with the children.
Yeah, she's my wife.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Schmelzer, do you have any redirect?
Yes. Just wanted to finish up my note here. Going back to the top here. I'll take that back from you so I don't lose my place with these. So you were asked about attending a Zoom conference for your child one time. Was that the only school conference you ever attended? One ever entirely for 3 children in 15 years?
I highly doubt it.
Have you attended other conferences, meetings for sports, extracurriculars, school, medical appointments? Have there just been a lot over the years?
There is a lot when there's 3 children, yes.
I like how his answer to the last question wasn't a yes or no. It was, I highly doubt it. Maybe that's a way of circumventing perjury by not giving a direct yes or no answer.
You were asked about attending the parent-teacher conferences for Kelsey and Kelvin this last fall. Why didn't you attend those?
I don't. I mean, for starters, I don't really want to be anywhere near Jen, so I'm not going to attend anything that she's attending where I have to be somewhat close to her. At this point, we are not there. I hope we get to that point. I really do. But again, if there's not an issue with what's going on at school, when I see report cards of getting A's, I don't necessarily think that I need to go to a conference when the kids are doing other things and you have to get them to other events. If there was a problem at school, I would absolutely be part of that.
I kind of want to explore, because it was touched on with the PPO issue, that you can attend I mean, there's no PPO now, but when it was in place, that you understood at a point in time you could attend public events. And you just testified that you didn't go to the parent-teacher conferences in part because Ms. Kloosterman was there. Can we explore that a little bit? Why are you so concerned about being in Ms. Kloosterman's presence?
Because she scares me. I feel like during this divorce, she has proven that she will do whatever it takes to get her way. And that concerns me. And I just don't want to put myself in a situation where she can accuse me of anything.
I mean, she filed a PPO against you. She made a police report. She made a CPS. Well, she didn't make a CPS report, but she did report allegations to CPS when given the opportunity, right?
Correct.
Is that your concern? As if you're in her physical presence, she could say anything?
Yes.
Did you feel that some of these allegations that have been lodged against you over the last few months are untrue?
They're all untrue.
Police never charged you with anything.
No, the police never charged me.
CPS didn't substantiate anything. And she's repeating the same allegations. Okay.
Correct.
Do you wish it was that way?
No,
Do you wish you could feel free to attend to your children's appointments and events without a concern about what Ms. Kloosterman may accuse you of?
Yeah, I do want to have a friendship with her. She's made it where I just don't trust her, and I don't want to be anywhere near her.
That's really unfortunate for your kids, isn't it?
Yeah, and they know it, and that's even worse.
I don't fully know why this was brought up, but I'm just going to ask some clarifying questions here about your job at UPS. When did that terminate?
I mean, it's probably been 12, 15 years.
And at the time you were working that job, when you and Miss Kloosterman got married, right?
I worked there for in the middle of the night for healthcare.
So once you got married, it wasn't really necessary that you worked there for healthcare.
Right.
Yeah,
it became a lot working all day and then starting work at the early morning hours, and they terminated me for being late a number of times.
Were you terminated for like inappropriate behavior or conduct or anything like that?
No, it was just being late to work. I started at like 3 in the morning.
Love you, Tammy.
And at that point in time, did you and Miss Kloosterman work together to determine, what's the best for our family at this point as far as your employment?
Yes, and we actually at the time both agreed that it was time for that to be over with anyway.
With respect to, there were some questions about, snow plowing in the wintertime.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I thought the mic was muted. That was me. My bad. I thought it was muted and I had a little hangnail thingy and it was driving me crazy. I'm so sorry. I love you guys, and you are so tolerant of my little stupidity moments that I have sometimes. You guys are way too good to me, and I love you. I love you so much. I'm so sorry. Hangnails fixed.
And as we had the example today, we got kind of a big, medium size, I don't know what you want to call it. We got a snowstorm that required plowing over last night and this morning. Are the kids in your care this week?
They are not.
So you didn't have to deal with childcare?
No.
Okay. Do you have a plan in place that if there is a snowstorm and you do have to work before they go to school, how you're going to handle that?
Yes. my mom or dad will come stay. And I'll be fully transparent here. I hope to get to the point with Jen that we can have that relationship where if it's my parenting time, if I have to work, the kids can go with her for one night or whatever. I mean, I want to be friends with her. I don't want to have to stick with that schedule. If there's an event, say it's my week and there's a music concert, she wants to take the kids to that. I want that relationship with her. So I hope we get to the point like, hey, it's going to snow tonight. Could the kids sleep at your place?
Actually, Philip Hills, I was the teacher's pet. I was that nerdy kid who, like, I was the teacher's simp. I did everything I was told. I paid attention to everything. I got the best grades, and yeah, it was that one. That was so annoying. I got called every teacher's pet related name there was. Yeah, I didn't have many friends.
I want that to be an option. Jen got in a car accident a couple days ago. I helped out and brought Callie to school yesterday. I appreciated Jen asking me. But yes, the plan is for my mom at this point, because Jen and I don't have that relationship. The plan is for my mom to come stay at the house and be with the kids, and why those 5 or 6 hours that I'm gone.
And is that job necessary to provide the financial needs to provide your children with food, clothing, a home?
It absolutely is. I do whatever it takes to make things happen for my kids.
Is that any different than she has a job to go to?
It's not any different. Jen actually leaves for work at 7:15. Calvin's home till 8. Kelsey's home alone every day during Jen's parenting time from 8 till about 8:40, until my former brother-in-law comes and picks her up and takes her to school. So the kids are alone under Jen's watch.
Prior to the temporary order, there was a time you were not living in the home, correct?
Correct.
Were you still coming to the house to take your daughter to school in the morning every day?
Yes, every day I would come and pick up Callie to take her to East Middle School, and then I would come back and be with Kelsey until 9 o'clock when she went. And again, I hope we get to that point where I can be there for that hour when Jen can't be, and when I can't be somewhere, I want Jen to be that person. I want to have that relationship.
And because you were kind of doing that at the beginning when you were first separated, where you would come over to the marital home and pick up your daughter and take her to school, is that reflected in the temporary order that was issued in this matter? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
If it is reflected in there, is that because you and probably Ms. Kloosterman both shared with the front of the court?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And since that's in there, that says that you are permitted to be able to take the kids to school in the morning. Has Ms. Kloosterman offered that to you this school year yet on her weeks?
I mean, Calvin walks. She has not offered it with Kelsey. Callie, she's needed help a couple of times, but I think most of the time Jen takes Callie on her way to work. But no, as far as Kelsey, she has not offered that. As far as I can.
And you were asked about in August of this last year, 2023, in this last summer, there was something about an eye appointment, and a little bit of confusion about that. What happened with that appointment?
Jen let me know that there was an appointment. I think there was a scheduling conflict. I called the doctor's office, and they informed me that I actually had the date wrong, and it was going to be the following. I know what it was. Jen had an appointment at the same time. Jen asked if she could take Callie. I think we had something up. I called the doctor's office, and they said, well, actually, that's not the date and time of her appointment. It was the next week. And I let Jen know that the appointment was during her time and not when we thought it was originally.
Did you fail to take your daughter to a medical appointment that was scheduled during your time?
No, I actually called and we had gotten the date wrong and it was during Jen's time that her appointment was scheduled.
To the extent that you did not reschedule the appointment, like it was phrased, why would you not reschedule the appointment?
I'm not going to reschedule an appointment when it's during Jen's time. I mean, if Jen needed me to reschedule it, but it was during her time in the summertime when she was home, she was able to make it. I'm assuming she was able to make it work, but I'm not going to reschedule appointments during Jen's time.
And was she the one who made the original appointment, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, she was.
I mean, you didn't schedule that appointment originally.
No, but I mean, those are made a long time in advance. So,
are you incapable of taking your children to medical appointments?
no, I absolutely will take them, and I took them this August to get their physicals done and their well child checkups. I actually enjoy doing it. It's not. It may have been during our marriage where Jen did those things. It was never that I didn't want to or incapable. And I actually enjoy doing those things with the kids and being a part of that and making it happen. I've enjoyed the increased role, I guess, that we're each having and being involved in different ways that we haven't been. And but no, I'm absolutely capable and willing and all about getting them to where they need to be.
Has this separation, living separately from Miss Kloosterfrick, has it sort of changed a little bit the roles each of you have taken on with the kids?
Absolutely. I'm sure for both of us. Are
there things that you've observed that Miss Kloosterman did not traditionally do during the marriage that you did that she's now doing?
Yes.
Like what?
I mean, she's having to mow the yard.
For the children.
Yeah, I mean, she's obviously responsible for all activities when it's her parenting time, as am I. But it's a lot getting all three to where they need to be. I'm sure she would admit it's a lot and crazy, but maybe, I'm sure she's capable, as am I. But yeah, our roles have increased in things that we've got to do. I think we both have people that are willing to help us when we need it. But yeah, things have changed. It's a lot. There's no doubt about it. But I love it.
Speaking of help, there was a question about your mother transporting one of your children to an event instead of you. Why were you not transporting her yourself?
If Callie's got to be to an event an hour early, it's most likely that I would stay working for that hour and then just show up for her game. I try to use my time wisely to get things that I've done. So after the game, I don't have to go back to work, or I could do things with her. I've changed my work schedule a lot to be there for the kids.
Did your parents assist during the marriage sometimes with transportation or child care?
Always. They were always in communication with Jen, helping Jen out as much as possible. They've never said no to helping us in any way.
So is it unusual now that you're separated that your parents are doing some of the transportation to help?
No, they always have. Always have.
There was a question about the body positivity and whether that's important. And the question referenced the video, quote, "Put your clothes on, nobody should see that." Is that the video that we saw that we had to go off the YouTube streaming to view? Is that the video that you made that comment?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. And during your direct exam testimony, was it your testimony that the children were not in the room when that video was recorded.
Yes.
And it's true that we don't see a child appear in that video, nor do we hear any children's voices in that video.
Right.
Do you believe it's a fair characterization with all of that, that you said that to Miss Kloosterman in front of the children and that affected the children?
I do not believe the children were there when I said that.
What goes on between you and Miss Kloosterman personally that the children don't see sometimes isn't pretty, as all human relationships are. But would you say something like that in front of your daughters?
No, I try to be positive with the girls and make sure they have the most confidence in themselves, and even Calvin for that matter. I want them to think the world of themselves, not worry about what other people think, as far as like what they're wearing or anything like that. I don't want the kids to have a bad image of themselves. I try to be positive with them in everything that they do, and make sure that they know they are loved and all of that good stuff.
You were asked about parental controls on Calvin's phone. There was a discussion that Miss Kloosterman put those parental controls on the phone.
Yes, she did. She's in charge of it, but we've had conversations. She includes me in those conversations about timing. I wish they were a little more strict. But Jen has just been in charge of the technology stuff, in charge of the kids' phones. She's in control of the two girls' phones, so I wouldn't have any power over that. I actually do hope to take over control of Calvin's phone, and I will lock it down even more than what it is now, because I think it's an issue. Not things that he's looking at or anything like that. I just think it's too much of a time thing for him. So that's actually going to be something that I will be talking to Jen about, because I would like control of it. His phone is on my plan, but I'm not taking restrictions off. I'm going to tighten them down to where that thing pretty much is shut off like 10 o'clock at night till 7 in the morning.
I mean, is it fair to say that once parental controls are placed on a phone, somebody else can't then go place the same controls on?
Right. No,
it's done once.
Yeah, it's done once. Yeah.
And is that because Miss Kloosterman took it upon herself to do that?
Yes.
And then she informed you?
Yeah.
And at that point, you didn't protest, but you weren't able to go put parental controls on yourself.
Well, right, but Calvin got his phone. I mean, we were happily married. I had no issue with her taking initiative on that.
Outside of the context of actual controls placed on a technological device, do you have rules in your home about how your children are to use technology?
Absolutely.
What are those rules?
I am constantly asking them to put them away. It's a struggle with Calvin because he does use it as an alarm clock. This last week that the kids were with me, I was taking the phones when they went to bed and setting them in the kitchen, just because they're getting notifications at all hours of the day. I don't like that. We've gone places. I've had the kids, all three of them, leave their phones at my parents, so they're not accessing them. The girls have gone to friends' houses of my cousins. She's taken the phones while the kids are there, so that they're not just on the phones. And
I love you, Iris. Thank you for coming out. You sleep well, dear. I will see you tomorrow. I still love you, even though you're Team Kevin.
And her kids are doing the same thing. So I very much in control of what's going on.
So is it fair to say that you parent and establish boundaries with your children?
Very much so. I actually feel like I'm more strict on that with Jen. I even brought up on the Wizard.
So, sorry, go ahead.
I even brought up on the Wizard that I was frustrated with notifications and TikTok and Snapchat at all hours. Jen said she would look into it. It doesn't appear anything has changed as far as that. Hopefully that's something we can still change and look into. I'm not blaming Jen. I want, those are things I want to work together on.
Is it a fair characterization, as Ms. Kloosterman's attorney put it, that Jen just does everything? Ms. Kloosterman does everything for the kids. That's why she put the parental controls on. Is that fair characterization?
I think that's what they're trying to paint. That's the picture they're trying to paint.
But I'm asking for your opinion.
That is, it's not true. That's what they're trying to do.
You're very involved in
I
children.
am very involved in my children's lives.
And that sort of leads me to, there was that question about the dates of Miss Kloosterman's exhibits versus the dates of your exhibits, and why that's different. If we can inspect that a little bit more, the exhibits that Ms. Kloosterman presented that you had concern with the dates being 2018, 19, even back to 2015, 8 years ago, what were those exhibits portraying?
I believe that she's trying to portray that I'm not a good dad, and not a good husband, whatever.
And basically concerns that she had about your ability to parent your children.
Right.
And within the context of, I have a concern about parenting that's so important that I need to tell the court about it, why is the date relevant in your opinion?
Well, we've had issues. Some of those dates are before other issues we've had, and they were never brought up then.
Is there something here that do you believe that if Ms. Kloosterman was so concerned in 2015 or 2018 that it's reasonable that she would have a safety concern back 6-8 years ago, but just be bringing it up now?
I think if she had a real concern, she would have done something then.
And is it your testimony that she didn't back then?
She definitely did not. There were a lot of times I went to Florida with Callie. I went away with Callie to hockey events. Nothing was ever said, or you shouldn't be in this situation. It was nothing. It was nothing.
Now, as far as the dates go, with respect to the pictures you presented, what were you trying to convey to the court with those pictures that you presented?
That I'm very active and caring and a loving dad. That my kids are a huge part of my life. I want to show that I love my kids more than anything in this world, and they are my focus. They always will be. I love them more than anything. I will do anything for them. They come first in everything I do.
Do you see that showing a long history of being present and involved in your children's activities is different than somebody saying, I have a concern of safety for my children 8 years ago that I'm just now bringing up? Is that different to you?
Yeah, it's different. Yes, very different.
The question was posed, a lot of those pictures were the image was captured by Miss Kloosterman. Is that because you guys were doing stuff as a family?
Yeah, we always did stuff as a family.
So she was there, you were there, you guys were doing stuff with your kids together.
Yeah.
Both of you.
Yeah.
I want to go back here a little bit and ask about the questions that were asked about, the PPO being served on you. There were some questions about when your mom and sister went to pick up your kids for parenting time, in your recollection, was that before or after you were served with the PPO?
That was before I was served with PPO. Things were stressful with Jen, but it was between Jen and I, and my mom went, which is not uncommon. My family's always been involved. But that was before the PPO.
And your mom and sister returned to you without the children.
Correct.
So the question, did you forfeit your parenting time? You answered yes, but did you really understand that question?
Well, I mean, I forfeited it because I was told I had to until I got guidance from you, and that was a stressful.
Well, let's back up here. What does forfeit mean to you?
Forfeit means I chose to not take them, and that is not what happened.
Okay. What did happen?
Jen refused to give them to us.
To your mom and sister?
Yes.
Who arrived before, or who you at least sent over there prior to you having knowledge of being served with this PPO?
Correct.
They returned back to you with no children?
Correct.
And then you got served with the PPO?
Yes.
And at that point, you had no idea what was going on?
I had no idea what was going on.
And the dates of that, and I think that's already in the record, that was 4th of July weekend, right?
Correct.
Do you believe that you voluntarily forfeited parenting time that weekend?
I definitely did not voluntarily forfeit Cherry Festival.
Was that the first Cherry Festival you'd ever missed with your kids?
It was.
Was that the first 4th of July you'd ever missed with your kids?
It was.
Was that the first time you ever missed seeing an air show in a year with your kids?
Yeah, we had always done the air shows together as a family.
And your testimony was you didn't really know what Our Family Wizard was when you read it on the PPO paperwork, correct?
Correct.
We heard testimony that Ms. Kloosterman actually had somebody come from her attorney's office to help her download Our Family Wizard onto her phone.
Correct.
Did you have that opportunity when you were served with the PPO over 4th of July weekend?
I did not.
As soon as business reopened, you took care of the Our Family Wizard issue, right?
Correct.
There's a lot of questions about the police looking for you.
Oh, there's been so much of that. So much leading.
When you finally connected with the police, that was for service of the PPO, right?
Yes.
It was not, you were being looked for as if you were a criminal of some sort, right?
I was not being looked for.
Okay. And you did connect with a police officer and he handed you the PPO and you accepted that. It was a totally
yes,
calm exchange.
Yeah, I had woken up to they called me and I answered the phone and they asked if they could come to the house and have me sign something, and that's what happened.
And you fully cooperated.
Oh, absolutely.
There was a lot of discussion about this coat that you purchased for your daughter recently. Was there some discussion between you and Miss Kloosterman about purchasing a coat prior to you actually purchasing this coat?
Yes, we had agreed to split the cost of a coat. We never talked money. Kelsey's our kid that she rarely gets new stuff. She doesn't play hockey. She gets a lot of hand-me-downs. She loves to ski. I wanted her warm. Jen and I had agreed to split the cost of the coat. We didn't talk about what that amount would be. Um, we spend thousands of dollars on hockey sticks and skates. I feel like it's justified to buy my daughter a $220, $240, whatever it was, with tax coat to stay warm skiing when we had literally a week before spent $800 on hockey skates and $400 on, actually spent like $700 on 2 hockey sticks. I think it's fair to give my daughter a 200 and some dollar coat and not think it's a big deal about splitting the cost.
Prior to this coat discussion, has there been a lot of expenses over this course of this separation and temporary order in place for the children that there has been ongoing discussion about splitting?
Yeah, we've agreed to split the stuff. Sometimes we argue about it.
Becky D told me
We've
to.
agreed to, I thought we had agreed to share hockey costs. That's not working out that way. Jen has stuck me with. It's interesting that she only brought up the coat but didn't bring up the hockey equipment. I spent probably $1,200, $1,000, between $1,000 and $1,200 on hockey equipment a month ago, 3 weeks ago. That Jen and I had agreed to split all hockey costs. She has denied, or she has refused to pay me that. And she agreed to pay that. She agreed to pay for the coat. She has not done that.
Has
Oh my-
she purchased things for the kids without garnering your agreement ahead of time and then just said, hey, here's the amount of money you owe me?
Yes, she has, and
Oh, my kid got a hold of the Amazon
pay
list
for
too.
those things and split. And I don't want to fight with her. I want to do what's best for the kids. I feel like Jen's taking advantage of that because she knows that I'll do the right thing and get the kids the things that they need. Yeah, $240 a lot for a coat. I want Kelsey warm. Kelsey deserves nice things like the other two.
And you mentioned skiing. I mean, you're outside for long periods of time in the cold skiing.
Yes, and she froze last year. And I want her to have nice things, and she deserves an expensive coat.
You guys are too
When
good
Miss
to me.
Fisherman refused to contribute half after you purchased it, after she said she would contribute half, did you take the coat away from her? Did you return it?
No, I did not return it.
So what was the dispute? What was going on with respect to the request to send it over to Miss Kloosterman's house?
The rule is that anything for kids in regards to their extracurriculars and recreational activities and all of that, any of that stuff is outrageously inflated in price. For crying in the mud, oh my goodness. The stuff that I have had to buy for Kendra for her like show choir and band activities and everything else, just the stupid uniform costs are crazy. They're crazy expensive. And for the love of God, don't put your kid in dance or any form of that. Those sparkly dresses are, and it's like buying a wedding dress every time they have a recital or something. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. Yeah, anything for a kid is just ridiculously expensive. Sports wise, like Kendra wants she wants roller skates, and they're like $70 for a pair of roller skates. I'm like, kid, you're killing me. Yeah. I just can't believe how expensive kids' activities are. Like, you want your kid to be able to explore everything, but at the same time, you don't want to buy, a $100 pair of skates that they're going to use for one tryout of the event and decide it's not for them, and then they sit in a corner for the rest of the time. But oh my gosh, like the amount of stuff I've bought Kendra for her to try out activities and stuff is crazy. It is. It's crazy. But I always wanted to foster every dream that she had. So I did. She's got stuff from like when she decided she wanted to be an electrical engineer. I bought her all of the breadboards and the Raspberry Pi stuff and all of the little electrical connectors and fuses and just entire kits and stuff. She tried it out. It wasn't for her. She changed which type of engineer she wanted to be. And then I bought all that stuff. She at one time wanted to open up an Etsy shop making stickers. So I bought the second most expensive printer that the recommendations online said to get for doing that. We needed a printer anyways. So it was like two birds, one stone thing. And I bought her all of the paper that you print the stickers on. And it didn't work. Like she does amazing graphic art, like amazing stuff, beautiful stickers. In fact, I'll show you one that she did. Hold on. I have it on my safe. We're gonna go on a field trip. So she decided she wanted to make these stickers. Oh, hi, Earl. And okay, let me see if I can show you guys. I can't even see where it is positioned. Okay. I got it now. Now I just got to get closer and keep it in frame. Can you see that? I can't see if you can see that. Earl, you're not helping me. There we go. Anyways, it's a skull with roses in it. That the roses are even in the eyes, and maybe if I do this, then I can see where the camera is positioned. There we go. But the roses are even in the eyes. They're super pretty. So much detail. There we go. Here, this will help. There we go. Now you can see it. But she does amazing stuff. So I bought her everything to do that. But the colors bled really bad. Like the stickers never printed properly. This one, even on this one, the coloring was different. And so she had to abandon that project. Like everything, she tries. And she does such beautiful stuff. Like stuff I could never even dream of making. She's so freaking talented. But she has, she's got a cricket. Every dream that she ever had, I always wanted to give her everything. But you get it, and then if it doesn't work out, then you just got stuff. Stuff you spent money on. But she still uses a lot of it. Like, she made for her boyfriend for his birthday, I think it was. He is really into some anime he really liked or something like that. But anyway, she custom designed this sticker thingy and then printed it out on vinyl and we used an X-Acto knife to cut it out, and there was a lot of detail in it. Like there's a coffee mug, and then it had like swirls coming up, and then a hat on top of it. It was just a lot of little details, and then we had to, peel off the vinyl and perfectly align it on the cup and everything, and it took like 6 tries to get it right, but so she does still use the stuff. But yeah. So anyways, I'm sorry I got off track. But yes, the moral of the whole story is kids are expensive. That was all I was saying. Oh my God. I am so tired, but we're almost through with this. But I've been streaming for 5.5 hours now. Y'all put up with me this long. I can't even believe you guys. I love you all. Seriously. Like, I'm tired. I've been kind of, a little bit dozy in and out at moments, but you guys are troopers. I can't wait to put this one into the playlist. Seriously. This is the conclusion. I can't wait to hear what the judge has to say. I'm so excited. Sorry for red carpet story time. I love doing that. You guys, I know some people don't like it. They're like, you can talk less. Do we need so much commentary? Yes, we do.
House or the old coat?
I'm not sure why Jen wanted the old coat. I assumed it was so she could sell it.
Did she initially tell you it was for something else that she wanted it?
She initially told me that it was for Gracie, and then I said, "Well, I can just give it to Gracie." And she said, "No, you will give me that coat tonight." And we gave it to her, and we ended up sending Kelsey's new coat over. Kelsey, I can't say what she said. Kelsey had no problem with the coat staying at the house. It had nothing to do with Jen not. It had absolutely nothing to do with Jen not paying my half. That was right away. That was really before Jen and I started to argue about the cost of that stuff, about the cost of the coat. And we sent the coat over. At that point, it wasn't even cold. Kelsey wasn't needing a coat and just likes to wear sweatshirts. She's not always a big fan of wearing a coat. But I'm not holding anything against Jen or playing a game. That was never my intention.
Is it frustrating that it's turned into this big deal to buy your child a winter coat?
Yeah, it's a real pain. I don't want it like this for the next 8 years.
Has Miss Kloosterman also made other demands for money towards you?
She has other stuff for the kids.
And I use the word demand specifically. What is she saying? What is the context of the things she's saying?
She gives me a lot of attitude. She's just telling me I have to pay half. It's just, I'm just tired of the fighting, tired of the games. I just want to get along. And I'm really hopeful that this stuff stops and we can move forward together. This is just not fun. I understand if Jen doesn't have a ton of money right now for paying these things, but then this is why I said that maybe the kids shouldn't play hockey and because it's expensive. We're both spending a lot of money to do what we're doing with the divorce, and but we agreed to pay 50-50, and it's just like it's a game. It's just getting old, and I want to move forward where we just do things for the kids together and make things the best for the kids and get the kids the things that they always need and want. And I want to get to the point where I can buy a coat and not have to ask Jen for half, and Jen buys something and she doesn't ask me for half, and it's just about the kids. And because I don't want to have to ask Jen for money. That's not fun.
And I need to ask about the coat. Did your daughter need a winter coat?
She needed a coat. Yes, her old coat was too small.
Um, and you provided her what she needed.
Yes, we went to a number of stores, and I let her choose the one that she liked, and she was super excited about it. And I was excited about it, and I had let Jen know that where we were going and different stores that we were going to try and check there, and I would keep her posted. And she said she would pay for half. At no point did she say, "This is my budget." Um, we that's not a conversation we really had over the years. We do what we need to do to get the kids the things that they need. Yeah, it's an expensive coat, but it'll last her a couple of years. And again, I want her to have the nice things for the sport that she loves to do. And I have a problem with spending so much on like hockey skates and she gets a cheap coat to save $50. No, I want her to have the coat that she wanted and that she picked out. But I want her to be excited about, and she was super excited about it. I'm sure Jen would agree that she saw that out of her too.
I want to switch gears here.
I'm going to interrupt real quick. You can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Because I can hear everyone. The computer screen is frozen, so I'm gonna the recording's still going and everything. I'm gonna restart. We'll take about a 5-minute break. I'll figure this out and we'll be right with you. Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do we leave? No.
And here's this one, if you're able to ask.
Okay. Are we ready to continue?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Just for my purposes, we're back on the record on case number 2317423DM. Ms. Schmelzer, thank you.
Mr. Kloosterman, I just want to change gears from where we are. There was a question about the video recording that was admitted as evidence by Ms. Kloosterman, where you were speaking with your son Calvin and you used kind of the phrase uncoachable. Do you recall about how old Calvin was in that video?
I'm guessing he was 11, 12.
And how old is he today?
He's 15.
How long before he turns 16?
He'll be 16 in March.
Is he uncoachable?
I actually think he's very coachable now.
Have things changed in all those years?
Yes, absolutely, because his drive to be the best makes him want to soak up all knowledge that anybody can give him as far as a coach or Jen and I.
And since that video was taken, say 3, 4, almost 5 years have passed, right?
Right.
Kids grow up, they mature.
Right.
Did Calvin grow up and mature?
Absolutely.
And have you worked extensively with him in all those years to improve his sporting?
Absolutely. Well, sports and classroom, whatever it is, Jen and I both push him to be the best, and he wants to be pushed and do the best that he can in anything and everything that he's doing.
Have you overheard Ms. Kloosterman having tough conversations with Calvin about education or sports performances as well?
I have.
What kind of stuff does she say to him?
Similar stuff. I mean, she might not know terminology of whatever hockey, but she tells him he needs to skate faster, harder. She probably yells more at Callie's games than maybe Kelvin's games. even to the point where I've said we've got to cool it with her. It's just different with her. She's out there doing her best, but likes to hear just positive stuff and have fun with her friends. And it's just, I mean, every kid's going to be different.
When you say that she yells, what kind of things is she saying? Is she?
I mean, it could be something simple as skate Callie or go Callie, or I mean, and all parents do it. It's no different than what I'm saying to Calvin. He just likes to be pushed in a different way. He'd be the first to tell you that. Jen knows that. Jen pushes him too. The girls just want to be pushed in a different way. It's just different. You got to read your kids and know. That is not something that Kelvin complains about from Jen or I. Again, that is one driven young man. And he's super excited when we put, like in his weights class, when we push him to do better and better. I mean, he's quick to text us both and say, I don't know, he's understand what he's talking about, but he'll be like, oh, I just PR'd in this personal record in this. And we, we're both, oh, great job. We're so proud of you and love you. And, he loves that gratification too, but he wants to be pushed to hit that next step. And we both push him. Jen does the same thing, and because Kelvin thrives on that. It's not. I could even give an example of recently. Kelvin really questioned whether he wanted to play high school hockey, and that was. I think that was hard on Jen and I both to see that all of a sudden he's like, I don't want to play. And I didn't actually believe him that he didn't want to play. I think he was scared that he wasn't going to make the team.
Paula, sweetie, I love you. And I will be thinking about you all day. I want you to let me know how it goes. We are all here for you.
And Jen, we had these conversations. What do we do? Do we let him stop? And we made the decision to push him, and we made him play. And he is pretty happy that we pushed him to play. I can't say what he said, but I know he knows it would have been a big mistake. I gave up football after my junior year in high school, and that's one of my biggest regrets is not playing, and we don't want them to make that same mistake. And but I know Jen was hurt that he thought about giving, but I'm sure she's glad, we haven't talked about this, but glad that he played, and because he's loving it, absolutely loves it. But he was scared, and we're always pushing the kids each in their own way. It's not to put them down, it's to push them and motivate them and help them achieve with their goals as an athlete or a student or whatever they're doing.
With respect to the uncoachable comment that was made to Kelvin 3-4 years ago, has that affected in a negative way the relationship you have with Kelvin today?
No, I don't think I could possibly be any closer with Kelvin than what I am right now. I talk to him multiple times a day. He calls me after any practice. He calls me and texts me after weights class. I mean, we are in constant communication. And I have that with the other two as well. But no, I don't think I could possibly be any closer to Kelvin than what I am right now. I love that kid more than anything, and I'm incredibly proud of him.
There was a question that asking you that if your involvement with the children at present is due to the temporary order, meaning I believe it was insinuated that that you're posturing for this court. as far as your involvement with the children, and that you only started doing it when the temporary order came to place. Is that true?
That couldn't be more of a false statement. I love doing everything for the kids. I obviously Jen and I's roles have adjusted. We become fully responsible when the kids are with us, and it's changed. It's made it difficult at times, but I wouldn't. I mean, not that I want a divorce or anything like that, but I actually kind of love being a single parent and doing everything with these kids. The kids seem like they're in a great place. They're calm. They're doing well at everything that they're doing. I love being involved in the different things that I may not have been involved in before because Jen handled certain things. It was never because I just wasn't doing something. It was because we each had our role in our relationship, and I've enjoyed transitioning to doing the other things, and I enjoy getting the kids up and getting their lunches and sandwiches. Calvin takes 4 sandwiches. The kids eat at school, but they take snacks, and I love doing that and making the sandwiches and helping out where I can and getting them to the things that they need and picking them up from school and taking care of
You sure like sandwiches.
dinner. I am anxious to be back in the house where I'm not in somebody else's space. I'm anxious for my parents to get back to just being them.
Has it been hard being removed from your home?
It's very hard. I feel like I've invaded somebody else's space. I feel like a guest.
On the other hand, was it necessary given the tensions between you and Miss Kloosterman throughout this proceedings?
Yes, it was very necessary, and I think it's better for Jen. It's better for me. It's better for the kids. I think the kids are liking how things are. I think
Me too.
Jen has made comments about how it's calmer with me not at her house. It's the exact same way when the kids are with me and not having Jen around. Jen and I just didn't get along like you need to in a marriage. The kids deserve better. The kids are in a great place. Well, we're very anxious to get back into the house, get a routine where I'm making dinners with my dishes,
Man,
fully my
much work.
food, all that stuff. Because again, I feel like I'm a visitor in my parents' home. I can't stress enough how anxious I am to get back in the house whenever that time is. It's give Jen all the time that she needs.
And speaking of that, there was some reference to you making a countdown of when Miss Kloosterman was leaving the home. Was that a countdown of when you would be able to resume your normal life in the home you've had for years?
Yeah, absolutely.
And was there also conversations with Miss Kloosterman that you would be flexible with allowing her the time she needed to move and make the move peaceful?
Yes, I told her I didn't want her buying anything that she didn't love.
Meaning buying a house.
Yeah, buying a house. I hope that's what she did.
Okay, I've been waiting for a pause so that I could say this, but there's been no pause. Damn my smooth editing. No, I have no idea who Judge Dude is. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to look that one up. I saw the comment earlier and I was like, Judge Dude. I thought you were making reference to how he looked like a, surfer boy in the last hearing. And now he's kind of scruffy and he grew his beard out and stuff. But yeah, I'll have to look this Judge Dude guy up. I have no idea. Sorry, but I do love you.
I want her to be happy. I want the best for her.
And with respect to the communications between yourself and Miss Kloosterman, either on Our Family Wizard or text or something like that, to your knowledge, the children are not aware of those communications back and forth between you and her.
That is a comment. Just saying. I love you.
I don't see anything on my end. I assume that Jen's not showing them anything.
So to the extent that you guys get into disagreements or, have your issues as you're sorting out this new co-parenting lifestyle, to your knowledge, the kids are not exposed to any of that.
Oh, no, I don't believe they are.
I mean, at least on your end.
Not my end. And I don't think Jen is.
So if Miss Kloosterman is, you better do this tonight or something like that, as far as on your end, kids aren't aware of her talking to you like that.
Well, I mean, as far as when the coat situation, I was on the phone with Kelsey and Jen was yelling in the background that you will give me that coat tonight. So yeah, Kelsey heard that because I was talking to Kelsey on the phone and I heard Jen yelling in the background. So yeah, Jen included Kelsey in that situation.
If you are upset with Miss Kloosterman and express that to her, do you do that in the format of a message directly to her versus yelling over your child on the phone?
Yes, if I'm frustrated with Jen, I send her a message, and that's where that countdown stuff is because I'm tired of the games. I'm tired of this is stupid. I mean, being told that I don't go to counseling appointments and I shouldn't have my kids because of that it's just dumb. It's a transition. We both want what's best for the kids. It's just Jen not getting her way, and she's making all this stuff up to try to get her way. And I just want that done when we move forward together is doing what's best for the kids in everything that we do.
So I just want to clarify, I mean, those are private messages between you and Miss Kloosterman, but Miss Kloosterman's saying things in front of the children on the phone, making demands of you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the time that it happened. I think normally the kids aren't aware, but they were aware of that situation, which, I mean, it kind of bummed me out because Kelsey.
I have seen Credence and Mickey. I've seen like little cartoons of them. I'm not a watch every single one kind of person, but I have seen them and I do like them.
Didn't say anything. I kind of felt like it took away.
Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. Never mind. Credence and Mikey is another court channel. What was I thinking of? There's a cartoon with like the characters are like stick figures. That, well, like not stick figures, but they're very basic drawn. And golly, I thought one of them was named Credence or something like that. Somebody's gonna tell me here because I'm drawing a blank. But at any rate, yeah, I've seen Credence and Mikey as well. And they're good people. Yeah. I don't watch them like religiously, but especially not now that I every free moment that I have, I'm editing or downloading literally every free moment that I have. But that's okay. That's okay.
Her excitement of having a coat, and all of a sudden Jen and I are arguing about a coat. That kind of made me feel bad. I'm sure Jen would say the same thing.
I want to talk to you about the question regarding Danielle Clayton taking the children or taking your two daughters to Grand Rapids. Can you please explain how that situation came about and what was going on?
The 4 kids are very close friends.
And who are the 4 kids?
Callie, Kelsey, and the Clayton girls, Kylie and Maddie are their names. They were very close. The girls started texting about wanting to do a shopping day. At no point did I actually have any communication with Danielle about it. Danielle reached out to my mom, actually. Because I knew that was going to be an issue with Jen, and it got back to Jen that the girls were going, and Jen started sending me messages on the Wizard forbidding me to allow them to see their friends. Exact wording, I mean, it was pretty much that she did not want that to happen. As far as I know, she has no control over what I do with kids during drinking time, as I don't when they're with her. They're at no harm in that situation. They had an absolute blast, and when the trip actually got started, it was just Callie, and I went back and forth on whether I was going to allow it because I knew Jen was going to make an issue. I just knew it. And then Kelsey started asking if she could go, and I first said no because I was scared of the repercussions of what Jen was going to do.
What was the trip for?
What?
They were
Crying
just going to
now.
go shopping for the day with their friends to Grand Rapids, go to outlets, and we decided I was going to take the heat, and I let Kelsey go, and
Were you unable to, I guess, were you relegating parenting duties, or were you letting your children, be social and do something fun?
I was letting the children be social with their friends, and they were so excited to go, and gave them money to go, and
Was it common during your marriage, and or have you observed Miss Kloosterman, send the kids off with other parents of friends so that the kids could do social things with friends?
absolutely.
So there's also been times where she's not accompanied your children and they've gone off with other people, other friends, parents, that certainly everyone's vetted and made sure they're safe.
Yeah.
But
The last time, not right now with Jen having the kids, the last time she sent Callie to on one of her hockey weekends, and Jen met up after work, and Callie stays over, and we're and that's great. I don't have an issue. It works great. Jen had to work. It works great for Callie to be able to go do things that she wants to do. But that trip to Grand Rapids, the girls were so excited when they got back, and that's so much fun. And that just I knew I was going to hear about it from Jen, and she made a big deal about it. But I knew I had done the right thing and let it go. And but it was a long day because I was nervous about.
no, we've heard allegations here today that Miss Kloosterman believes you're having a romantic relationship with a Danielle Clayton. You didn't go on this trip.
No, I didn't go.
And she's upset about that.
She's upset I let the kids go with Danielle.
Is this a kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation? Had you gone, would there be a different upset, in your opinion? Do you think?
Oh yeah, it would have been if I would have gone. Yeah, and that would have been inappropriate for me to go with them. But
How long? Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to do what's best for the kids, and I had nothing to do with it. I mean, I've made the ultimate decision, but the kids were texting back and forth to each other. Danielle reached out to my mom to clarify, and my mom even had a conversation with Danielle about how Jen was upset and we were scared.
I'm gonna object as he can't testify as to what his mom told Miss Clayton.
Okay. We were just concerned I was actually concerned that they were heading to Grand Rapids, that maybe Jen was going to follow them. She tracks their phones. There are times we go to places for 5 minutes and Jen asks the kids why they were so and so. It's really eerie how much Jen tracks the kids when they're with me and how she knows everything that we're doing. She was texting the girls constantly that day. Um, my kids were safe. They were in a safe environment. They were with somebody that loves those kids, and takes care of them. The kids, the two girls had a fantastic day. I will always do what's best for my children, and that day was to go to Grand Rapids with the Clayton girls.
How long have your daughters been friends with the Clayton girls?
I would say a few years.
A few is in 5, 3?
I'll say 3.
3 years. Okay.
They are very close friends.
When you testified and were questioned about Miss Kloosterman being a teacher and you following her lead with respect to education, does that mean you're not involved in the children's education at all, or that you defer to Miss Kloosterman in discussions about your children's education, that you involve her because of her specialized knowledge as a teacher?
I involve her because she's very good at what she's. In no way do I not want to be part of that stuff. I just think Jen's great at that, and I've always just followed her lead because it's in her line of work, and she's excellent at it.
Are there things?
I found it, Joe. When you guys were saying Credence and Nike, and I got confused, it took me that long. I was searching the whole time. And what I found was Cyanide and Happiness. That is what I got confused with Credence and Nike, was Cyanide and Happiness, which is also, by the way, hilarious. So, anyways, just had to throw that in there, like I do all the time. Sorry.
That you're good at, that you have talents or knowledge of, that maybe Miss Kloosterman doesn't, that you would have, something to say about if it came to the kids, like maybe sports or something.
Yeah,
like that.
Absolutely.
Certain sports.
Absolutely.
I mean, is that, do you feel like it's a benefit to your children to expound upon each of the parents' individual talents or skills or knowledge to help your children?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Does that mean you're incapable of knowing or doing anything with respect to their education?
No, that's not.
And have
That's not true
you
at all.
never been involved in their education before?
No, I'm involved. I keep track of weekly grades and on the phone, whether it's the kids are with me. Last week, the week before, maybe Kelvin's grades that's lift. I mean, it's a weekly thing, so they have time to. And I call them up and say, hey, what can we do here, and what happened here, and I know Jen does too, and but right next week his grades are right back up to where they need to be, and our expectations of where they need to be, and into his expectations. But just because I didn't go to a parent teacher conference for my kid that gets all A's and 1B, I don't see the point. I think if there was an issue, we'd see it in his grades. If there was an issue, we'd hear from the teacher. Jen has just had that personal relationship with the teachers, and she likes to know more about what's going on in that, and that's great. It's not that I don't want to know. I just my parents never went to a single. My mom, I mean, never went to a single parent teacher conference of mine. I think Jen does that because she's the teacher, and that's great. That's what she chooses to do. But again, my kids are doing great in school. There's not an issue.
Oh. There was a question about whether or not the relationship between your parents and Miss Kloosterman is strained at this point in time?
It's very strange.
Is there, I mean, are your parents supportive of you and involved in supporting you through this divorce action?
Absolutely, but yeah, with time it'll get better between them and Jen. They are very hurt by these accusations that she has just thrown at me, and she knows that it's just a lie. And she'll just show up at a sporting event and act like my mom is supposed to just be all lovey-dovey with her when Jen has just lied to the court, lied to the police, lied to CPS. Of course my mom's going to be upset. Does that mean my mom's not is mean to Jen? No, my mom is just silent right now. She's upset. She's hurting. I mean,
Well,
she sees me all upset. Any parent would be upset. I'm sure her parents are upset and sad. But my parents they're not, they love Jen. They're hurt by this whole situation is happening. But they want a relationship with Jen. It's just in a strange place right now because this isn't a normal divorce. There's nothing about this that is normal.
does Miss Kloosterman saying things to you and your mother, or that you and your mother can go F off at a softball game for the children, do you feel like that helps the situation?
That does not help the situation at all. It's just weird right now, and they don't like it either. They never say anything bad about Jen. It's just in a weird situation, just a weird place right now, and they want to move past this and be civil and not be worried about what's going on or any of that. They just want normalcy. They want what's best for the kids. They want what's best for me. They want what's best for Jen. They will always love Jen. They're just hurt right now.
I have no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Lentz, any final questions for this witness?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Kloosterman, so I understand your testimony. You think conferences are only beneficial if a child is doing poorly in school.
Or misbehaving. Our kids are not misbehaving. They're not getting bad grades.
So you don't think there's any benefit to knowing and meeting your child's teacher in person, your child knowing that you attended their school conference? No benefits there?
610
There
now.
can be benefits, but there's no harm in not. I mean, I know who their teachers are. I know how they're doing.
And
We
Mr.
get so
Kloosterman,
many emails as far as from the school. I know what's going on.
are you aware that at the time Calvin had conferences this past month, he had a C- and a C?
I just made it very clear that I follow the kids' grades and talk with the kids about getting them back up.
But you consider
There's some responsibility there for Kelvin to get his grades up. It's not the teacher's responsibility to get Kelvin's grades back up. Kelvin does what he needs to do. His grades get back up, in the next week they're up. If there was an issue needed, we get weekly grades.
Are you familiar with the phrase practice what you preach?
Absolutely.
So you kind of gave this whole long speech about how you hope that Jen and you can get to this point where you can adjust your parenting time schedules to coordinate for special events, or if someone's running late, whatnot. Do you remember that kind of dialogue you gave?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I want, 100%.
All right. So on November 21st, like literally last week, Ms. Kloosterman texted you and asked if you would be flexible with her midweek visit, which occurs on 5 to 8. Is that correct?
So the streaming bar that goes all the way across the bottom, there's maybe a centimeter of video left. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I know the entire thing was 5.5 hours, but then you add in my commentary to it. So we should be getting very, very close to the judge doing the ruling.
It's a yes or no answer.
Yes.
Okay. And I am going to remind you of your response, which says your parenting time starts at 5 and ends at 8. I don't care what you do, but I expect the kids to be back at 8. Correct?
Okay.
That's what you said.
That is correct.
All right. So really that whole speech you gave, you're not actually practicing that or even attempting to do it right now.
Nope, that's not true at all.
All right, Mr. Kloosterman, you had a lot of communication or dialogue about Ms. Kloosterman not paying you for things. You out earn her though. Is that correct?
Not a ton, no.
Okay, but we submitted a stipulation for income for this and you out earn her by about $12,721 per that stipulation, correct?
Okay, that's fair.
So why would a 50-50 split be fair if you're earning more money than her?
A 50-50 split on like a coat.
Yeah, why would that be fair if you out earn her?
Well, we could talk about how since April I've 100% paid the mortgage. That's $2,000. So I'm $2,000 ahead right there.
And you're keeping the house, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Kloosterman, Miss Kloosterman is still waiting on you for a check for the house, correct?
Correct.
And she's waiting on you for sale proceeds from a truck that you haven't given her yet, correct?
I have not done anything with the check. Correct.
Okay, so you're asking for all this reimbursement, but you owe her money right now, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And
I'm not sure how those two are connected, but
you kind of, it's not your job to interpret that. You kind of gave a speech about, oh, for lack of a better term, kumbaya, about Jen wants to stay in the house longer. She can, I'll be flexible. Do you recall that testimony?
absolutely, that's what I've told Jen.
And on October 25th, 2023, you texted her, 36 days, my friend, better find a place to live, correct?
I'm not sure I texted that. They may have been in the wizard, but
Okay, but you said that.
absolutely.
It doesn't really have a friendly connotation to it, does it?
If I've made a comment
Oh,
like that,
it's
it's
yes
in
or no?
response to something Jen said.
Okay, so does that have a friendly connotation to it, yes or no?
No, probably not.
And you said you're in constant communication with your son, Calvin, is that correct?
Yeah, pretty constant, yes.
Did you talk to him last night on the phone?
I probably did.
During that call, did you ask your minor son to lie to the plaintiff about the location of a pink bike?
No.
You testified.
Location? No.
You testified about this eye appointment situation, and during that testimony, you said you believe Miss Kloosterman made that appointment for the children, correct?
Okay. Correct.
Is that okay?
Yes,
Is that because Miss Kloosterman schedules all the children's doctor's appointments during your marriage?
I wouldn't say all, but probably most, as most mothers probably do. That's not reason enough to get the kids 100% of the time.
I didn't say it was, but you know,
Yeah, well, I'm saying it's not.
you have a phone, right? You could easily pick up the phone and call and make an appointment for your child, correct? There's nothing preventing you.
We divided and conquered, each had our roles in our marriage in parenting.
And Mr. Kloosterman, there's been some testimony over the past 3 days about your mom helping out with parenting. Do you recall that?
Yeah, my parents are fantastic grandparents and always willing to be there for me, Jen, and the kids.
Would you say that your mom does more parenting than you do?
Not even close.
Do you find it odd that Miss Clayton reached out to your mom to coordinate this Grand Rapids trip instead of you?
No, I don't, because Jen
Oh,
is.
No, it's fine.
No, I don't.
There has been a lot of talk about conversations that occurred between you and Miss Kloosterman and if the children overhear them or not. Do you recall those questions?
Yep.
So every time I asked you if the children overheard or were in the room when you said something mean to Miss Kloosterman, you said they weren't there or I don't think they heard me. Is that correct?
That's probably, yeah, that's correct.
And then this one instant you just discussed about Miss Kloosterman allegedly yelling about the coat. You said, oh, for sure, the child overheard that. Is that correct?
Yes, because I was on the phone with Kelsey.
Do you think it's convenient that your one incident, the child overheard, and every other scenario we brought up, there's no way the child heard? Do you think
No.
it's convenient?
I don't think it's convenient, but it's what happened.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Schmelzer, anything further?
Yes, briefly. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I meant any other witnesses. Here's the thing. I'll allow a few extra questions because I feel like factually there were a few things that were questioned on this. Final questions that weren't brought up before. But we're not going through a whole nother direct. I mean, the bike question was brand new, and then some of the answers he wasn't allowed to finish with. So we're not going to go through another hour of redirect. Understood, Ms. Schmelzer?
Yes, I don't plan to do that. Thank
Judge
you.
is begging for it to be over.
And then and so we're all clear, Ms. Lentz is going to have the final questions. So let's, at some point, you're going to turn these facts over to me and I'll decide them. So you can ask questions, but keep that in mind. That's been the format for every trial I do and for this specific, every witness here. So I'm just letting everyone know in case there's another objection to that process. Ms. Schmelzer.
That's news to me. Usually, the final question.
Thank you. Next question, please.
From the person calling the witness. So I do have a standing objection to that. But
understood. Next question, please.
Sir, what is this pink bike? What came up with that? Can you explain that?
The kids have it's a pink mini bike, like a little motorbike that one of my uncles lets the kids use. Kelvin had tried to use it a few weeks back, and him and his friends like broke it or something. Kelvin asked me to fix it, and so he gave it to me to fix. Then Saturday night, Jen started messaging me on the Wizard about it, telling me I stole it, and I'd be hearing from her attorney about it, and threatening me, and it just said, "Yeah, I have it." Kelvin asked me to fix it, and that's where we're at. So I have the bike to fix. It's not Jen's bike. It's not my bike. It's not the kid's bike. It's my uncle's bike. But the kids are using it. Kelvin broke the chain. Him and his friends broke the chain, so I have it to fix it.
And the judge doesn't care.
Just trying to claim everything that she can to. I mean, it's something the kids use. It's not Jen's. It's not mine. And I just have it. She accused me of breaking into the house to steal it, and that's not the case. I never told Kelvin a lie where it's at. I told Jen Saturday where it's at. I told her that I had it to fix it, and that's the story.
The question was asked of you if it was odd or you felt it was odd that Miss Clayton reached out to your mom instead of you directly regarding this shopping trip to Grand Rapids, and you said no, and you began to explain the reason why you were cut off. So could you explain the reason why you don't think it's odd?
I don't think it's odd. Everyone in our friends, family, everybody knows what's going on. Everybody wants to stay out of it. People don't want to be brought into it. No one wants to create things for Jen and I to argue about. So I have very, very little communication with Danielle these days. It's about the kids, but for that situation, she reached out to my mom because, again, she just doesn't want to make anything. I mean, people know how Jen is attacking me, or if I go after Jen, or whatever it is. People know. People are tired of it. They're tired of it for us. They don't want to be part of it. So Danielle reached out to my mom about going, and
I'm tired of you and your
I
lawyer.
obviously knew what was going on. We're just trying to make this run smoothly and not create arguments. And it's just, this is just nonsense. The, it's just nonsense. I just want to do what's best for the kids. It's simple as that. If the kids want to do something with their friend, I felt they were in a safe situation, I let them go. Jen made it very clear she didn't want them to go. She actually told me she forbid it. And I decided that I would deal with the
Where
wrath.
his chair is, just how he's sitting.
And here we are.
Oh my God.
I have no further questions,
Sit there
Your Honor.
too.
All right, last possible question for this witness.
Yeah.
All right,
2.
go ahead.
Mr. Kloosterman, did you go to the marital residence to get the bike?
He brought it to me at the house. Yes.
And you're aware there's
Did I step foot on the property? I can't say I did. I mean, he brought it out to me.
okay, so you're aware there's an order for my client having exclusive use of that property.
Okay, but okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The court's going to take the matter under advisement. If you choose to file a written closing, you must do so within the next 21 days. That'll be a 20-page limit, double spaced. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Oh no. Oh my gosh, we don't even get to see what I suffered through like 17 hours. Well, even more than that when you figure how I originally had to do the downloading and editing process. I've invested like a full week worth of time into this hearing, and I don't even get to hear what the order is. Judge, you're killing me. I want to know. No, I didn't know that. How was I supposed to know? Oh man, like 90% of that I learned while you guys learned. I didn't watch it on Mike's stream because this was my baby. I started the Kloosterfrick trial. That was my first trial that I did. Oh man. Oh, y'all, I'm heartbroken at the moment. No, not really. I am so sorry. Well, I haven't watched it on anybody else's. Why would I? I've been busy editing and downloading, and I had my post-op appointment today, so that took time. So, yeah, this just sucks. Oh, well. Hopefully, I don't know, hopefully we'll hear about it somehow. Well, here's the thing, though. I did it first. I may not have streamed the second part of the hearing first, but like I said, this was my baby. I started this one. Like, if you go look at my playlist, I did this one from start to finish when it was the intimate shave trial. And I had been downloading it for like 2 days before Mike even had the clip of the shaving episode that he had gotten, that had just happened that day. And I'd already been downloading the whole trial, the whole hearing. And so I saw him running that, and I'm like, no. Did he? That's really cool to know. That's awesome. I'm glad he did that for me. He's a good guy. He really is. And I haven't had a whole lot of time to watch very many streamers at all. I try to pop in and say hi and give likes and show my love and support, but now that I'm doing this, like, it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and it's a lot of work. So I don't go watch other streamers streaming stuff because I'm busy trying to find the kind of stuff that gets streamed. So, and yeah. Wow, I can't believe that we don't even get to hear the judge's order. But he has to take all of that under advisement. He has to take all 17 hours of what's already happened under advisement. It's probably not quite 17 hours. I probably talked through a few hours of that, at least, with my red carpet story times. So, yeah. I'm sorry. Thank you. I know you do, sweetie. I know you do. Thank you, Philippines. I mean, I think you were here for the whole thing. I love you guys. I really, really do. And I wanted to give you the conclusion. I feel bad. Oh, it's not too early. But I am going to go to bed. Tomorrow I have my sleep study. So I'm debating on taking my laptop because okay, so here's the thing. Like, once you get hooked up to all of those wires and stuff, like, you can't just go right to sleep, usually. I mean, I did the last time. The last time. So, the last time I had my sleep study, I was there, and then there was another gentleman there for his sleep study. And the technician, nurse guy, whatever, he comes in and he's like, I have to go hook him up. Are you going to be fine here for a little bit? Don't go to sleep yet. We have to go over protocol and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not even tired. No big deal at all. Yeah, you go do what you got to do. I'm going to sit here on my phone and watch some videos. And I don't know how long he was gone. It apparently wasn't very long, but I dropped. I was just out cold, like tired, dead to the world. And he noted it in my final report about how he left the room and came back and I was already asleep. But my sleep apnea was really bad. It really was. It was so bad. I guess like my oxygen level drops down into the low 70s, and yeah. So it is what it is. But I have to be able to sleep for 4 hours a night using the mask. And last time, for one thing, they told me incorrectly on how it's calculated. So I was told, well, if you only get 2 hours of sleep one night, then the next night just, get 6 hours of sleep to compensate for it. That's not how it works. They do provide an average, and my average ended up being 3 hours and 58 minutes. So I was 2 minutes shy of hitting the 4 hours per night requirement for my insurance to cover the machine. But they don't use the average. So if I sleep 2 hours one night and 6 hours the next night, I'm at 50%, not 100%. So now that I know that, well, now I'll be able to better appropriate my time. A sleep study? Really? Oh. See, I'm gonna edit videos. I'm taking my laptop for damn sure. Because that's, I fall asleep editing all the time. I'm not kidding you. And part of it might be the apnea. But yeah, I'll be editing, I'll just zonk. Wake up, move the cursor back to where it was. The video plays the whole time I'm sleeping. Whatever. Eventually I get it done. But yeah, I was debating whether to go live while I have all the wires hooked up to me or not. And maybe I'll find a short, really good, funny clip and go live for a very short time tomorrow night. So, but they want me in bed by they want me to show up at 7:30, and they expect me to go to bed I think 8:30, 9 o'clock ish or something. So what I'm gonna have to do is when I wake up tomorrow after my 3 hours of sleep or something, I wake up to pee or whatever, take the dog out, and I'll have to just stay up to get myself that tired that early. I can do it though. But I am tired right now. So sleep sweet. Yikes. That does not sound well. And I told her, she's like, you need to sleep more. That's the bottom line, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, listen, I have a spinal injury and I get randomly jolted awake by my spine. And so it's like, getting kicked in the back by a donkey. It's really sharp, intense, quick pain. And it just jolts me awake. So I have that, and then I have the PTSD still from the SUV, from the getting hit by the SUV. Like I still have nightmares where I see the crash over and over. So I'll be sleeping, and it is probably also the apnea too involved with that, where when you have apnea, you can have a sudden panic attack almost caused from it. So, but anyways, when the accident happened, I watched it happen in front of me. I watched, I saw the car out of my peripheral, and I saw it, gunning across the highway right in front of the SUV. I saw the SUV hit the car. I saw the impact turn it towards me, and then it literally just barreled right into me. I had time enough to throw my arm up like this to cover my face, like I'm gonna stop a freaking SUV with my arm. But I'm glad I did that, because I don't know if you can see with the lighting the way that it is, but I've got my whole arm got chewed up in the accident. You can see this whole area here. This was all road rash, like terrible road rash, and it's still all scarred. They thought the EMTs on scene thought my spleen ruptured, because my side instantly turned deep purple. They thought I was bleeding internally. I wasn't. It ended up being a burn, a chemical burn from the airbag. And over the course of the next few days, my skin turned gray and started peeling off my body. I looked like I belonged on the cast of The Walking Dead. It was awful, but I keep having nightmares about that. And I'm in an Able To program, which is 8 weeks of therapy, and they try to teach you coping skills and all that kind of crap. But, you know, you would think after a year and a half that I'd be over that, but I'm not. And so I deal with that too. So it's really hard to sleep for 4 hours a night. And then you add on having the freaking mask on your face too on top of it. And for the doctor to be like, you just need to sleep more. It's like, you can't force mental health condition, PTSD, and a physical spine injury into compliance just because you want to. That's not how that works. So, sorry. I don't read chat when I'm on my red carpet story time rants. So, I'm sorry if I haven't seen anybody's comments yet, but now I'm glancing over and I'm seeing, oh my goodness, Letha May, my love, you missed it. I've been on here for 6 hours and 39 minutes, my dear. Yeah. Yeah. I'm really lucky to be walking at all. So, but my spine is pinched forever. They did the ablation. I got about 65% relief from that. The most of the jolts went away from the time that I had the ablation procedure until just actually recently. They've started like kind of slowly coming back, but I was told it'd be 6 months that I'd have relief. So I'm hoping that it's an anomaly and maybe it's just, I don't know. I hate it, but what do? You find joys in other things. I'm so blessed that I found you guys. I was not in a great place. And first I found Mike's channel, and the chat community there got me through the initial part of the accident. And now I have you guys. And you guys have been the most wonderful, amazing support system that exists. You have been my mental health helpline. I don't know. I'm going to keep my eye open. Some beautiful soul, after the first trial, they commented on one of the videos and said, just so you know, they returned to court on XYZ date. I can't remember who it was that did that for me, but that's how I knew I had this in my calendar for today. So, at any rate, if that beautiful soul can check the Michigan docket, however they did that, I don't know. But if you see them on the calendar again, can you please let me know? My email is nightshiftwithapril@gmail.com. I think. Pretty sure that's what I set it up as for the channel. nightshiftwithapril@gmail.com. So, all right, guys. I am going to go to bed. Yes, we found each other. That's a blessing. I'm not happy that the accident happened, but I serendipitously found all of you guys. Did you send it to April Seering, or did you send it to the Night Shift with April? Because if you did the Night Shift with April, I didn't get it. And if you did April Seering, it's probably lost in a big long mix. I did reply to someone, and then they never it was April. So okay, you guys, I'm sorry. No, Lucy, I have not seen it. I'm sorry. So, don't get me started. I love that. Fuck you. I love you. Don't do this to me. I've got to get some sleep. Oh. See, you guys, you give me purpose. You give me healing and strength and love. And I couldn't imagine what I'd have done, if this hadn't have been my path. And it led me to all of you guys, and I'm so absolutely grateful. Every day I'm so grateful. Sleep sweet. Much love. And I'll see you all soon.